Hey there. We're back for the 4th annual Sitecore Virtual Developer Day. You get free access to a full day of technical talks and tips. You can learn about the latest developer-led insights and sharpen your skills for delivering great digital experiences. During the 16 developer-driven sessions, we're going to be looking at things like Content Hub, Experience Edge, Sitecore Forms, JSS and Jamstack, SXA, deployment to containers, customizing marketing automation, integration with Salesforce, a whole bunch more. You can join the discussion on Sitecore Slack chat in a dedicated Virtual Developer Day 2021 channel. Don't forget to share your experience online using the hashtag SitecoreVDD. Well, I guess it's time to get started. I'll see you online. Have a great day.
Welcome at the session about Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub. Today we're going to talk to you about omni-channel content delivery at scale. And I'm presenting together with Mark van Aalst. Mark van Aalst has more than 15 years of Sitecore experiences and has been with the company for 9+ years. If you want to connect with him or with me, you can find the information here on the slide. My name is Pieter Brinkman and I'm Senior Director of Technical Marketing. I'm responsible for the developer community programs, for the evangelism team, and also our Lighthouse demo team. So again, if you want to find more information about us, it's all on this slide. So let's get started and talk a bit about Sitecore Experience Edge. And before we do so, I want to start with talking about why we created Sitecore Experience Edge. And to me, this all goes back to the evolution of the internet, which has been going on for more than 30 years now. It started all with computers connecting to each other, then social media came in, right? It started growing with that, then multiple channels came there with the Internet of Things. And now we're doing all these wearable devices and it will keep growing and growing and growing. Our customers now have more visitors and channels than ever before. And all those visitors expect the seamless, fast experiences on every channel. So this demand of high-performing and seamless experiences introduces complexity in both scaling and serving the content. The evolution of the internet didn't only introduce problems, it also introduces opportunities, both in technology and in deployment options. And this is what we're addressing and both leveraging with Sitecore Experience Edge. Because Sitecore Experience Edge is based on those new technologies and deployment options. And the goal here is to remove that additional complexity with a scalable SaaS delivery solution, removing all the burdens from scaling and reliability from IT. Sitecore Experience Edge will provide the freedom of development options, supporting all the channels with a fast, high availability content API based on GraphQL. So fast time to market these days is top of mind of organizations. Organizations, of course, need to quickly implement new solutions to run and beat their competitors. But even with this changing world right now, for example, with the pandemic, you can see that consumers' digital adoption just jumped years. And companies need to address this and grab this opportunity. So it's all about agility and fast time to market. So let's zoom a bit more into the different market problems we're solving here. The first one is, again, organizations need to quickly implement their solutions. We just talked about it, fast time to market. Second one is that we're seeing that infrastructure required to run modern digital marketing at scale is becoming more and more complex. It leads to both high costs, and if we remove the complexity, we can reduce that cost for our customers. The scalability challenges should be solved without having experts in specific teams. The system should scale automatically up and down, support peak days that we always talk about, the Black Fridays, the Christmases of this world. Responsibility of scaling needs to be removed from our customers, so customers can focus on driving business value for their company. We already talked about the expectation of visitors. People expect fast loading time. Consumers will abandon apps if they're slow. Same for sites. Even website, even Google ranks your sites on speed. If your site is slow, you'll be set lower on the indexes. So slow sites and apps will have direct negative impact on your businesses. Users expect to have access to content, data, and capabilities on all the different channels. Customers need to be able to deliver consistent, streamlined outbound communications to their customers across all these different channels, both print and other emerging channels. So we need to make sure we can do that. And we want to integrate with any platform that needs content. And we're doing this again by using that industry standard GraphQL API. So let's take a bit closer look at what Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub is then. So Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub will enable brands to publish content to a high scalable delivery platform. It exposes that high performance content API so that it can deliver all the headless experiences on demand to any channel. So Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub is a delivery layer on top of the unique marketing-friendly product suite that Sitecore Content Hub has to offer. And these products includes all the different features like content modeling, creation of content, but also tools for collaboration, planning, and digital asset management. Experience Edge provides a layer on top so that the content can be served to all the different channels. It includes enabling true omnichannel experience, including things like the Jamstack, architecture, and other web-based experiences. So Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub provides the end-to-end solution for content strategy, from creation to delivery of content and also assets. It provides benefits for both marketers and developers. If we look at the benefits for marketers, Content Hub provides the best-in-class marketing-friendly tools, right, to allow those marketers to provide and to maximize the outcome of that content strategy that they're building. We do that with an integrated marketing-friendly solution, including unified content planning, production, collaboration, and management. So with Content Hub, you can develop your content and strategize on the outcomes to have the maximum value of your content. If you look at developers and IT, Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub provides the option to build solutions without constraints. The GraphQL API is not prescriptive on how you build your apps or experiences. The API will provide a full freedom of choice to use any coding language, including popular design patterns like the Jamstack. This will open Sitecore basically for every developer, independent on what program language they prefer. Sitecore Experience Edge is a SaaS solution, which will reduce the burdens of IT department and remove the complexity about deployment, infrastructure, setup, and scaling. So we talked about Sitecore Experience Edge and Content Hub and how that is for omnichannel, but it's not the silver bullet for all solution. I want to be really clear on that. For example, if you want to have the high-class personalized digital web experience, including all the things that I said, personalization, automation, testing, Sitecore XP is the product to solve that. If you want to have a best-of-breed web experience that includes what you see is what you get editing and layout editing, then Sitecore XM is the solution for that. Content Hub and Sitecore Experience Edge will provide you with an end-to-end solution for content strategy, from creation to delivering of content and assets. So let's zoom a bit in on what omnichannel content is and also what omnichannel content marketing is. So to me, omnichannel content is channel agnostic content, meaning content that has one source and can be used across all different channels. And this could be apps, software, document, advertising, basically any channel you can think of, or maybe channels we don't even know at this point of time yet. So then if we start off, what is omnichannel content management? To me, omnichannel content is more than just content. It also contains media assets like video, images, and PDFs. Omnichannel content management is the execution of content strategy, including the collaboration across department, ensuring compliance with company governance and also processes. Ensuring that there is a single source of truth for the content. Reducing maintenance cost for any content update that you need to do. We need to provide that consistent messaging and content across all the channels to our customers. And this is not only marketing content. I'm also talking here about product content. For example, if a product changes with a feature or it adds something to it, the content marketing department wants to change that content across all the channels. You only want to do it on one single source, and then it should be updated on all different channels. So now let's talk a bit about what is it not. To me, omni-channel content management is not a web content management system. It will not provide you what you see is what you get editing a website out of the box. This is where Sitecore XM provides you. In upcoming releases, we'll extend Sitecore Experience Edge with support for Sitecore XM. But this doesn't mean that omni-channel content is not going to be used on the web. On the contrary, it will be used on countless websites and PWAs. Marketing will create statically generated websites using the Jamstack architecture approach, providing modern and fast web experiences to their customers. So let's dive into a real customer journey, an omni-channel story here. So I'm not going to talk to you with how we create progressive web apps or statically generated websites. I'm talking about multiple channel, omni-channel delivery of content. And we're doing this for Fruitful. So here I want to introduce you John. And John is a mindful fit foodie. So let's introduce all the players. We have John here. John is a consumer that has interest in healthy living and includes healthy snacks and drinks. John is a potential customer for Fruitful. And Fruitful is a company that offers healthy product, nutritious information, recipes, lifestyle advice. Fruitful uses Sitecore Content Hub product suite for their full omni-channel strategy. So John is sitting on his couch. He just had an amazing yoga session and he's looking for a healthy snack to get his energy back up. He always uses social media to get inspiration of what he wants to make. And the marketing team here at Fruitful recognizes John's persona. And they see him as a potential customer. And they target his profile on different social media with advertisement of the Fruitful app. They use Sitecore Content Hub product suite to create and strategize on our omni-channel content strategy. They use Sitecore MRM for planning and execution of the content strategy. They use Web2Print for creation of the printed materials for both offline and local promotions. And they use 3 different products for content generation and management to fuel all these experiences. These 3 products are Sitecore DAM, PCM, and CMP. The DAM is used for digital asset management and the images, media. Sitecore PCM is used for product information and Sitecore CMP for marketing content. So these 3 Content Hub products can then be published to the Sitecore Experience Edge. And the Edge is a SaaS solution that will take care of all the scaling and the delivery of this content. So let's go further with this story where John is sitting on the couch swiping Instagram. So he's swiping and the Fruitful advertising gets his attention. He downloads the app, which to me is a great result for Fruitful. So how did they manage this content? In this case, the Instagram advertising is a push of content. It's a bit different than the other stories. So the Sitecore Experience Edge is not involved. The planning, collaboration, and the creation of the content is done in Sitecore Content Hub. The image will come from the DAM. It's a cropped variant of an original image. The marketing content will be created with CMP. And then when ready, it will be pushed by the social team towards Instagram. So John installed the app. And now he's ready to start browsing the app. So he opens the app and he starts exploring product, recipes, till he finds a cocktail that he really likes and he wants to make. The content here in this place in the app is consumed by the app. So it's delivered to Sitecore Experience Edge. So this is where Sitecore Experience Edge comes in. Edge will take care of the global scaling and delivery of the content. The Fruitful team uses Sitecore DAM here to manage all their images, including the logo. Again, note that we're using the same image here as the social advertising, only it's another cropped variant for this channel. So Sitecore DAM basically provides one media source for all the variants needed on the different channels. The app, of course, gets the information loaded from Sitecore product content management for the product variants on the top, so related product. And of course, the marketing content is loaded from CMP. So John wants to build this or wants to create now this delicious fruit cocktail, but he figures out that he doesn't have all the ingredients. So his next step is to consult the chatbot for any recommendation to substitute ingredients options. The chatbot in this case has access to all the information. So they can use the information from Sitecore DAM, PCM, and CMP. Depending on the interactions that the visitor has with the chatbot, it will reach out to Sitecore Experience Edge to pull the content that it needs and present it to the visitor. The chatbot in this case helps John to replace his missing ingredient with an ingredient that he has in his home, and he's ready to make his cocktail. Walking to the kitchen, he fires up his voice assistant to help him with creation of this cocktail. In this case, the images again are loaded from the DAM, scaled to fit to this channel. Sitecore CMP will serve the marketing data. And again, note the reuse of content across channels. For example, here you can see the ingredients, nutritions, facts, and the instructions are used both in the app as in the voice assistant, meaning that the fruitful content team only need to maintain their content in one place. And that the customer here in this case, or the consumer, has a consistent experience of information and messaging across all these different channels. So with Content Hub and Sitecore Experience Edge, we have one source for all channels, with a high-performing, scalable SaaS delivery platform on top of marketing-friendly product suite of Content Hub. So to wrap it all up before we hand it over to Mark, what's the benefit that Fruitful had with Content Hub and the Sitecore Experience Edge combination? So Fruitful now can execute on their content strategy. I think that's a really important one. They can use this marketing-friendly SaaS solution to implement their content strategy, including collaboration and governance. They can work more efficiently. They can use content reusage across all different channels, and there's only a single source for their marketing and their product content and their media assets. We're providing a fruitful development team here with the freedom of choice of development options, supporting every channel, like we've seen here, even the voice assistant, chatbots, everything is possible, all because of this flexible, high available, and fast performing GraphQL API, enabling the fruitful development team to quickly implement solutions and experiences on multiple channels. Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub is providing Fruitful with a scalable SaaS content delivery solution, removing all the complexities and the burdens from IT. So that's it for me. I'm now going to hand it over up to Mark van Aalst, who will give you a demo on how you can get started with Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub. Thank you.
Peter already explained all the benefits the Experience Edge offers, when to use it, and provided an example of what you can do with Content Hub and the Experience Edge. But now let's focus on the how. How does it work and how can you use it yourself? With Experience Edge for Content Hub becomes a content as a service solution. Content management will happen within Content Hub. And then the GraphQL API that runs on the Experience Edge is able to deliver that content to any channel that is able to consume the GraphQL endpoint. So let's see how this overview relates to the different products within Content Hub. In a CAS solution, developers can create multiple front ends, all of which can retrieve content from the API. So the data is created and stored within Content Hub. This could be textual data within CMP or PCM, or assets that are being stored within a DAM solution. The data is then pushed to the API or delivery platform. Assets from the DAM will be served through the already existing CDN, and the delivery platform will provide the public links that are generated for those assets. The head or the front end is built by developers consuming that GraphQL endpoint and can be hosted on any platform like Vercel, Netlify, AWS, Azure. So in short, Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub provides the delivery platform as an additional mid-layer for sharing Sitecore CMP data, Sitecore PCM data, and any custom domain definitions you might have. In the delivery architecture of Sitecore Experience Edge for Content Hub remains as the repository, and you can publish the data to the content delivery service. The content delivery service is a delivery platform with a GraphQL endpoint that allows you to use the data directly through applications without any connectors. GraphQL serves as the querying language to consume data from the Sitecore Content Hub and deliver it to your custom channels. In this overview, the CDN links the delivery platform to static or dynamic generated sites, and any other runtime applications as you wish. The CDN caches queries flowing to and from the delivery platform. And we use event streams that allow Content Hub to broadcast schema or content changes. Content Hub raises an event each time approved content changes, which will drive the automatic publishing process. So the delivery platform is a multi-environment platform. It provides delivery services for multiple Content Hub environments. The delivery platform is distributed at a regional level. That is, a delivery platform instance is available in all major cities or regions around the world. This geographical distribution offers a scalable solution with minimal response times. And additionally, the content of all environments is duplicated in all delivery platform instances to improve resiliency and availability. So let's look at some of the configuration options. First, we have the delivery configuration. This defines the content schema that you want to publish to your delivery environment. It allows you to specify which entity definitions and even which fields are available for publishing to the edge. It gives the customers full control over what portion of their content schema is needed to support external processes. Then there's this concept of evaluation filters. This controls what data is being published. So only those entities that meet all of the conditions set by these business rules will be published to the edge. And it also supports the use of a configurable date property to define whether the item can be retrieved through the Experience Edge API. Speaking of APIs, with Experience Edge, we offer two APIs, two GraphQL APIs. First, we have the Preview GraphQL API. This provides access to unpublished content that exists within your Content Hub instance. This API endpoint also runs on top of your Content Hub instance and therefore is directly tied to that. It's not scaled to handle large amounts of requests. Then there's the Delivery GraphQL API. This only provides you the published content that exists within the Experience Edge. It also enforces that concept that we saw earlier about evaluation filters and data restrictions. This GraphQL endpoint is scaled to handle those amounts of requests that you might need. It runs on top of the Experience Edge and it uses the whole infrastructure there to provide you the response times that you need for large consumers of data. But how do you authenticate with those APIs? Well, you'll need an API key to authenticate to both the Delivery API and the Preview API. So the API keys can be created through the UI itself within Content Hub, within the Manage section, or you could use the Token API. You can also create API keys for specific content collections that only authorize access to the content stored within that content selection. Alternatively, you could provide an API key for your full instance, so every content item that is available within the Experience Edge. So I think that's enough slides already. Let's go into some code. Let's see how we can use that endpoint. So this is my Content Hub 4.0 environment with the Experience Edge enabled. It's a blank environment with some data loaded. So there's some fruitful data that you might have seen earlier is already available within this instance. So let's have a quick look on that. So if we look into the content overview here on that search page, then you'll see that we already have some blogs, some recipes, some email, some social media. So there's already a bit of content within this instance. This also means that we can use the GraphQL API, the Preview API, to query this content. So let's see how much content items are available within this API, within this instance, this delivery Preview API. To do so, we need to authorize this session with an API key. So if you look at the bottom left, then you see that I'm sending in an HTTP header using that GraphQL token that I've already created within my Content Hub instance. So let's have a quick look in my instance to see where you could generate it yourself. So by going to the settings section, the manage section, you can go into the API key section and there you have an overview of all your API keys available. Note that the key itself will not be available for you to view. That's only when you create it, but you'll see the users that have created some API keys. I could choose a delivery or a preview API key. In my case, I already have the preview API key filled in. So if I now run this query, then you'll see that I get 10 results back with a total of 22. So the data set is being reduced to 10 items each right now. That's the default value, but there's a total of 22 items within my environment. So if I go into the delivery API, let's make it a bit bigger, go to the delivery API, and I'm going to use that exact same query as I did on the preview API, then you notice that I only have 3 results, meaning that from those 22 items that you saw on the preview API, only 3 of them meet the publishing criteria that have been set. So those evaluation triggers we talked about earlier. So these items are available within our Experience Edge API right now at this moment. So Having said that, that's all the default content that was already in there. Let's see if we can create our own content types to get to serve through that API. So to do so, we're going into our manage ops, to our options, and we're gonna create new content types. Here we fill in the name. Let's say that we're building a news article. Then we can select an icon, which in case of Sitecore software is always the harder task, whether it's DXP or whether it's Content Hub. You need to make a selection of your icon. For now, I'll just pick a random one and I'll use green as my color. So now I'm creating this new content type within Content Hub, and I can add fields to that. So as you see a gray cloud next to it. It will be published to the delivery platform, but it's not there yet. So let's add a few members to our news article. And let's say that we want to have a title. So let's say article title. And we'll use a single line for that. Give it a help text, and we'll select the heading 1. This will be how it is going to be visualized within the editing UI. So we'll add another member here. Let's say the abstract. And we'll use a paragraph for this, and we'll use a multiple lines field type, content type. And we'll add a third one, and we'll call that article body. And we'll use HTML for that. And we'll use the paragraph as a styling as well. Now hit save. And now you immediately see that my members are being created, and there also is a green cloud being showed, meaning that this content type is enabled for the delivery platform, meaning that all the content based on this content type can be published to the delivery platform. And if I reload my page, then you'll see that my content types are at the moment being synchronized with the Experience Edge endpoint, so it will be available within the endpoint later on as well. Well, let's go into our preview API already. As said, the preview API works on my Content Hub instance directly, so it's tied to the instance that I'm also using to add my content. And within this environment, within this GraphQL API, you see that you have two tabs on the side. So there's schema and docs. So the schema allows you to browse the actual schema, the GraphQL schema that's being used, and the docs give you an option to go a bit deeper even. So you can go into all of the types that you have. So let's say we want to know how my blog type looks like. So going into my blog section, there you'll see that I'm getting a blog list in return, which in its case adds some page info, total number of blogs that are being that are available, and also an array or list of all the blog items. So here you see I have a blog body, a blog quote, and a blog title. So as you can see, this has been prefixed with blog underscore and then the field name. In my case, since I've been using the content type wizard within the settings section of Content Hub, it's using a random ID, and in our case, it will likely to be this one, 13BA6. So let's have a look into there. Let's see if we can find our fields. So if we look that type up, then we'll see that here we are. Click it open, and we can scroll all of the type details there. So there's a bunch of default types there. And on the bottom there, we have article abstract, article body, and article title. So we know that this is our item. So let's change our query. So instead of querying all M content, we're going to query all M content underscore 13BA6. And using this IDE, it also has auto completion, which is very helpful when using randomly generated IDs as a part of your field name. So right now there's no content in there, which makes sense because we've only created the content type. We haven't created any content specifically based on that content type. So let's do that right now. Let's go to our content overview, and we'll create a new piece of content, and we're just gonna have a test article, in this case, test article 1 of type news article, and we'll fill in some default information, some test information there. So right now it is being opened. Now there we are. So if we click edit, then we can fill in our article title, which as you can see is now represented as an H1, a heading 1. So let's say that we want to have article 1 title here, and this will be article 1 body abstract, sorry, and then article 1 body. So we will save the item now within our Content Hub instance. And now if you go back to the preview API, then our item should be available within our preview API. So let's have a quick look. Let's reload it. Yeah, now we see that we have one result with an ID, and the ID is not saying us anything. So let's see if we can add those fields here. Well, as said, it is all using auto completion. So just type in title and it will fill in the rest. Same goes for body and abstract, obviously. If we now hit refresh, then yes, we can see that the data that we just entered into the system is now available as a result in our query. So as said, let's copy and paste this query into our GraphQL Experience Edge endpoint, so our production delivery API. And here we don't have any results. And why is that? Well, that is quite simple because we haven't published our content yet. Our content is only being saved, so we need to put it through all the states. So we'll send it for review, and in this case, we'll review it ourselves. There's obviously a lot more workflow that you can add here, but for now, this will suffice. So let's confirm that it's being sent to the connector, meaning that it will be sent to the Experience Edge API. And now if you go back to the Experience Edge API, and we are going to reload our query, there we go. Then yeah, we see that we have some results in here. So we have an article title, an article body, and an article abstract. So our content item has been created. So now let's copy and paste this query and go to Visual Studio Code, where I've already created a Next.js app. So I'm using the Next.js starter, create next app, and it just gives me this. The only thing that I've added is a wrapper, a TypeScript wrapper around a GraphQL library. So I'm using the Apollo client in this example, which is just a fairly simple example. And I wrote this wrapper because I need to provide my, well, some authentication tokens, right? So I have the token stored as an environment variable within my project. And I'm using that so that I only have to fill it in once in that wrapper, and then I'm done. So now on my page, so my entry point for my Next.js app, the index file, index.tsx, then I can paste my query in here. And as you will see, I've already created a content list component. The content list component will only show all the items that are being returned as a result. In our case, there will be only one. And it shows the title and the abstract of that item. So let's paste our query in here. What we can do with our GraphQL queries, we can add some aliases, some names to it. So in this case, I'm just going to name it content. And some of the result fields, I will just call title, abstract, and body, so that I can use them on later in my code in more meaningful names. So I won't be using those randomly generated IDs in there. So that's those field names. So now if I run this app, and I'm just running in the developer mode, it's going to open up my localhost 3000 port. And if I'm going to open up Edge and go to that page, if all went well, I should be able to see the content that I've just put in as a result on that page. So let's load it in and let's see. And there we are. So our static title, content of content, and there we are, article 1 title and article 1 abstract. So as you can see, that is quite simple to implement a GraphQL endpoint within your Next.js. And even within Content Hub itself, you can create your own content types and you can base content on that, on top of that. So there you go.
Hello, my name is Sergey Yatsenko. I'm a Sitecore MVP, enterprise architect, and technical director at the Content Hub practice at a US-based consulting firm called Accenture. I can be reached via email or my LinkedIn profile, or feel free to contact us via our Accenture website. In this session, we will start with just a handful of slides to help set the stage and explain some of the challenges that Content Hub helps to solve and what it is from more from a technical perspective. I'll highlight some of the foundational aspects of the system from a developer or architect view, and then we'll do a quick demo to take a look at some of the concepts that I would like to highlight that I hope will help understand how it works from the system architecture point of view. This will be high level, rather limited view of the product. There's no way we can cover all the aspects. It's a pretty big and mature product by now, but I hope this will give an idea or more of a starting point to those developers and architects who would like to get started with the Content Hub. So what is it? What is the Content Hub from a technical perspective? What problems does it solve and how? Well, the Content Hub can be many things. It has many features, and different people might see it in a different light, might see it differently. Everybody have a different perspective, depending on what they do for a living. And Sitecore has many good materials on what it is and how it works, from say a marketer's or a content editor perspective. The developer documentation is also publicly available. It provides a detailed look at the features and the APIs that Content Hub provides. Sitecore also provides Content Hub training materials for different audiences. So, how would I prefer Content Hub to be explained to me as somebody who comes from a technical background? I think one way to look at it is from a content or data management perspective, or from kind of enterprise data management perspective. Or maybe to put it in a more technical way, we can think of object schemas, object entities, relationships between the objects, how different kinds of data or content is stored and manipulated in the system and across different systems, how this content and data gets into our system and how it gets published to the third parties and various partner sites, for example, or custom APIs. Well, we talk in enterprise content and how it is getting managed. So the way we usually model our objects when we create software is we create a model, and the model can be will be represented by an object, right? So if we look at the things from the object-oriented perspective, then our model is our collection of classes, where we have fields that hold data, and then we have references or pointers that represent relationships between different objects in our schema. We can also think about it from the database schema perspective, right? So in this case, we would create tables, and then we would create foreign keys to point our records to records in other tables, right? So that's how we would link different kinds of data together. And then we build our systems. We create different APIs so that our systems can talk with each other and among their own modules. We create UI interfaces for the system users to be able to interact with this data. This is an oversimplification, of course, but well, this is the way and nothing is wrong with it. But building custom enterprise systems takes a lot of custom work. And then over time, they tend to go out of date. They require maintenance, some rework. The business needs change. And then change in system, especially if it's the kind of system that lived for say 5 or 10 or 15 years, may become a challenge because, well, the original development team may leave, the documentation gets lost, tribal knowledge also disappears. So let me just illustrate it on maybe from slightly different angle. So let's say we would design and build a typical enterprise content management system. So we would start with requirements. We would define our high-level architecture, and we would create a data schema to manage various data entities. It could be one database, it could be multiple databases to store different kinds of data. Then we create user interfaces for all kinds of systems, users, and such as content editors, marketers, to interact with this data. And then we would need to integrate different parts of our system with each other. We create custom APIs, various integration mechanisms such as queues, or maybe implement some kind of publish, subscribe schema so that our content can flow into third-party systems. And then eventually those systems tend to become complex as their functionality grows. And over time, some years after the system was originally built, the identifying all parts of the system and all the dependencies and honestly making sense of it may become a challenge. And then if we look at how the content or enterprise data, or more from an informational point of view, this may also become the challenge with this kind of systems, because different kinds of content might end up living in different parts of the system. It would be managed and maintained by different groups of people, potentially different development teams. And then system users would use different workflows. Sometimes they come up with some ad hoc processes and maybe all kinds of hacks and shortcuts just to get things done. There's no visibility oftentimes across different silos where the content end up living. And this leads up to situations where content is getting lost over time, or maybe the other extreme when the same content is getting duplicated across different data sources simply because the teams or people don't have visibility into each other's content silos. So the collaboration between teams and people becomes a challenge. People would find creative ways to share content across the system through, let's say, file shares, or let's say copy content to maybe an Office document or send emails to each other. So this may get the job done like this time, but this obviously is not an efficient way to manage enterprise data. So from enterprise data perspective, well, this may start looking like a bit of a chaos all the time. And that's what Sitecore tends to call the content crisis. Right? So eventually, architects and developers would have to step in, analyze, and sort things out, and maybe rebuild some things in the system. And those enterprise systems, they're not exactly easy to understand, especially if they were built by somebody else. Usually, if the content or data is managed in the centralized system, that's so much easier to build. And this is when the Content Hub can help. It provides a single solution to help centralize, aggregate, and publish different kinds of content. So when we're centralizing our content management in one system, this enables different teams and people across the organization easily share and collaborate on different kinds of content. For example, the content authors would be management the site content for one or more websites. The product managers would manage products, or catalog managers. Marketers, for example, would plan and execute marketing campaigns, and then creative teams would be using Content Hub to alter and manage their assets, such as images and videos. And when it's all done in a single place, then it makes it so much easier to have visibility and to maintain the relationships between all those different kinds of content. So, like, for example, the site pages can feature the products, which in turn can feature the related images and assets, and they can also be bound together by marketing campaigns, which would run on the website. The opportunities are endless, and Content Hub simplifies a lot of the scenarios like this. So in addition to centralization, Content Hub allows to aggregate data from the various sources into the Content Hub. So this can be done through the Content Hub RESTful APIs or via some of its out-of-the-box import mechanisms. And then as a benefit, once the content is imported into the Content Hub, some of these legacy systems on the left, they can be retired. So management of this content can effectively be moved into the Content Hub. And so the legacy systems, they don't need to be maintained anymore. They can be retired. Now the publishing is another very powerful concept of the Content Hub. The Content Hub being an API first headless CMS, mostly focuses on the content as the data. It leaves the presentation aspects to the delivery channels. So let's say Sitecore or any other website would take care of the presentation, while the Content Hub actually holds the actual content or data that is featured on the pages. So if we're talking about the Sitecore products, Content Hub being the Sitecore product now, comes with the set of connectors. So there are connectors for Sitecore XP, for Sitecore Commerce, as well as for some of the third-party systems such as Salesforce. The publishing targets, they don't really need to be Sitecore, of course. They can be, and this is where the headless delivery paradigm helps. Some of the delivery targets examples include, let's say, various blogging platforms, aggregators that would read the product data and aggregate them on their platform. Could be partner websites featuring the content from the Content Hub. It could really be anything, including, let's say, the IoT device, such as Alexa, for example. Basically, if target system can work with the RESTful API, then it can be integrated with the Content Hub. And the same actually applies to the aggregation systems. If the source system can push content to the Content Hub through its RESTful APIs, then it can be integrated with Content Hub. So now, because our time is super limited, let me focus on just a handful of foundation elements of the Content Hub, which we're going to take a look at the demo part. So the elements that I would like to cover today include the schema. I mentioned it's more or less the same as a database schema or class definitions, with the difference. The big difference here is that we don't really need to write any code to maintain our schema. Right? It's mostly a drag and drop exercise, and the same actually applies to most of the other elements that we're going to feature in today's demo. The next element is the entities, and the entities are pretty much the same as our objects or database records. Content Hub can effectively store a large number of entities and the relationships between them, and it takes care of a number of entity management aspects automatically, and that includes indexing, and includes that includes different permissions and access levels for different roles of users who works with the system. The Content Hub would also generate some basic UI pages to view and manage entities, and it will update this UI when entities are getting changed. And it will also expose entities in the system through its RESTful APIs automatically. So the entity objects are really rendered as a JSON. So there's no need to tweak or update the RESTful API endpoints after each data schema. Whatever new fields we include into the entity or exclude, those changes will be reflected in the RESTful JSON representation of our objects. Now, moving on to the pages. These are not website pages. These are more like the content editor pages in Sitecore, except in the Content Hub, they can really be easily customized. So these are used by marketers and content editors and other system users. Creating and editing these pages in the Content Hub is a no-code exercise in majority of the cases. It's mostly drag and drop kind of exercise. You choose your components, you select parameters, you specify which data type you want this page to display, and that's pretty much it. It's very straightforward. Now the next element is scripts. The scripts allow to extend Content Hub functionality. It's basically a written C# code that is stored in the Content Hub and executed when needed. Actions and triggers, they usually come together. So actions are more or less like a functions. They can be out of the box kinds of functions. For example, send message to service bus queue or invoke RESTful API call to make a call to some third-party system. And the actions can also invoke the above-mentioned scripts, custom scripts. And the triggers, well, they more or less the same concept as the database triggers, which is basically whenever something happens in the system, trigger gets fired. There's an option to provide some conditions which will be checked when the trigger is fired. And if conditions are met, then the trigger will perform one or more actions as a result. And it's important to remember that it could be the whole cascade of actions that will be executed as a result of the trigger. It don't have to be just one action. Well, and last but not least is the set of RESTful APIs. So the Content Hub comes with the rich set of RESTful APIs, which allows to read and manage the entities inside of the Content Hub and also perform some of the most common administrative tasks. Basically, much of what you can do with the admin interfaces can also be done via its RESTful APIs. And now let's move on to the demo part. This is how Content Hub homepage looks like. That's what users get to see after they log into the system. The menus and available pages may differ depending on the access rights and various customizations that had been applied to your particular instance. But usually the major areas where the system users would focus would be assets, content, and the projects. So, and the products, I'm sorry. So the assets are pretty much media assets that are stored in the system. This is how they look like. Those are usually images and videos. They can also be various kinds of documents. So we get to see all assets that are present in the system. And then when we get to navigate to the details pages, which would show all the asset renderings or kind of representations of the asset file, as well as all the metadata that is related to the given asset. Moving on to the content, let's go to the search. you see all kinds of content stored in the system, and this content can be intended for a different audiences. Like, for example, the blog can be created with intention of it being published to the publishing platform or maybe to the Sitecore website, right? So here I have just one blog. I navigate to the details, and this is essentially the blog content. It can include text. It can include images, which are basically other assets stored in the system. Now, moving on to the products. This is the part of the Content Hub PCM functionality, which allows to manage company products and categories and catalogs in the Content Hub. And this is just one example of how the product catalog may look like in the Content Hub. You can see the products can be categorized into categories and the product families. Right? And then, just like with the content, we can see the product details when we select a specific product. And as you can see, just like with the blog content that we just looked at, the product can be associated with assets. Right? So this is where all kinds of different content come together in the Content Hub. Now, I'd like to move on to the management area, which is where usually system administrators and developers would go into. And just briefly take a look at some of the major concepts that I highlighted in the presentation slides. So we will start with the schema. So you can see we can use the search for the schema and navigate to it. And this provides a list of the schema definitions that are currently defined in the system. So let's say if I navigate to the asset, then it would list various fields as well as relationships between assets and other entities represented in the system. Some of them are not available for me to edit. Some can be edited, and adding fields or the sections to the schema, and a section is basically is a kind of grouping of the fields. It is basically as simple as clicking on a new member, choosing whether it's going to be property, relationship, or taxonomy, which is just a special kind of hierarchically defined data. Then we can basically add the field or relationship to the schema definition, and then we can publish the changes, which will effectively make them available to all system users. All right. Now, I'm just going to quickly move on to the pages. Or actually, before we go to the pages, let me quickly jump to entities. You can see this is the similar list, but in this case, when I click on the asset, I will get to see all the assets available in the system. There are quite a few items available, and this is just the default auto-generated management UI. Before jumping into the screen, we looked at the assets and products and content management pages, which are more of a custom created management pages that are kind of more convenient for the system users. So with that said, let me quickly jump to pages, or rather how they look like from development perspective. So here we see all pages that are currently present in the system, and we did look at the products before, and this is how product pages look like in the system. So you see we have a series of predefined UI elements which can be dragged and dropped onto the page entity in the Content Hub, and then they can be configured to show specific type of data on a given page. All right. Our time is pretty limited, so I have to quickly move on to the few remaining concepts, of which the first one is going to be the scripts. So let me find scripts. And then let's see how, for example, this one might look like. As you can see, C# code stored in the system. It basically works with the context entity. The context entity is the entity being processed by this particular script, and it applies some actions through the custom code. All right, moving on to the actions. As you can see, some of the actions, they have the type selected as the action script. These are the actions that will actually execute our custom script, while some of the other ones are out of the box action types. Let's say the Azure Service Bus would invoke the call to Azure Service Bus. Basically, it will push the message into the Azure Service Bus. So all we need to do to make this work is to provide a connection string, and in this case, a topic name of the service bus that resides in Azure. All right. Moving to triggers. That's how they look like. Different kinds of triggers triggered to respond to different events that happen in the system. Like this one, for example, would fire up whenever the entity of a given type is changed. And the type of entity, you see in this case, is of type of content. And we have the subcondition saying, well, only trigger this trigger when this particular field is changing its value. So these are the conditions, and this is the action that is going to be executed. In this case, that action was sending a message into the service bus queue. So the last but not least, actually quite an important element of the Content Hub is its set of the RESTful APIs. And unfortunately, our time is limited, but let me just show how the Content Hub API looks like. So if I navigate to API/entities and provide the entity ID at the end, oops, sorry, that's the other way around. Entities. All right. Sorry for the hiccup. But this is how the entity is represented by the Content Hub API. So here we're looking at the product where we get to see all the properties of different types. And then the relationships, which again are more like references to other content entities in the system. And then there's some metadata about the entity kind of served along with the rest of the data. And this concludes our demo part. I hope this session will help to get some high-level idea on what Content Hub is for, some of the challenges that it aims to solve, what it is from a technical perspective, and maybe if this may be something that can help some of the content-related challenges in the organization. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my session today on integrating Sitecore Content Hub through the Microsoft Integration Services. I'll start out by giving a little bit of personal context to who am I, what I do in my daily living, give you some introduction to Content Hub. A lot of you might have seen that, but putting it mainly in a context of a larger solution landscape, how we approach integration using integration platforms, and build up for you an example scenario of integration with Sitecore Content Hub with a number of other business applications. We'll wrap it up by highlighting a little bit on the value we see in building an approach like this. My name is Klaus Petersen. I'm a global CTO at Alpha Solutions. I have been part of the Sitecore community for the majority of my professional life. I started out working with this Sitecore in 2002. I'm a proud MVP and have been so for a very long time. And I've participated in delivery on, let me say, I think every product that Sitecore ever brought to market. I reside with my family in Copenhagen, the founding city of Sitecore. Alpha Solutions is a company I co-founded many years ago now. We specialize in digital business for larger companies. We build enterprise scaled solution with a number of different technologies. Among others, we are specialized in Sitecore Content Hub, Sitecore Commerce, XP. We have been a large part of the Sitecore Managed Cloud rollout of several solutions and are located in both Europe and the Americas with approximately 100 consultants focusing on different aspects of driving digital business. We focus on building enterprise level systems for our clients, which of course means integrated solutions. Running enterprises with disconnected systems is not really how we see things being done. So let's dig a little bit into Sitecore Content Hub. Since Sitecore acquired Style Labs, a lot have happened. A lot of you might have probably seen it. Content Hub has a number of different aspects to it: DAM, MRM, CMP, PCM, lots of acronyms. It contains and orchestrates the creation of content, whether it's being digital assets, marketing-oriented content per se, or product-specific content management. Today, I'll focus a lot on the product content management, but the aspects that I put to use here could be used for any of the elements, but product content management is an aspect which we, of course, use a lot in digital business, e-commerce solution, and so forth, but is pretty easy to understand as well. Content Hub in the Sitecore landscape is, of course, playing the role of building content, so supporting the processes of creating, reviewing, managing the creation workflows. The experience platform is very much for the omni-channel delivery, personalization, the classical Sitecore as it was many years ago, while Experience Commerce, of course, can drive the conversion and handle the transaction of any of our digital channels. If we extend this a little bit into a larger enterprise landscape, including elements where Sitecore does not really play a role, the example setup that I have created here, we have an ERP system. I've used Microsoft Business Central on Dynamics 365 as the solution I'm running. PIM/DAM handled by Content Hub. We might have a Sitecore XC digital platform with e-commerce. I might have a CRM, customers and customer support tools. I use Microsoft CRM as one, Salesforce as the other in our examples. We might have marketing automation, machine learning platforms, and so forth in a larger enterprise landscape. Having large enterprise landscapes, of course, mean integration. If you don't run everything within one and the same platform, integration needs to be a first-class citizen of your projects. But taking projects into the enterprise also means being very much focused on the operability of your integrations, monitoring resilience, being able to actually see what and why happens, being able to replay, and so forth. These are some of the aspects that we use when we move into integration platforms. Integration platforms is, as with any other technology component nowadays, also a target for a Magic Quadrant by Gartner. A Magic Quadrant for enterprise integration platforms as a service. You can see here the 2020 version of it. Using a platform approach instead of a code approach to integration means that the reusability of the components you use tend to have a higher degree. But integration is very much driven with patterns, just like this business logic. So integration platforms can give me other types of reusable assets than code libraries. Platforms tend to make integration more operatable, manageable, scalable, as the platforms can cater for some of these services. Platforms also tend to combine orchestration with development, so giving you the flexibility of code development in some aspects, but having a flow orchestration as a first-class citizen as well can drive implementation efficiencies. I'll show you some examples of that. We work with a number of different integration platforms, but today I would like to focus on Microsoft Azure, the integration services that they have, because they do tend to fit very, very well with Sitecore Container. Azure integration services have a number of different aspects to it. It, of course, is an assembly of some of the components that Microsoft Azure in general drives. You can use all of the assets in the infrastructure, whether it is document-oriented databases, SQL databases, functions, API-driven applications, but especially Event Grid, API Management, Logic App, and Service Bus are elements that normally compose the integration services. I'll focus on the two latter, Logic App, Service Bus today, and what they bring to applications like this. The Service Bus is a messaging service. I'll use topics, which gives me a one publisher, several subscriber pattern. So I'll have a disconnect between who publishes things and who actually knows to receive it. Logic Apps brings me orchestration. So having the flow control in an orchestration design and not necessarily in code, and it brings me standard connectors. I've, of course, taken a number of standard business applications to compose the scenarios I'll drive you through today, so you can see some of the value that it can bring. Of course, we can extend it with Azure Functions, the code approach, and so forth. So it's actually not limiting our ability to do things, but just giving us different grains of control on different services and on different orchestrations, so we can get a better speed of implementation. So let's delve a little bit into the scenario that I'll be showing you today. Of course, we'll have an ERP system in. I use the Microsoft Dynamics Business Central as the ERP system. Quick spin-off in Dynamics 365. The ERP system creates the basic product SKUs. So whenever we bring a product into our company portfolio, we'll create it in the ERP so we can actually sell it. Give it to market, give it a price. But that only does a little bit. Before we can bring it to the market, I need better description. I need to manage and enrich the product. Sitecore Content Hub, of course, plays that role, whether I bring it to digital channels, offline channels, print media, and so forth. Those content creation processes happen in our Sitecore Content Hub. Then on the downstream side of Content Hub, I have brought in 3 example applications here. I brought in a Microsoft CRM for customer management, including the contract management we have here. So I need products in the CRM to be able to maintain my service contracts for specific products and so forth. To do follow-up dialing on service contract renewals, product replacements, and so forth. So product info is needed in this CRM. I have Salesforce Service Cloud for call center support. So managing our incident on specific products, putting up FAQs, generating next best support action for specific clients, is done through Salesforce Service Cloud. I need product information as well. And we use Relevise for product recommendations. So, hey, for product recommendations, I would need products. I need product attributes to be put in so we can use dimensions of the products for recommending specific products. If I'm all in for blue clothes, hey, I better know that which products are blue when we start recommending things. So that's the scenario I would like to drive you through. So let's dig a little bit into it. Central in an integration like that, from my perspective, is disconnects between the systems. So we'll use topics. Topics is a message bus. The Sitecore or the Azure service bus holds queues and topics. Topics are one publisher, multiple subscribers. Queues are just one publisher, one subscriber. I could use a queue for the specific scenario I've done here for ERP, where we only have Content Hub as a receiver of the products from Business Central. But you never know. You never know when another system might need the basic product information from the ERP. So we very often use topics, no matter whether it's one or multiple subscribers that we need. Each subscription handles a subscriber. So underneath the product subscription, which is the product topic, which is the one who handles enriched products from Content Hub, I have 3 subscriptions: CRM for Microsoft CRM, recommendations for LOIs, and Salesforce for the Service Cloud. One note of using Azure Service Bus as a mechanism is limited size of messages. A message in this setup has 1024 megabytes as a standard maximum size, which means a large product description and so forth might actually get bigger. It means either zip content sometimes, it means only deliver IDs, and then you need to pull the full entity from the sourcing system. It has advantages and disadvantages to do one or the other. Zip might not always be enough. You might have larger messages like that if you have a number of technical specifications or so forth. But if you deliver only IDs, you would need to pull the full product from an API, which creates a dependency between the subscriber of a system and the publisher of the system. So if you can contain everything in the message, it gives you an independency between the systems that could be to advantage sometimes. Let's dig into the first connection, the one between Microsoft Dynamics Business Central and Content Hub. There's a standard connector to Microsoft Business Central in Microsoft Integration. Not a big surprise, as both are Microsoft products. On the right-hand side here, I actually tried to describe the full flow of having a trigger. I used the record is created trigger here. it is connected to my instance. It's a point-and-click configuration. You log in, use a service credential to get into the instance. Here I used a specific production environment for a specific company running in it, and I want to get data from the items table. That trigger which starts the flow, so now this logic app will get triggered and get flowed whenever a record is created in this table. It is only delivering the identifier, the raw ID, so I need to get the full record to get all of the fields in and the attributes of the record. I'll do that with a get record standard action of the connector. So point and click, no coding done. Even selection of the row ID is actually just a point and click from the trigger. Now I have the record that I want to push into Content Hub. So I'll start by querying Content Hub, and I'll query the product entity type of Content Hub. Content Hub has a standard connector to logic apps as well. I've written a query which will assure me, which will find the entities that is defined as a product that has a product label equal to the product number that I got from the record in the ERP. So I'll make sure those two match. As it's a query, it might return multiple records. So I will have a for each through all of the records we find, and I will update the entity in Content Hub and put the product name and the product identifier into the product in case that does not. If I had other attributes, I would just add them to the list of attributes to update in Content Hub. But as it's coming from ERP to Content Hub, it's quite a few elements that we need to update in this. Okay, let's move on to next step, which is now we have enriched Content Hub data, and we want to push it downstream to our next systems. Content Hub integrates really well with Azure Integration Services. It has a number of actions which is bound to Azure. So we can, for example, push messages to an Azure Service Bus. So I created an action which sends product to an Azure Service Bus. The destination type is a topic, and I have a topic name which I push it to. Then I create a trigger. A trigger is something that listens for things that happen in Content Hub and then performs an action whenever that trigger is met. So I created a trigger which will trigger on entity creation, entity modification, entity deletion. All of these three things I want to handle in my integration towards my next systems, so we can have a correctly updated downstream system from that. I put some conditions around the integration. Put the condition that the entity creation, modification or deletion needs to happen on a m.pcm.product entity type. That's the entity type of the PCM product in Content Hub. And I put a condition in as well that the current value of the active state needs to be ready to publish. If they're under review, I do not want to push them to my downstream system, so I'll do it like this. And of course, just pointed to the action I created, which pointed to my topic and so forth. So with this setup, saved and enabled, my topic queue message bus will, or service bus will start receiving messages whenever an entity is created, modified, or deleted, if it's a product with the ready to publish state. Now, let's delve into something a little bit more complex on the orchestration side. I have built an orchestration here which triggers on a message in a topic. I've connected it to my product topic that I created earlier and that I pushed messages to. I selected a subscription. This is the Microsoft CRM orchestration flow, so it's the CRM subscription. If I had a similar flow for updating Relevise product recommendation engine, I would take it from the recommendations subscription instead of. And I want to check every 10 seconds whether something happens. When a message from Content Hub is a meta message, meaning it contains a message type which indicates what type of event was happening, and it contains an identifier of which entity was actually the event happened on, meaning deleted, updated, created. So I'll do a control logic switch, meaning I'll determine whether the message type is either a save message or delete message. Save can be both creation and modification. I get the same message type on both of them. So inside the save message, I have a if statement, as I have only two conditions here. There is a meta flag in our message, which is called isNew. This again, it's point and click selecting them because I put in a parse JSON step here after the message where I created a schema for the message JSON that I get from Content Hub, and then suddenly I can point and click to all of the attributes of it. isNew, if it's equal to true, it's a newly created product in Content Hub, so it's in the initial product creation, but with a state that is set to ready for publish, because else I wouldn't get there due to my condition on the outbound action in Content Hub. If it's true, I will create the record in CRM and get the flow going. If it's false, I'll get the entity for an update instead of. Now I have an update, so I will actually check to find it in CRM. I will use a field mapping, so in CRM I'll carry a common identifier between Content Hub and CRM. I'll find the record. A finder can always return more than one record, so I'll loop over the entities. If everything works, there should only be one, but I'll update the record and the relevant fields. In real life production ready scenarios, I might do the same record check in the creation as it might actually have been created through manual labor or a disconnected system for a while or something like that. So for production ready scenarios, there might be more fault tolerant in this. Deletion is of course the same. I don't need to check the deletion. I get the ID, so I'll find the record in the CRM. I can't delete unless I have the record with the right ID, so I'll find it first. If anything is found, I'll delete it. If it's not there, I don't have the error for deleting non-existing records. I just accept that if that happens, that's quite fine. Default status means the message type is different than from save and delete. If Content Hub figures out new types of messages, I can do some error handling. The value. There's definitely a lot of values through the standard connectors that you have. I have a connector to Microsoft Business Central. I have a connector to Content Hub. I have a connector to Microsoft CRM. I have a connector to Salesforce. I don't have a connector to Relevise. They have a REST API through Swagger Open API. I can get a strongly tied REST interface and use that in the same manner like the others. If not, I can start coding through Azure Function similar. Orchestration patterns is of course a strong advantage for me when we build everything. Secondly, when you run, communication services give you monitoring, replay, alerting, all of the stuff that the operational organization need. As an example, every run I have, I can actually see which way through my orchestration logic it has taken. An example here, all of the green dots shows that the step in the flow went quite okay. This was a save entity message, so the condition on the is new was false, so it was a modification, and I get it over to the right hand side of the flow. If I get errors, if I have too many errors through a short period of time, I can get alerting, all of the things that a platform can support. Pay by capacity is, of course, a really, really strong offering from Azure. No investment in setup, no investment in scaling. A logic app, for example, is paid by consumption of an action. So the number of actions that is actually performed in run is what costs me money. If I have 1,000 messages to run through a specific flow, whether I do that in 2 minutes or in 10 minutes, it doesn't matter. Price is the same, so I can scale up to parallel processing at the same price as doing it sequentially. So that gives me a huge advantage. Ease of maintenance is, of course, a huge advantage as well. Flow-based orchestration is easier to read and validate for business architects. Depending on skills, of course, it might be easier to get into and learn for new developers to oversee how the flow is supposed to work. C# code can be complex to do that, but hey, if you have an experienced C# developer, I'm not saying that that's harder and takes longer than doing it in orchestration, but having the visual orchestration very often gives easier way into somebody else's integration code than C# does. Okay, let's finish up what we've done today. My two key takeaways is Content Hub really integrates well with Azure integration services. Other Azure artifacts, well designed, well built, is very easy to integrate through Azure integration services. On the other side, Azure integration services gives you a lot of flexibility, strong control, ability to move between C#, visual configuration, gives you operability, and gives the organization a long time value without a huge investment in a standard platform. That will be it for me today. Thank you very much for listening in to this session of today. If you have questions, if you want to have a different opinion on Azure integration, other integration platforms, reach out. I'm always open for chat. I hope you enjoyed this session of today. Please take care, be safe, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello, my name is Guido and thank you for joining me today during this virtual developer day session. And in this session I want to talk to you about the Sitecore rendering host and give a brief introduction about some of the base concepts behind the engine as well as give a demo on how to create your first component. But first off, a little bit about myself. My name is Guido van Tricht. I work as a Sitecore solution architect at Valtech and have been working for Valtech and with the Sitecore platform for the last 7 to 8 years. If you have any questions whatsoever about what I'm talking about or about the session, feel free to reach out on Twitter at Guido v. Tricht or through LinkedIn. So, during this session, I first want to touch upon what the Sitecore rendering host actually is. So, talk about what Sitecore has built for us. Then take a quick dive into ASP.NET Core and what that offers us. And finish off with a demo on creating a simple component. So, what is this Sitecore rendering host? Bluntly put, it's a counterpart to the JSS head offering from Sitecore, where the JSS offering is built on top of JavaScript, and you can use front-end frameworks to build a head for your headless offering. In this case, the Sitecore rendering host is built on top of .NET, even more specific, ASP.NET Core. This rendering host was built on top of ASP.NET Core 3.1, however, you can upgrade it to .NET 5. Then, with that, come already a lot of out-of-the-box functionalities, because it is an extension to ASP.NET Core rather than a new product. You get everything from ASP.NET Core. However, not everything is supported yet. So what is supported and what is important to understand is the different ways you can create your components, of course. So currently there are 4 types of views you can build. First of all, there's the model-bound view, which basically can render a view based on a model, so the data source from your Sitecore component. A second one is a view component, and this view component allows you to render a view with some code behind. It's not as much built to support a data source from Sitecore, however, it is possible to do so. Then, like we know from ASP.NET MVC, we also have support for partial views. And last but not least, there's tag helpers. And tag helpers in this case are out of the box mainly built to support the experience editor. So tag helpers are used to render out specific Sitecore fields, like rendering just a text field or a general link field, and it allows you to then edit those fields directly in the experience editor. And last but not least, there's support for personalization. However, personalization is more an offering from the layout service rather than from this engine itself. There's nothing specifically built into this engine. So when we look at ASP.NET Core, like I said, it is an extension to this ASP.NET Core, and ASP.NET Core then offers us a lot of functionalities already. Some of them include these, like routing, the way a page is rendered based on your URL. It offers different hosting support options, so you can now host your app in Kestrel, in IIS, in Nginx, and some others. It offers basic dependency injection framework, and you can include things like MVC, Razor pages, and possibly even also Blazor. Now, with that in mind, there are 2 key areas I think you need to understand before you actually are ready to build a production ready site based on this rendering host. And on one side, that is that you need to understand how a page is rendered. How does your layout service response result in an HTML page, an output from this rendering host? And on the other side, there's the routing. How does your URL map to a specific page as created in Sitecore? Because I don't have time to discuss both during this session, as I also want to show a demo, I had to choose, and I chose the latter one to explain a little more deeply the routing part. How does ASP.NET Core routing assist in the way a page is routed, or a request is routed and a page is returned? So ASP.NET Core routing out of the box is built on a pattern called middleware. And this middleware pattern or part, you can compare it to what we know in Sitecore being the pipelines. In this case, each middleware component is comparable to a pipeline step. So each request goes into this middleware pattern. It triggers multiple middleware components, and each of those components then tries to do something with the request. Either it checks for a static file on disk to be returned as a response, or you can go into a database, you can go map those routes specifically to an MVC controller method. However, there is a key difference between this and Sitecore pipelines, being that these middleware components also initiate the next step, the next middleware component as configured. However, if your middleware component was able to get a response or get a result like that static file, based on the URL, it found a static file on the disk, it will terminate the request and return that result. Meaning your static file is then returned to the browser, but all of the other middleware components which were configured to happen after this step have not been processed and do not run at all. This middleware configuration is something you can see in every ASP.NET Core app. If you look at the startup.cs, there is the method where this middleware configuration is created. So based on this example, I took a quick snapshot from the solution. You can clearly see that these are the middleware components. So first of all, we specify we want to use routing. Secondly, we check use static file. So the first middleware component in this case will then check, does the URL map to a static file on disk? If so, we return that. Then Sitecore has decided to use endpoints. Endpoints mean that you can map specific routes to MVC controllers. The first two, for example, are specific for an error in a health page. So the URL /error will go to a controller default with action error. The URL health will go to the controller default and action health. If the URL still didn't map to any of these components, then it will continue on downwards to map Sitecore localized route. So Sitecore has added the ability to localize your URLs with the language prefix in the URL. Then this is a part I added myself just to showcase that MVC is actually still supported. So in this case, I added the map default controller route, meaning that by running this, all of the controllers available in my solution are then automatically mapped and added to my routing table. So if it can find any routes, default routes from my URL, it will return the result from that specific controller and method. And last but not least, if none of the previous middleware components were able to return a result, it will continue on with the fallback approach. So in this case, Sitecore has decided to use this fallback to controller to process all of their requests. So for any URL based on Sitecore, none of these previous middleware components would have been able to get a result. So basically all of the URLs from Sitecore will always be processed by this fallback controller. If we take a quick peek into this fallback controller, then you can see another detail that it has a use Sitecore rendering data attribute on this method. That use Sitecore rendering attribute then is actually in its core another middleware component. So there was a bit of a cheat here, but this middleware component then uses that URL from the request to get a result from the Sitecore layout service based on some extra parameters stored in the settings for your rendering host, like the site name. It will get a JSON response from the layout service containing your entire site or page object. This object, so it's JSON containing all of the components, the content for those components, the placeholders, everything is in there, is then stored in the HTTP context, which is also important to understand and know that from this moment forth, you will always have the option to get this layout service response from the HTTP context. And in this case, it is stored in a route object and then used in the parameter for this fallback controller method. And this fallback controller method then starts to process the response and render out all of the placeholders with the components in there, and so forth. But I'm not going to talk about that much further because I want to give a demo on how to create your first component. And the demo I'm going to give you is based on the MVP site repository from Sitecore. So this is a repository which contains the Sitecore MVP site built on top of the rendering engine, which is a great starting point in my opinion for when you want to learn how to develop using this rendering engine, because it contains a full site with content, images, everything, including a couple of different types of components. So you have your examples for different component types, how to use it in a Helix fashion, as well as a basic setup for Docker and even Kubernetes. So it's very quick to get started with it. During this demo, I want to create this Bootstrap Jumbotron component, which is a simple component containing a title, a subtitle, a description, and a link. I have my Sitecore instance up and running already, and I have created a simple template for this component in the demo feature, then the Jumbotron component. So I have created a title and a subtitle field, both of type single line text. Then I've created a description field, which is of type rich text, and a Jumbotron link of type general link. Now the first thing I want to do is create the rendering. So I'm going to go into my folder structure. For the demo feature, I want to create a new JSON rendering because we are using the layout surface. We need to use the JSON rendering templates. First thing that's good to know is that we have this component name field here, containing in this case the name of the rendering itself. This name is what's mapping your layout surface response to the component in the rendering host. So these need to be the same on both sides of the platform. Then a little bit down, I'm gonna add a query, a location query, and I'm gonna select the data source template, being the template I just showed you. And if we scroll down further, we have the layout surface settings. In this case, I want to use the content resolver for a data source resolver so that the layout surface response contains both the basic rendering details for its Jumbotron component as well as the content selected in the data source of the component. So now that we have that, I need to add it to the placeholder settings so that I can add it to any page I want. In Jumbotron rendering I just created, save it. Of course, don't forget to publish the rendering. And then I'm going to open the home page in the Experience Editor. So now we have done everything that's necessary in on the Sitecore side to create a new component. Meaning all we had to do is create the rendering itself. So I'm going to open the home page in the Experience Editor, and this Experience Editor screen is actually rendered by the rendering host itself, using a different API than what all the other or regular visits use. Sitecore fetches the page response from the rendering host, including some metadata around the fields so that they are editable in the Experience Editor. So as you can see, there are already quite a lot of components in this repository and platform in which you can edit the text, you can edit an image and select a new one. But we can also add our new Jumbotron component. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm selecting some data source I created earlier. And now we get an error, which is as expected. The error unknown component Jumbotron means that the rendering host is now trying to render this new layout surface response, including my new Jumbotron rendering. But because we haven't created anything in the rendering host side yet, it doesn't know what to do with a component called Jumbotron. I'm going to save this and then publish my changes. And then I'm going to switch over to my Visual Studio solution. In here, so this is based on that MVP site repository, and it already contains quite a couple of Helix based features and foundation projects, including a project for the rendering engine itself. So this is the website which is running the rendering host in .NET Core 3.1, and and it contains that startup CS what I showed earlier. Also, good to mention is that this is where you specify your dependency injection settings and register all of your services. So in this case, what you can see here as well is that it also registers routing, MVC, Sitecore registers the available languages for your site here as well as registering the rendering engine itself. And in this step, you can configure options which will register your custom components. Now we'll get back to that a little later. And if you scroll down, then you can see the configure method containing that middleware, those middleware components what we looked at earlier. So right now I have already created a demo project in the feature layer. And the first thing I need to do is create a new model to map the given Jumbotron template to a specific model in the rendering engine. So I create a new model class, and in here I also create those 4 fields, being the title, subtitle, the description, and the link. But in this case, we also need to use specific types for those fields. For the single line text, for example, we need to use a text field model. And so by using this text field object, Sitecore can then, and when using the tag helpers from Sitecore, this will add all of the necessary details to allow for experience editor support. Next to that, the name of the property you give it must correspond to what you have created in the template itself. So based on the naming of the template field and the field in this model, it will be mapped and transfer the content. Then I'm going to add 3 other fields quickly. So I've now added the 4 fields: title, subtitle, description, and Jumbotron link. And as you can see, the description uses the type rich text field. So that contains a little bit more and allows you to properly render rich text on the page. And as for the Jumbotron link, this will use the hyperlink field. So to get all the necessary details for rendering a link. But there is more. If we take a look at, for example, there's also the file field or an image field. So for every field type you have in Sitecore, there's also one in the rendering host. So I save that. Now what we're going to do is create a view. So what we're doing here is create one of those model-bound views for our component. So we have a model now, and we're going to create a view. Because this is based on the Sitecore rendering engine as well as ASP.NET Core, we need to build this based on some given formats. Like, for example, ASP.NET Core registers their view components based on the folder structure for the views or a naming convention. The same happens in our case when creating a model-bound view for Sitecore. What actually happens in the background is that Sitecore has created a Sitecore component, view component, which can use this model and a view to render out the component. So that's what we're using in the background, and based on that we need to create the proper CSHTML file in the proper folder structure. So ASP.NET Core defines their view components in a views, shared, and then components folder. And then you create a folder for each view component in here based on the name of that view component. So in this case, we are using the Sitecore component view component. And Sitecore then allows us to add a specific CSH or razor view file with the name of the component we're going to register. So in this case, that is the Jumbotron CSHTML. Now I'm just going to copy over the contents in the forest component. So as you can see, we're now using or requesting, expecting the model Jumbotron, which contains our 4 fields. And we render out these fields using ASP.NET Core. In this case, for the 2 simple text fields, we're using the ASP4 tag helpers to render out, based on the name of the field, the content of the model. In case of the rich text fields, we're going to use a tag helper from Sitecore, sctext. Again, specifying the name of the field we're going to use, and this will render out the rich text. Same goes for the general link field. We need to use an sclink tag helper for that, which can then, using again the field name in the ASP4, we can give it an area label. This is a complex field, so it also contains all of the form elements in that general link pop-up in the Sitecore. So we can get the text or the description of the link, including the target field, and then render the text again inside the link element. So now we have everything that we need to render out one of those model-bound view components. Then all we have to do is let the rendering engine know that we have this component, because currently we only created the model and the view, but the rendering host doesn't actually know it exists. If we take a quick peek back at that startup.cs, when registering the Sitecore rendering engine, they decided to use or add options to this rendering engine, and with that you can define your components. So if we take a peek at, for example, the basic content feature, this class in the extension class will register the different components available within this project. So in this case, there's model-bound views where you define the type of the model. So we're going to use the Jumbotron model we just created, and then give the name. So this is the name of both the component name we specified in the rendering in Sitecore, as well as the CSHTML view name. And there are different methods of creating or registering the different component or view types. In this case, it's the model-bound view. Here you see an example of the add partial view, but I can also add a view component containing the option to set a component name. Now going back to our demo rendering project, I have pre-created that same extension method, and all I have to do is uncomment this. So in this case, I am registering a model bound view with the Jumbotron model and including the name Jumbotron. I'm now going to build the solution. So this will automatically push my changes to the Docker instance. And if we then go take a peek at the site itself and refresh it, then you can now see that our Jumbotron component is actually working. We have the Jumbotron title, we have the subtitle, we have a description and a link back to the homepage. If I go back into the Experience Editor, refresh this page, you can see that very same Jumbotron component now also working in the Experience Editor. And I can edit the Jumbotron title, the Jumbotron subtitle, the description being a rich text, and select a different link. And that wraps up my demo, and with that also my session. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of the program.
Hello and welcome to this presentation about Sitecore Experience Accelerator and Scriban. It will show you how you can achieve unlimited functionality with these variants. On the agenda for today, a short introduction on rendering variants. Then we'll move to Scriban and its integration in SXA. Then we'll start extending this, writing our own context functions, writing item members, and our ultimate feature, using extra Sitecore or custom objects in Scriban. But let's start in the beginning. Rendering variants. Rendering variants are a feature of SXA, and they let you display different appearances of the same rendering. With this feature, the editor can change the look and feel of out-of-the-box or even custom components. However, if you want to change CSS settings, like for instance the color of your component, you should use styles. On the other hand, if you need to change the HTML, for instance you want a table versus a list, or you want to add some extra fields somewhere, then it's better to use variants. Note that these two options can be combined by your editor. There are some best practices in using SXA variants. You should limit the number of variants to 10 on each component. You can use component cloning or the rules engine to achieve this. Also provide a preview. Actually, all this can be wrapped into one message. Think of your editors. Make their lives easy. Editing the website should actually be fun, like a good party. Variants are not that difficult, but you do have a lot of options. If you as a developer want to learn how to use these variants, just start playing with them. Try, retry, don't be afraid to refactor. Also, please read the manuals, they're pretty good. If you get stuck, the Sitecore community has provided a lot of blogs already on the topic. And if you still have questions, the Sitecore community, again, will help you on Sitecore Slack or Sitecore Stack Exchange. You can find us there. What is this Scriban? It's actually a fast, powerful, and lightweight text templating engine. It's well documented on their own GitHub site, so we'll not go into the details about the syntax of the scripting language itself. We'll also see there are some SXA extensions available. So Scriban was introduced in SXA in version 9.3. It's actually a rendering variant child. As you can see, it can be used in combination with all the other types. As in the same version and velocity disappeared, it's sometimes seen as a replacement for nvelocity, which is partly true, because the Scriban integration delivers actually much more than what nvelocity could do for us. Let's see what these Scriban extensions in SXA are all about. They've added some items and other objects. There are some functions for you to use. There are also extensions made on items and fields of those items. And then in the end, we'll see how you can make your own customizations, because that is possible as well. Let's start with the items and objects. Items start with an I. And we have item, page, data source, and so on. There are a few more. And as we will see shortly, most properties of those items are available as well. We also have some objects, like O language. As you can see, objects start with an O. We also have the context, our current page mode, if you want to detect experience editor or something like that. There are a few more. There is one I would like to mention, the O model, which gives you the opportunity to access your model and as such, external data. There are also many functions available. Please do check the documentation. A lot of them are explained really well there. Most of these will be using the items that we just mentioned. So you can see we have SA field, SA raw, SA link. These will access the data of those items. There's also SA follow, follow many for link related fields. So they will get you the target item or items. As I mentioned, there are many more. There are two special ones that I would like to mention specifically. That's SA execute. This one executes a rendering variant field located beneath the Scriban template. Might sound strange, but it can be pretty useful, especially maybe in combination with the responsive images. Another one is SA translate, which will get the translation from the SXA dictionary, which was also introduced in version 9.3. An example of how this could look is like this. So we go to the target item of the link field in our current item, item. And of that target item, we request the rendered version of the title field. There are also some item extensions. So we have our item, for instance, then we can get the name, the display name, the language, some template information. We can also use the axis to go to other items, the children, we can access the parent. The URL is also pretty useful. And note we can also access the fields by just putting the field name there. A bit the same as the SA field function, but note in some cases you do need the function. Suppose for instance that your field name has a space in it. In that case, the item extension won't work. Step further are the field extensions. So we have put our field there, and by default that will show us the rendered version. But we can also get the raw version, or similar to the SA follow, we can go to the target or targets. And this is how that could look. So we have iitem.link.title, or the raw version. Note that it is shorter, neater syntax. To wrap up, this SXA and Scriban combination is very flexible. It gives you more control over the output, and it's compatible with all the other variant children. It's also very powerful. It's fast, and we have lots of features available out of the box with the SXA extensions. But don't drown yourself. Don't make this too complex. I think it would be possible to write a single page into one single Scriban template, but don't do that. Think about, well, yourself, but maybe also your colleagues who might need to make some changes later. Keep it maintainable. Keep it simple. And then go one step beyond. Can we add our own functions, our own item members, and can we add our own objects? Yes, we can. Let's start with the one that you probably might need most or will use most, the context function. We need to implement an interface, the iGenerate Scriban context processor, and put our processor in the generate Scriban context pipeline. Code could look like this. It's a simple example. We implement the interface. We have a constructor that injects the Sitecore context. This is just for an example because I'm not using it here. So if you also don't use it, you don't need to have this constructor and this injection. Of course, you can also inject other stuff. No problem there. Our process function is where we map the name that we will give our function. In this case, SA meow, but that could be anything. With a delegate that we define, and in the example here, we just have a string as a parameter. The implementation of the delegate here is also very, very simple because it's just an example. But you can do anything in here. You can make it as complex as you want. This is backend code. You can debug this, you can test this. This is where you can integrate anything you want. You can also have more properties in your delegate, more parameters, no problem. Don't forget to add your processor in the generate Scriban context pipeline. And if you need constructor injection, put resolve is true in there. And when that is done, you can use your function in the Scriban templates, call the name and pass the parameters. Next is an item member. In this case, we're overwriting a class. Get Scriban item member. So no interface, but we do have a pipeline again. Get Scriban item members. An item member is actually a bit like an extension to the item object. So this is some example code. I'm injecting the context again, just to show that it's possible. But if you don't need it, again, don't do it. What is important here is the member name. That's the name that we will actually give our item member, property as such that we will be using in our Scriban templates. And then there is the resolve method. First, we check the mode to see whether we have to deal with the name or the value. And it's the value that actually has the logic. We can do again anything there. In this case, it's pretty simple. We just take the updated date from the item statistics. But we could do a lot more here. It could be also something that is not a property of your item, but related data. It could be also something that's not related to the item, but that doesn't make much sense probably. Again, configure it in the pipeline, the get Scriban item members in this time, with resolve is true if needed. And use it in your Scriban template like this, iitem.updated or ipage.updated on any item object. And then we come to the pièce de résistance, the finishing touch, adding our own object to Scriban. This actually popped up during a Sitecore hackathon, where I wanted to show something like hello, first name, last name of the current user that was logged into Sitecore. I was using a Scriban template and I created a context function, as we have just seen, that returns the current user. Still pretty easy, that worked. But if I called on that user object the first name or the last name or any other property in my Scriban template, it didn't work. I didn't have a lot of time at that moment. So I used a workaround and I changed my function to return the first name and the last name, the property that I actually wanted. It's a workaround, it works. But of course, if you want more properties of that object, we want to do a bit more. You notice that this is not the right solution. You will end up with a lot of functions. So I was thinking it should be possible to use the user object. We also have an item object. So I went to Sitecore Stack Exchange to ask my question. And thank you, David Rutkowski from the SXA team, to give me a bit of a head start and tell me where to go and look for the right documentation. And actually also for telling me that it would be quite a challenge. So now it was not only out of curiosity, no, it was a challenge. So challenge accepted. Let's go adding objects to Scriban. First thing we need to do is create an object accessor. As you can see from the namespace, it's nothing to do with Sitecore yet. This is Scriban code. There are 3 functions that are important here. Get members, try get value, and toString. The get members function will return the names of all the properties we want to expose. In our case, for the example here, that's all the value type properties of a user profile. And the code looks like this. First thing we need to do is check the target object to make sure that it's a user. If that's the case, we take all the properties from the user profile and see if it's a value type. And we return the names of all those properties. Note that I'm using a bit of a dynamic approach here. We could also just hard code a list of strings and return that. I think the dynamic approach is a bit better because suppose this is a custom object and we add an extra property. With a dynamic approach, that property is immediately available also in Scriban templates. Of course, we also need to think about suppose we remove a property. Dynamic code will fix that, but it might be used in Scriban templates, so we will need some logging. Don't forget that. The next function is the try get value. Here we will actually try to get the value of a given member from our user object. And we have a Boolean return value to indicate whether the value was actually found or not. Might be that we found it, but that it's empty, so the Boolean. This is the example code. We start again by checking the user. Same as in the previous function. This time we also need to check the member that was passed to make sure that it's actually a property from our user profile. If that is all the case, we can fetch the value and return it. That's also the only exit from the function where we will return true. This is also the function where you might want to add some extra logging, especially in the cases where you return false. If, for instance, the member is not found, it means something is wrong in your Scriban template. You might want to log that. This is the rest of the implementation. For the toString, we just need to return a string. We opted here to return the full name. That seemed a logical decision, but you can return anything you want. And actually the other methods here are more trivial. Let's continue to step 2. Step 2 is our template context. And here we register the accessors, so also our new accessor. Note that this is the place where we first encounter Sitecore SXA code. Our template context overrides the Sitecore template context. We have a constructor where we initialize the object accessors, a getMember accessor, and toString method, which will decide which accessors to use based on the target types. That will look like this. So we create a template context by overriding the Sitecore template context. We have our constructor. We call the base one, and we add a new user accessor. We override the getMember accessor, and here we check the target. If it's a user, we want to use our user accessor. If not, we let it continue to the base implementation. The same for the toString. If our value is a user, we use our toString from the user accessor and otherwise the base implementation. Step 3. We have our context, now we need to initialize it. In the initialize Scriban context, it's a processor on an iGenerateScriban context processor interface, and we will have to put it in the GenerateScriban context pipeline. This is our code. We have a process method where we actually create a new template context and put that in the arguments of the pipeline. Pretty simple. And then we have our configuration. Note here, we are patching the configuration, but we're not adding our initializer. We're actually patching it instead, so we're overriding the one from SXA. We can do this because in our template context, we used the base classes always as fallback. And then we're done, we can start using it. Suppose we created an SCGetUsers function, a context function, that returns one or more user objects. Now we could do something like this. We can loop through those users. Note that the iUser, without any property, will use the toString method. But we're opening up all the properties so we can use the email, the portrait, or any property that's available on our user object. Note again, this was an example for the user object within Sitecore, but we can do this for any object, a Sitecore object or our custom objects. So, what did we learn today? Variants are a powerful feature in SXA. Use those variants to make the life of your editors easier. Also think about your developers. Keep it simple for them. We saw Scriban and saw that it adds even more flexibility and possibilities to all those variants. If you can, if you're on 9.3 or higher, I would use Scriban, but use it wisely. I don't think it's possible to tell you when to use Scriban or when to use another variant option, but I would say use your common sense and keep in mind to keep it simple and easy for your editors and also for your developers. If you do that, you're probably fine. We also saw that you can write your own Scriban extensions if needed. Might seem like a bit of coding, but actually it can go pretty fast. It's not that much code. So for our customization options, I would say in order of likeliness to use them, if you need some custom logic in your template, create a context function. If you need access to another object, could be Sitecore, could be custom, add an object accessor. If it's an extra property on an item that you need, create an item member. And if you can do all that, you can enjoy unlimited potential. But remember to keep it simple. My name is Gert Gullentops. I'm a .NET developer at The Reference in Belgium. Been Sitecore certified since 2006, and I'm honored to be Sitecore MVP for 5 years now. If you want to reach me, you can find me on Sitecore Slack. I'm always available on Sitecore Stack Exchange. You can follow me on Twitter or read about my Sitecore stories on my blog. I say thank you. Je vous remercie. Vielen Dank. Dank je.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining me today in this session to talk about Sitecore SXA deployments, different practices, tips and tricks that I've learned across the years working with different IT teams and business requirements. My name is Ishraq Fataftah, and I am the founder and CTO of Aalst. We are a customer experience agency located in Amman, Jordan, and I have more than 12 years of experience with Sitecore. And I had the honor to be awarded the Sitecore MVP title for 6 years now, so thank you so much for your appreciation and support. These are some of my contact details that you can reach me out at. I'm pretty much active in different user groups. I'm one of the organizers of Sitecore User Group Jordan and the co-host of Sitecore Arabia, a podcast that talks about everything Sitecore in Arabic. In today's session, I would like to give you just a little bit of a context why I've selected this as a topic and talk about the different activities that you can add to your deployment checklist that are SXA specific, but can help you out with the various setups, post-go live checkups that you can do on yourself with the client or with your IT teams, and finally share some of these tips and tricks working with different deployment setups such as blue, green, etc. So let's get started. All right, so one of the main things I want to start with when we're talking about production deployments is the importance of having this plan ahead in your project lifecycle. And the reason why I mention it is sometimes it comes as something I want to take care of later in the project. Before the go live, we start the preparation about deployments. And again, production environment as a setup and from a cost perspective could be a step that's done later in the project before going to UAT and this kind of stuff. However, planning to it, making sure that the different activities that you have are actually captured and part of your project plan. You don't want to approach that as a bulk or a step that has to be done at once towards the end, but rather captured as different tasks in your backlog, and you have estimation against it, and you have an understanding about your target infrastructure, your target environment. So although your IT team could have been doing these meetings and capturing these requirements with your client's IT team, and they have agreed on the different aspects in terms of security, scalability, different options, you want to make sure that you are conveying these information over to your development teams ahead of time before they start development. So when they start these activities, they have that in the back of their head that they have to cater for certain requirements. And an example, and a popular one that I can mention would be selecting your search provider. Because as many of us know, with Sitecore Azure, if we're doing these hosting and our production going to be hosted on Azure Pass, one of the main options is to opt into using the Azure Cloud Search. We all know the limitation with indexing in association with Sitecore. And many of us set your local development, your QA development using Solid, right? So we only start thinking about these configuration and consideration as we go into the client environment towards UAT and production. So you don't want to start having your client see these functionalities in action without having enough time to address the fact that I need to have my configuration in place. I need to have identified my templates, my fields I want to be part of my index. Different consideration. If this is a huge implementation, should I break down my indexes? If this is a multi-language environment as well, should I consider those within a single index or different index? And again, taking Azure as one of these aspects for making that decision has a huge impact if it has been done earlier in your development rather than an afterthought as you go into your client's environment. And finally, I want to bring up this point where we all know that SXA has matured over the years. Between the first versions of SXA and now with Sitecore 10, we have a pretty much very mature platform with lots of features that are exposed out of the box. And although it's really helpful to have these out of the box where you don't have to spend much time worrying about it, we all know that these should be taken into account in your testing. Some of these features are only available for validation as you go live. So as part of your post-launch activities, you're going to check, for example, for your SEO. You need to make sure that this has been captured correctly. And for example, if you go to the Experience Editor, click on any of the pages and check the SEO feature part of it, you can fill your Twitter cards, Facebook, and prepare your social media sharing activities. And what you're gonna find is that these are available for preview only if your website is live, right? Because these social media can't access your unpublic domain, so you can't validate if I'm gonna share an article, am I displaying the correct imaging, the correct title and description? Do I have any certain limitations against that? And one of the things that we've noticed was if your infrastructure has a front door in it and you're handling your redirection, the out-of-the-box SXA most likely going to render your front door URL rather than your live site, because that's how the configuration works. So whether it's a bug, whether it's specific to your implementation and you have to fix it, whether you need to, override your link manager to handle these scenarios, it is really important that this is not come like in use as your post-launch and then just after day one you're rushing into another deployment. You need to think ahead about some of the features in your website that you're not able to test or you think are only testable post-launch, and think about the different options that you can incorporate based on these deployment options or your infrastructure. So in a nutshell, make sure that production deployments are steps and activities that are captured in your backlog, your development decisions, taking that into account, and finally different features and out of the box are tested prior to go live, and again having everything in context. All right, so next I'm going to go through a list of some of the features and capabilities exposed by SXA that can help you check these production and go live checklists, can help you out with your different decisions, how to configure, and which aspects of that out of the box might consider modification, customization, and to incorporate that for your next SXA implementation. And let's start with the Sitecore SXA site grouping. This is one of my favorite features in SXA because, first of all, it helps you tremendously with your SXA with multi-tenancy, right? You can create multiple tenants, you can create multiple websites, you can have your look and feel distributed against different websites within the same tenant or different tenant, and you have all control against these options in Sitecore, which is, in my opinion, is a nice feature to have. And second, since this is your entry point to your website, right? The name of your CM instance, your CD instance. So start thinking about your hostname and target hostname settings in SXA. And these are options you're gonna continuously interact with using the SXA site manager. And this manager, this feature, gonna be very useful as we talk more during the session, but the most important starting point of it, when you start to scaffold your websites, you define your hostname and your target hostname. The differences between these two is that your hostname is your entry point to the website. Could be your local environment, so like my Sitecore virtual developer day.local, .qa, .production, your CM instances, your CD instances. You can create this either as a wildcard, so you are allowing everyone or every binding on this website to be resolved, or you can specify these different host names using a pipeline. Your target hostname, however, is a consideration because, again, in the case of having a front door, that's what's going to be resolved across the different link manager URL that return to your sitemap, to your links, to your social media links, and these different functionalities that are dependent on a URL, third-party URL. So a target host name is important to be explicitly set, so you know that your SEO work, when Google start to crawl your sitemap and this kind of stuff, are already using the correct host name or domain that you want, and not something that is just part of your infrastructure configuration. And finally, the cross-origin request. We all know that we need to protect against CSFR vulnerabilities. However, you don't want your browser to block some third-party functionalities, and especially cookies that require credentials to be part of it. So it is important to explicitly tell SXA that certain domains are wanted to be resolved and to return as a 200 OK response rather than an error. So if we take a look into this, first time you start to scaffold your website, you have the option to define your target host name and your host name. Again, your wildcard can resolve all the different host names or bindings on your website. This is how it looks like in the Sitecore SXA site manager. These, once you set an explicit host name by like site_A and then a pipeline site_B and your host name, this is gonna be resolved and gonna be correctly displayed. And the difference with the normal Sitecore implementation, you will not be looking into the site, these different site definitions in your configuration, the site definitions, but rather you will find all these information in the SXA Foundation overrides folder and sites to display after SXA configurations. And it's really nice if you have the chance to go and check these configuration ahead of time, because it helps you tremendously to understand these configuration before go live and help you with troubleshooting any production issues. And finally, each site can have a definition for the core. So allow origin, for example, I want a certain font from a certain CDN to be exchanged with my website. I can add that URL to the allow origin, allow credential checkbox, and then if you look into your browser and there's no course errors related to these settings. So this is the first thing, which is site grouping. Second thing is your sitemap and robots, or your SEO. Again, Nice feature out of the box from SXA is the ability to configure your robots on the site settings. So there's a text box you can add, and it is disallowed by default. So one of the things that, because we know it's out there, that can be forgotten as a step is to keep that disallowed. And once you go live, your SEO team start to track and measure the impact of going live on your SEO. So just make sure that this is aligned in your config and your checklist for going live, that our robots has the correct disallow items and not blocking the sitemap as well. Configuring the sitemap is also a feature that's out of the box in SXA. There's a different consideration to take in mind when you're working with it. First of all, if you're working with different sites, you need to make sure that each site has its own sitemap configured. Second, languages. If you have multiple languages set up, or if you have only your, let's say, English version, and you're conscious about language embedding, and sometimes you want to make sure that these entries from different websites are not merged into a single sitemap file. So again, these are nice out of the box, gives the content author the ability at each page level to say, I want this to be updated frequently, I want this to be excluded from the sitemap, I want this to be set as never, I don't want this to be part of my sitemap. All of these options are exposed as part of your content authoring experience. However, make sure that you are revisiting these options earlier ahead, because sometimes you might end up overriding the sitemap manager to achieve certain functionality. So again, this is the robots content where you can add it in the SXA setting item, and you always have the option to either use the out-of-the-box sitemap generator or override it yourself to achieve certain structure or sometimes achieve certain functionalities. So keep this in mind as well. The next one is error pages. And this is one of my favorites because, first of all, it becomes so second nature for content authors to go ahead and create error pages, 404 pages as a content page in your Sitecore tree. They just go ahead, create a page, and all you need to do is to configure that in your site settings. You can say, I want my 404 page to resolve to this page. I want my 500 page to resolve to this page. Two things to keep in mind for your 404. We all know that it's not only enough to configure that, you need to make sure that the status code for the 404 page is coming as a 404 and not 200. So this is something you need to make sure it's configured correctly. And for your error page, once you click on your site setting item in the ribbon, it's going to give you a new tab to generate static HTML for these 500 error page. So this folder generated, you need to copy this over to your CM and CD instances. It's not only enough just to generate, you have to make it available in different settings. Also make sure that your configuration is configured for error-friendly messages and have the option between do a full redirect or a server.transfer. So again, this is in my setting item. You have your page not found link for the 404. This is for the error page link and some of the configuration that you can set up just to make sure your 500 errors are displayed correctly. Next, tenant and site security. Again, this is one of the steps that comes later in your project lifecycle where you start to plan for your UAT and training. This is where most of us start to think about creating rules and permissions. And besides to what we know about Sitecore rules and Sitecore users and access permissions, a nice thing with SXA, it comes with some predefined rules for your tenants and your sites. And it's important to be aware of that because we all know within your SXA scaffolded site, you have your home node, you have your data node. Now you have a new one called the presentation. And this presentation node holds your beige and partial designs. And for you guys who are not familiar with SXA, beige design and partial design gives you the option to create your different page layouts and your different components based on the different page types you have. These are continuously changing and designed by your content authors. And we have our rendering variants. And these rendering variants could be out of the box, could be extended ones, could be a completely new custom ones. And the trade-off between these two things, you want content author to be able to edit page design and partial design, because I want them to be able to create a new header or a new footer for campaign landing pages, for example, and have minimal header and minimal footer for these different pages. They should be able to create this themselves easily and have the proper permission to do that. But you might not want them to have access to your rendering variants and have the option to change the CSS on that one or the label on that one that could break your entire component or even Sitecore structure. So keep that in mind, that Sitecore SXA comes with a number of roles. We have the designer role, we have the author role, so it can distinguish between which section in your Sitecore tree they have access to and they can use to design different pages, and which one they are only reserved for content authoring. SXA performance, and again, performance and part of your go live activities is an essential task. And I'm just gonna tackle two things out for performance: your asset optimization and your caching strategies. Asset optimization, and I know many of the developers, especially front-end developers who have worked with SXA, has come across. They could have good or bad experiences based on the different approaches that they had for, deploying their work into their SXA. And as we all know that your SXA assets in terms of your CSS and JavaScript are stored as part of the media library, and you can access that and see which coming from the default themes, and you can upload your own for your own entire site or for your different components. It's always important to optimize your CSS and JavaScript styles, and it has an overall impact not only on the performance of your website, but also during development and post-development. When you go to production, you need to be able to diagnose or troubleshoot any issues with your front end easily. So keep in mind sometimes that your assets could not be accessible due to optimization on a production environment, but this is something easily you can play with. But again, asset optimization, it is optimized out of the box to be minified across both your scripts and styles, but it's always good to explicitly go and check for these options. So one of them is in the media library under theming. You can see the setup in this first screenshot for the scripts and styles. And the other one, if you go to your page designs, it gives you an idea if someone has disabled the optimization for styles and scripts, or it has been set up by default. And you can explicitly set that by saying yes, just to make sure it's always going to be minified and optimized. The other one for my performance checklist would be caching. So caching is one of the main activities that you always think about when you go live in terms of enhancing your site performance. And there are different strategies to look at when it comes to SXA. One of them, as we all know, is the old Sitecore caching options on each rendering. You can go and check which rendering you want to make sure it's cached, to vary by parameter, by user, by login, whatever consideration you can have in mind for that component. We can set up site cache on the site level, and again, using the Sitecore SXA Site Manager, you can go to that website and make it cache HTML from the get-go. Another one would be enabling that on the entire out-of-the-box SXA rendering component. So you can go into, for example, the rich text component or the accordion component and set that from your SXA rendering settings to be cached. However, just keep in mind that sometimes These caching could be just site specific, and since these components are shared across your different websites and different tenants, you want to make sure that you are consciously enabling that and not enable this, because it could be just a pure content in this site, but in another site or a different functionality, this is actively changing. So you want this to be well thought. Another option is setting up site level rendering caching. And this is another nice feature, comes from SXA, which allows you to set up in the settings which renderings can be added to your cache. So you can say, I want to add this one, this one, this one, and expose, for example, your custom or your extended components to that as well. So again, this is when you go to presentation node and your SXA, have your cache settings, you can create a new one and simply just assign which rendering you want to be cached, and allows you to go through the same list that we have on the normal rendering components. And this is on the site setting level. It allows you, so you can set this from here or from the SXA Site Manager. Either way, you can set this site to be cacheable. So just keep this in mind when you troubleshoot some of the caching related activities. Okay, so the next one would be having your own deployment activities, right? These are not only our SXA, we always think about the overall deployment checklist, about publishing, about setting indexes, rebuilding the linked database, checking for certain errors. So make sure that these different set of activities are incorporated within your overall deployment to production checklist. And it's not only, again, because we're talking about SXA, these are the only checklists that we need to take into account, but also the normal Sitecore site checklist to be considered. Okay, so talking about these different options, another aspect I want to cover next would be how we can utilize some of the out-of-the-box features, and specifically the Sitecore SXA Manager, to help us make decisions on certain infrastructure setup. For example, if I am setting a CDN, if I am having, as I mentioned before, a front door, do I have to override my link manager or my media manager? And thinking about these different deployment options, we might have a blue environment, a green environment, a DR, might have only a simple deployment strategy for your entire environment. Whether that, whatever decision whatever environment you have, you can make different decisions in terms of doing everything as part of your deployment pipelines, relying on configuration, making sure you are properly maintaining this configuration, or just simply have another option, which is maintaining these options in Sitecore. And the reason why I've actually thought about this from this angle is sometimes you're working with the clients who might have an IT technically aware of Sitecore or not teams, and sometimes they are just on their own. Sometimes the communication between the two could be a huge every time they do a deployment. So they reach out to you and ask for other options that they can have more control on whether during this deployment they want to use CDN or not, or they want to use a front door anymore or not, or the way they are rendering the different links. They don't want to always have to go back to their IT teams to go through this entire process or do a deployment. And I wanted to give them this option, as I can show you in a bit, that they can go to Sitecore actually, do some configuration, and if they have blended this in advance, so your development team already have done some implementation to help support them with that, it makes their lives easier. So the link manager configuration. And again, one of the main important features in Sitecore that might end up being overwritten is the link manager. And again, whether it's for your SEO, whether it's for your 301 redirects, whether you're using the out-of-the-box coming from SXA or not, you always have the option to override and specify how I want this to be displayed. So I wanted to give the Sitecore admins the option to specify, let's say for SEO purposes, that all our links and URLs has lower cases in it. They have a control over language embedding or not. So basically, you can create your own new configuration. It helps you to define a new link provider. In this case, I've called it the Sitecore. I specified that I want my URLs to be lowercase, language embedding, and you can go to these certain sites and specify my link provider. So instead of using the out-of-the-box or the default link provider in Sitecore, I can use my own, which is called Sitecore, but it has its own attributes that say I want the URL to be generated in this format. So this is one way of doing that. The other case scenario would be, again, the front door URL. And I've seen this while working with custom redirect module. Every time we created a new 301 redirects, the URL being returned is the front door rather than the site, the public site that I wanted to be returned. So in this case, what I've done, I've overridden the link manager configuration, but I've added which hostname I want to be returned or traversed in this case. So in the Sitecore SXA Manager, you go to the website and you have this option that's called Other Properties. It's a dictionary where you can define key values for your different settings. And I found this useful, and I've used it across different features later on. But one of them, I've been able to create a new key and give it a value. So if this setting has been set on a production, that tells me I want to use this as my resolved URL. In my link manager, I go and check for this one. So I would go and check for this site property that's called front door hostname. If I have this value, this is what I'm going to return as part of my new URL or part of my domain. But if it's empty, let's say it's in your local environment, in your QA environment, I don't have in my infrastructure any set for a front door, then this is what's going to be ignored and Sitecore gonna behave normally. So this is a nice feature actually that you can use, again, with a caveat, and you need to make sure it's maintained and being added to your repository, so it's not been overridden as you do different deployments. But again, if you have your roles and security being set up on your site node and only admins can change these values, that's something you should not worry about. The other one is your CDN. And again, CDN is an option that allows you to store your assets in outside of Sitecore, and every time a visitor requests that asset can be traversed from the CDN, from the cache. So if it's there in the CDN, that's the version you're gonna get. You need to make sure every time it's being versioned well as you update and maintain these files. Or if it's not, then it's gonna hit your Sitecore, get that information from the media library and then return that. And again, CDN configuration sometimes are only done on a production and not necessarily available in UAT or in QA environments and below. And I want to make sure that this is configured once for all and I don't have to worry about this. So this is one of the areas where I had to override the media manager as well to sometimes handle data coming from the CDN or not. So similar to the link provider, I went to the site manager, went to the other properties and created my own new key for the CDN host. And I've added and populated this only in production. So if this property is available, I would be using that to set my hostname for the media. This is the location where I am going to get my media items, and if it's not, it's going to behave normally in Sitecore. So these are just two examples of how you can actually use the Sitecore out-of-the-box features, such as the SXA Site Manager to set site-specific configuration in Sitecore rather than creating these as configuration in your file system, and sometimes giving your customer or your client more control over changing these, again, with a caveat without the need to change these on every single deployment you have across your green environment or blue environment or even DR, because sometimes these values are maintained in a different way across different options. And finally, again, this is one thing that we've mentioned at the beginning of this session as an example of how sometimes certain decisions in the infrastructure can affect your development activities. And one of them is indexes. And as you deploy and have a different indexes, again, especially if you have a very big and scaled environment where you have indexes and Azure Search on a blue environment, on a green environment, in your DR, your UAT, and you want to make sure every time I'm doing the switch and the deployment, I'm not relying only on the IT team to do and maintain that switch. If your admins would want to be part of that, you can have more control on which index can be available for that environment at a certain time. Same thing if you have a multiple languages and you want to have different indexes for each language, and you want to make sure your website are resolving the correct indexes using the correct databases across multiple websites. A nice feature I found in the site grouping on the site setting of your website is this option that's called indexes. It allows you to say for certain database, for example, for all my web, I want to always use my SXA web index. If I want to have a specific database, especially again, if you're using blue and green, you have a different database names across different environment. I can have my green web database being mapped to my SXA _ green _ web index. And I have the same thing with my DR. I can add whatever options in here. So every time my context of a database has changed, if I am using, now I am falling back into my data recovery environment and I'm using the DR databases, I'm not gonna look for a web database. I might be looking for a DR web index. And you can do this just by doing this mapping. The name of your database, style it means for all languages, you can have a specific language for a different one, and then you can specify which index you want to be used as part of that. And this is a very nice feature to have. It helps you just, while you're developing, if let's say if you're overriding the out-of-the-box features or you are using the existing ones, you don't have to worry about these changes in the search provider. Whether you are on this environment or on that, it's easily mapped and you don't have to write a code to resolve at runtime which one used to, search which feature. So in a nutshell, in this session, I just want to take a step back and take a look into our deployment checklist and add some of the out-of-the-box SXA functionalities into that, how we can leverage the SXA site manager, as you've seen, handling different link providers, handling new settings for your CDNs or your link manager in a way that gives your content or your Sitecore admins actually more control on that implementation. Things to look at when you use your sitemaps and your SEO functionalities, how you can use the out-of-the-box error pages and some consideration to take into account. And finally, SXA comes with a huge list of new features and out-of-the-box functionalities that's really important to be tested along the way and not been left just because it's out of the box. It's not necessarily gonna fit your current implementation and your current infrastructure. And make sure you have all of this added to your other overall site deployment activities and combine that into a single checklist and share it with your team, with your IT team. And it's always something you can go back to and reference as part of your deployment process. Thank you for staying out with me during the session, and hopefully you have learned one or two things about SXA deployments.
Hi, my name is Hristo Bakalov, and today I'm going to present to you the road to JSS on Jamstack and containers. Most of you probably don't know me, but I have been a solution architect in Sitecore for the last 2 years, and I'm based in Denmark. As part of our professional services team, we usually help our clients and partners from a technical and architectural standpoint in order to make sure that they are successful in their Sitecore solutions. Today we're going to go on a journey where I'm going to present to you how were websites delivered in the old days, and then we're going to compare that to how we do it today, and also in the context of Sitecore and JSS. We're going to talk about Jamstack and also how it works with Sitecore and Next.js, and we're going to take it from a local instance to a container solution, and we're going to see how it would work in a Kubernetes environment. So before we start our journey, remember how websites were delivered back in the day, where everything was simple. So how were websites delivered back in the old days? We would have a web server and a visitor that would request some data and receive some data back. So everything was nice and easy. Then we had the need to actually add processing into the picture because we wanted this content that we were providing to be dynamic. So we actually had to then add an additional database because we actually wanted to store this content in a database instead of storing it as hard-coded content on the web servers. Of course, when we started adding more servers, then we would also need a load balancer in front of it. Then we would add a CDN in order to offload some of the static assets like JavaScript files, CSS, or images. And everything got very, very complex. We would have to deploy to each of these instances, we would have to manage them separately, and we would have to ensure that they are all up and running in the same time. Of course, then we wanted to also make sure that our content rendering and content delivery were separated, and we would introduce additional servers to do that. And this is where JSS comes into the picture. So how does that approach work with Sitecore? Well, we would normally have a content delivery server only responsible for delivering the JSON to our node server, and the node server would then render the provided content and deliver that to our visitor. Of course, when we start developing our solution, we would think, okay, how many node servers do we need? How many CD servers do we need? And we would maybe start with 2 node servers, with 2 CD servers, and then we would do a round of load testing in order to figure out, okay, how many servers do we actually need? So we might add additional CD servers in order to improve our performance. We might add more resources to them, or we might add more node servers. Of course, we might use things like clustering in order to get more of our data. We might use caching, again, to improve the performance. But can we actually do better? So if we have already scaled a lot, if we have cached everything that we can we do even better than that? Well, we actually have been learning and we have been creating new tools. Our browsers became much more capable and they were actually capable of doing complicated processing and business logic. And this is where Jamstack comes into the picture. So what is Jamstack? Well, it actually stands for JavaScript API and Markup. And as the CEO of Netlify says, it is a modern web development approach that allows us to do client-side JavaScript, to reuse APIs, and to pre-build the markup. So if we take a look into what Jamstack is in a nutshell, well, we're still making HTTP routing and we're still serving pages. But we actually have to think about that the processing in this perspective is done at the runtime. And it actually now lives in the browser. The data access is basically abstracted away into several microservices that are actually managed by somebody else. And we have our requests that are being routed and executed by a JavaScript framework. And of course, in this perspective, all the assets are actually pre-generated and everything is being managed for us. So what are the advantages of Jamstack? Well, we're actually leveraging the capabilities of the browsers by actually pre-rendering the content and delivering that directly, and also to improve the overall performance. And we're also trying to serve the content without a web server. This is why we're actually hosting this pre-rendered content in a CDN, and we're basically trying to do the work now, so our web servers don't have to do it later on. So we're trying to basically put some complexity away from the user and into our servers beforehand. And the main three advantages of Jamstack are performance, scale, and security. So from a performance perspective, when we pre-render our website and upload it to a CDN, it can easily distribute it all around the world in order to achieve the best performance that we can. We can easily scale it, and we can also increase the security because we're abstracting the logic away in microservices that somebody else can manage for us. So we don't have to take care of them. So we are basically slowly getting back to this. We have a simple web server, in this case a CDN, that is just delivering pure HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We don't have all the complexity. But the small difference is here that we are actually leveraging the capabilities of the browsers. So why Jamstack? From a developer standpoint, of course, it makes the whole solution a bit easier to work with because we're abstracting the logic away from us. And it actually allows us to build solutions using modern frameworks and modern tools that allows us to take the most out of our solution. When we're talking about teams, well, Jamstack helps us to enforce a more maintainable architecture by using microservices, and it's kind of making the whole iteration process much faster in order to deliver our websites to our end visitors a bit faster. From a Jamstack perspective, for the end users, the biggest difference is that the whole website is much faster than before, which makes it seamless when we're talking about the user experience. For companies, it allows for better time to market, and it also allows for better conversion rates, scalability, and performance. So all the good things that is hard to say no to, right? So how does Jamstack fit with Sitecore and JSS? Well, if we take a look into the same approach that we mentioned before, we have a web server, which is going to be our content management, and we have a content author that does a content change. For example, they create a new blog post. Then we're going to have our node server that actually pre-render this web page and push it to the CDN. So we actually want to push to the CDN already rendered HTML pages in order to reduce the rendering when a client visits our website. And of course, when we're talking about personalization, then we actually have to execute additional client-side or server-side requests to the content delivery servers in order to fetch any personalized data. So how can we actually achieve that with JSS? Well, this is where Next.js comes into the play. It's an enterprise level framework that allows us to basically use a Jamstack approach for our website and pre-render our content before we actually deliver it to the client. So how does it get us closer to this? Well, instead of the database and CMS level, we actually can make use of our content management server here. And instead of an application server, we have our content delivery. Of course, we still want to make use of the CDN and the microservices, but when we talk about Next.js, then this is how it looks like. We have our headless services like the layout API, the dictionary API, and GraphQL. And then we have Next.js that is going to be responsible for pre-rendering our website and pushing that to the CDN. When a visitor comes to our website and requests the site, it's actually going to be delivered by the CDN directly. And then, of course, we still have the browser capabilities, so we can execute any requests to third-party APIs client-side. And we still want the option to do client-side requests and rehydrate the content dynamically. So, of course, we still can do that. And, of course, all the content is now hosted on the CDN. When we're talking about the experience editor, then we still want to be able to support that. And this is where a separate node instance running Next.js is going to come handy, because we can use the server-side rendering capabilities of that in order to render our website for the experience editor. So what comes into JSS here in order to support Next.js is that we have new NPM packages that are going to be responsible for providing support for the experience editor and for fields to be editable, while still maintaining the core Sitecore functionalities like the disconnected and connected mode for developers, and also have personalization and tracking capabilities that of course come with server-side rendering. The content editors are not really going to find any difference if it's a JSS website or a normal MVC website, because the full browser, because we can still make use of the experience editor. So, okay, let's take a look into how we can take an existing React application and move that into using Next.js and TypeScript. So when we take a look into a simple component like the Mega Hero that we have in here, we can see that we don't really have complex business logic. We just have a set of fields like a background image, a heading, a text, a button, and we want to move that from React. So how does it look into Next.js? Well, we can see that the markup actually stays exactly the same. So we don't have any differences there, because in the end of the day, Next.js is also based on React. The only difference here is that we actually need to create a model, and this model should contain all the different fields and their types. When we talk about working with placeholders, we can see that in our React application, we can just define two placeholders, one for column left and one for column right, and the same exact markup we can actually make use for our Next.js application. We can still use the same third-party components as we used to before, and we can then, the only difference is that we have to define our rendering and route props for our component, and then we can still reuse the same markup. So when we talk about layouts, they actually also stay the same, as layouts are both supported in React.js and Next.js as well. So you can see that we don't have any differences here. And of course, we still have the visitor identification in order to make use of the robot detection and to start up our analytics. So how does the website look before? Well, it's not that complex. We have the Mega Hero that we saw in the first example, and we have our two-column component that can render our different components inside. And when we do the same thing in Next.js, we can actually get the same output as before. The only difference here is that we can actually define our pages that we want to be statically generated, so they can be actually pushed to the CDN and they can be rendered to the browser directly from the CDN in order to eliminate any processing time. Of course, the CDNs are quite good in caching, so that's quite useful as well. But how about personalization? This is something that we haven't talked about yet. So The differences in Next.js compared to other static site generating libraries is that Next.js is actually providing us capabilities of using both server-side rendering and static site generation. So we have a set of methods that can help us with doing that. So we can decide if a component should do or should fetch data on every single request, or if they should just fetch the data only once. We also have the option to actually fetching data at build time and pre-rendering the whole page if we want to. So how do we now take our Next.js solution and place it inside a Docker container? Well, let's first take a look into, so how do containers actually help us to become better in our solution? Well, if we take a look into some of the traditional infrastructure issues, is that we usually have to handle a lot of dependencies. This can be dependencies to other systems. We might have to open our firewalls. We need to have special settings in our system that we always need to configure when we go from our local environment to QA and to production. We also need to think about the deployments. So every time we deploy, we need to make sure that we have added all the different files, that if we have a scaled instance in production setup, we need to ensure that what we deploy is actually going to work there as well. So also testing becomes a bit harder. When we're talking about upgrades, it's always risky because we introduce errors or bugs that might be a bit hard to debug on a production setup, but if we make use of containers, this can actually be found out quite much earlier than otherwise. When we're talking about deploying to different environments, this is also much easily handled by containers because whatever works on your local machine can work the same way in your production setup or QA instance, and you can also scale them in the same way, which makes the whole process much easier. And also when we're talking about the traditional infrastructure issues is that when we have to work with operating systems, we need to upgrade them, we need to patch them and make sure that when we also patch several servers, they need to be running on the same version. So it's always a hassle to make use of all of that. So if we take a look, how does a Docker work versus a virtual machine? Well, Docker actually abstracts the operating system and the underlying infrastructure away from the actual containers. So this actually helps us to have a more unified approach, and it actually allows us to encapsulate everything that we need for our container inside the container itself, while still reusing the same operating system, which of course doesn't work when we're talking about virtual machines, as each of them has to be handled separately. So how can containers help you? From a developer perspective, containers actually help you to create new environments and move from project to project much faster, because we can easily with just one command stop our containers or start them up again. We can also easily share images between our team members, because when we encapsulate a single image and we build it, we can easily ship it to another computer and it's going to run in the same exact way as it works on our machine. So we can actually stop worrying about dependencies so much. When we're talking about a production setup, then we can actually make use of Kubernetes that can actually help us with automating the deployments, with orchestrating the different containers, and also with scaling and load balancing out of the box. And we don't really have to take care of it anymore. Also, modern cloud providers support Kubernetes out of the box nowadays, so it makes the whole thing much easier to set up. So how does the actual architecture look like when we're talking about JSS? Well, we still have our traditional Sitecore roles like content management, content delivery, and Redis. And on top of that, of course, we need a node server in order to be able to render our JSS application. And we need traffic in front of them, which is a reverse proxy that allows us to actually use user-friendly names and DNS names in order to make calls to our application. Of course, when we're talking about a local setup, we don't necessarily have to make use of a container for our node instance. We can actually just host it on our local node instance just to make the development process a bit easier, and also in terms of debugging. So we can have the same setup, but make use of a local node instance, not running on Docker containers, and we can still have the same setup otherwise. So how do we actually deploy files into our running containers? Well, luckily we have a watch script that is running on each of the containers. So for example, on our CM instance, on our CD container, and we can have our local solution where when we do any kind of changes, we can make use of MSBuild that can actually build our solution and publish it to a mounted folder. And this mounted folder is going to be watched by the script inside the container that can then deploy the code to the correct folder. This makes local development much faster and almost in the same way as you would have in a traditional non-Docker container solution. So how does our container solution look like when we're talking about JSS? Well, we have our solution in our Git repository, and in there we have our source folder, which is going to contain our front-end solution, back-end solution, and our serialized items. So of course we need to make sure that everything is sticking together in order to make it a bit easier for the front-end developers and also for the back-end developers. If we take a look into the front-end folder, then we have our traditional JSS application, in this case running on Next.js. When we take a look into the backend, then we just have our Visual Studio solution in there. In our case, we just have a single project that contains all the configuration files that we need in order to run our JSS solution. Then we have our serialized items. These can make use of either TDS, Unicorn, or our Sitecore serialization tool in order to serialize your Sitecore items into files that can be part of your Git repository. In the same time, we have our Docker folder. So this is also part of the Git repository in order to ensure that any changes to the containers are going to be distributed between all the team members. And inside we have folders, for example, for the actual platform. So this is where we publish our Visual Studio code that is going to be copied over to the different containers. We also have our volumes folder that is going to be responsible for saving or for hosting our SQL databases, for our solver indexes, and also our local log files in order to be able to debug our Sitecore solution a bit easier. We also have the build folder, which is going to contain the Docker files for every Sitecore role. And this is where we can define any kind of changes to the containers that are then going to be built. And we can also have a Kubernetes folder that is going to be responsible for storing all the different configurations and secrets for our Kubernetes instance that can then be deployed to our higher environments. So how does our backend solution look like? Well, in our case, it's just a traditional Visual Studio solution, and I only have a platform project that is responsible for keeping my JSS configuration files that can easily be deployed to my containers. And then I make use of a publish profile that can publish my solution to this mounted folder. Our front-end solution would be just your traditional JSS solution. In this case, I'm running on Next.js, and you can see where I have my components, I have my routes for disconnected mode, and also our Sitecore scripts. When we're talking about interacting with containers, we can make use of the Visual Studio tool that is very, very useful for monitoring and interacting with the containers because we can easily stop them, restart them, and even go into the actual file system that has been deployed on the container and see what we have inside. Of course, we cannot change them, but it's still useful for debugging if we're thinking, okay, maybe some of my connection strings are wrong, so let's see what's happening in there, and we can easily get inside and check what has been deployed. Of course, in order to run this, you need to have a Visual Studio instance installed, which for front-end developers might not be optimal. So from that perspective, you might still want to use the PowerShell commands for interacting with containers, so you can take a look what is their current status, you can take them down or make them run again without any problems. So what about going to production? Well, when we're talking about a production setup, we need to think about Docker containers. We need to build our images and we need to push them somewhere. We probably don't want our solution images to be publicly available, and this is why we can create our private container registry, which is where we can push our images that can then be used for our deployment setup. We can also make use of the Azure Kubernetes service, or AKS, in order to host our containers in our production setup. So what is the actual flow for deployment going to look like? Well, when we make any kind of changes, we can then commit them to any source control system, and we can then trigger a build event, which can be, we can create our build pipeline in Azure DevOps or Octopus or whatever other tool you would like to use. Once we trigger a build, it's actually going to build our images and it's going to push them to the container registry. Of course, if any of the base images that we depend on get some kind of changes, of course, we need to trigger another build event from there in order to, again, build the images and push them to the container registry. Once the build is successful, we can then trigger the release pipeline that is going to be responsible for deploying the specification files to AKS, which is going to pull all the different images for the Sitecore roles and our solution, and it's going to deploy it in order for our solution to be then accessible by the end users. In the process, we also want to deserialize any kind of content that we have in order to get the latest changes. So what about costs? Well, costs are always an important part of a Sitecore project, and we all know how costs can get out of hand very easily, especially when we're talking about a scaled Sitecore instance with a lot of different web apps in there. And what you see here on the screen is actually just a single web app running on XM single, and you can see that it costs around $150 per month. And when we compare that to the usage of containers hosted on Kubernetes, we actually found out that the costs were less than $100 per month, which makes running on containers much cheaper than running on web apps. This was everything that I had prepared for today. I hope you guys liked it, and if you have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to my email. And I want to especially thank my colleagues Teraj and Alain for helping me with creating this presentation and the demos. So thanks everyone, and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Peter Clisby. I'm head of Sitecore engineering at an agency called Sagittarius in the UK. And my talk today is going to be about building mobile applications using Sitecore JSS in React Native. So hopefully you can see the agenda on the screen. I'm going to start with a very brief demo of a content editable multi-language mobile app emulated in Android Studio on my local environment, consuming data from my local Sitecore instance. I'm then going to move into looking at the documentation, looking at the JSS native React Native sample app that shows some of the prerequisites. That will naturally go into the React Native environment setup, which is a prerequisite. And then going into the JSS quick start guide, server installation, app deployment guide, and then moving into some more conceptual things like the layout service data contracts and routes that you'll set up when working in disconnected mode. We'll look at adding a new screen and then look at building components and how the routing gives you the multilingual facility to change the language and effectively build components whose purpose would be to change the language. And there's an example of that in the sample app, and we'll look into that. So then in the process of that, we'll look at Sitecore items and compare them to the JSON contracts and see how they marry up and what you build in your JSON contracts ends up being in the Sitecore items once you've imported them. So conscious of time, moving straight into it, you can see on the right-hand side here, I've got my mobile app in Android Studio, and then I've got the word test here. I'm going to update that in Sitecore. I'm going to save it in Sitecore. I'm going to force my app to refresh, and hopefully that should remove the word test, which it has. So I'm then going to go into a new screen. If you see, my new screen is here, and you'll see some of the content, hopefully, when we go through to my new screen. I've got a multilingual component here. If you look at the content in Sitecore, you'll see that I've got VDD test sample with an F. If I remove the F and save it, I'm just going to, as a means of making it refresh, I'm going to navigate to my Danish version and navigate back to my English version. And you can see there that we've got the word F removed. And if I now go to my Danish version of that item, you can see if I now navigate to that, I'm not going to try and pronounce the Danish word there, but the VVD test prove, I'm going to remove the words test and prove, and if not proved the concept already, we're going to go to the English version, back to the Danish version, and you can see there we're left with just the VDD on top of the Danish word. So hopefully that's in a very brief time shown the concept of having a content editable multi-language app. You can also personalize the content in the same way you would any mobile application, just using presentation details with personalization rules on the presentation details. And equally with the analytics, you're then able to identify contacts using the same API you'd use in any JSS application, and anything else you can do in Sitecore, I believe, mostly. So then moving on to the documentation, the prerequisites, I'm just going to run through end to end to show the concepts involved. So starting with the React Native sample app, you can see it runs through in a very thorough fashion the prerequisites. One of those prerequisites is setting up an environment for the React Native and being able to run this awesome project, React Native template. So it sends you to the React Native environment setup documentation. You can see here I'm using the React Native CLI Quick Start for Windows with Android. It runs through some of those prerequisites being installing Node, installing Java, installing Android SDK, various other things, configuring environment variables, and then it goes through to the point, and this is essentially an important point, where you're looking at the Metro bundler, which ships with React Native, and you can see here where, and in fact, a previous command they've run the they've installed the template on scaffolded out the sample app that comes with React Native, and then using the Metro JavaScript bundler, you're going to run npx React Native start, followed by npx React run Android. So it's, if you can get that working, then your JSS sample app, once you've created it using the JSS commands, should be straightforward. So when we go back to the JSS React Native documentation, you'll see that instead of running those commands we've just seen, you're running JSS start Android, and under the hood, that will run the two commands that we've run here. So you won't have to run those separately. You'll run JSS start Android, and that will get you running in disconnected mode. So going through the sample application, you can see it talks in depth about disconnected mode and connected tunnel mode. You need to use connected tunnel mode when using React Native and the Android emulator, because ultimately your local environment can't, or the emulator rather, can't use your host file entries that for your Sitecore domain. And so it's using a package called ngrock to map those requests from localhost to your Sitecore instance, so that you're calling your layout service in Sitecore from your local React Native app. And you can see instead of running start JSS start Android, start-Android, you're going to run JSS start-Android connected tunnel. So it also talks about the routing and the state management. The state management is very much a blank canvas. You can use whatever you prefer, whether it's Flux, Redux, Realm, or whatever's your state management library of choice. But the routing, however, is is a lot more fixed, and I'm sure you can do whatever you can dream of if you customize it enough. But out of the box, it's using a package called React Navigation, and you can see here it gives you instructions of how some of the things you need to configure when you're adding a new screen. You need to add your screens into your app.js. We'll come back to this subsequently, so I won't labor that point now. And then it goes to show how some of the support for disconnected mode, how to build UI components. They are effectively just React Native components, and then how to handle different Sitecore field types, how to consume assets, and some known limitations, largely based on Mac. So I've not experienced them myself on my Windows machine. So as per the agenda, I'm then going to move into the quick start documentation. This is the same that you'll get for any JSS app, whichever framework you're choosing to use. You need to install the Sitecore JSS CLI if you've not done so already, and this gives you this JSS. You're able to run JSS commands like JSS create. The JSS create command takes, in this case, two parameters: the name of your app and the template that you want to use for your sample app. So in my case, my app is called React-Native-Demo, and the framework I want to use is React Native. So that my name would be, as I've said, React-Native demo, and this would be React-Native. You'll then change directory into your application, into the folder which it's created. And then you wouldn't run JSS start, as we've previously briefly touched upon. You'd run JSS start -Android in the case of React Native. So it then runs through prerequisites, but that is a more thorough description of what these commands are doing. So I'm, in the interest of time, I'm not going to labor on that. Then again, as per the agenda, the server setup documentation describes how you're going to add in you basically need to have a Sitecore license which is enabled for JSS, and then you're going to install the Sitecore package from the Sitecore downloads page for JSS, and it's just a normal Sitecore package that you're going to install via the installation wizard. And then there's being very thorough, it's even got some edge case things you might need to do depending on your version if it's 9.0, and then how you're going to verify your instance is working. So that should then move into the app deployment guide, which I've got here. So if I move back to the top, you'll see it's very thorough again. And I think the technical team at Sitecore have done a fantastic job on the documentation front. So you can see here, you've got to add a host name, very sort of basic Sitecore concepts of adding bindings and what have you. But then furthermore, you've got to add an API key. So you should be able to see here, I've previously installed mine, or created mine rather, and I've previously installed the JSS package we spoke about. So under system settings, services, API key, API keys, I've created an API key and just called it creatively API key. And what will the API key will be your the GUID of that item. So it describes it in more detail here. Some of the fields that will be, I was on the Danish version of that item, having changed language in the beginning of the demo. But you can see there's a few fields like cause origins, allow controllers, if you want to restrict access to particular controllers. I've just got star, and then the impersonation user, as it describes, you should never use Sitecore admin, and that should be, in most cases, extranet anonymous. So, as I say, just to prove that is working and that concept, here I've got a request to my layout service in my browser, and if I have that API key, that's going to work. But if I in any way change that key, I should get an error, and so effectively I've not got access. So moving on from that, that's the that's a very basic setup. So beyond that, actually deploying your app or integrating your app with your Sitecore environment, you're going to run JSS setup command here. That will prompt you to have enter certain pieces of information, your website folder, your Sitecore host name, your import service URL, your API key, and then it will give you the opportunity to generate a deployment secret. If you've not already got one, and if for any reason you have and you want to use it, you have the opportunity to input it. So that generates us some configs. So just to briefly show them, if we go into our, in the scaffolded app, if we go into my Sitecore folder, you can see it's created us these configs. We've got, and some basic Sitecore concept of adding a site definition being the main one, where I've got my name of JSS React Native, I've got my host name, I've got my root path and my start item, and that will be what's used in Sitecore. So effectively then, if I run JSS deploy config, it will deploy those configs from my Sitecore config folder into my Sitecore web root at config include ZZZ folder. So then moving on to my app deployment, you can see here I've got, it's got JSS deploy app, include content, include dictionary. And then if you're using a HTTPS, then you need accept certificate, and that will just take the certificate thumbprint. There's lots of, it's very thorough documentation. So again, I'm not going to labor that point. If you're not using HTTPS, then you don't need to have the accept certificate switch. And then effectively that deploys your items. Something to note, and I've got an issues list here. It does suggest that that's fixed, but I'm in the habit of using it, and I'm not sure for my local it is, or my version it's fixed. So effectively, and it's something to note, when you're deploying to a remote environment, you're going to run, instead of deploy app, you're going to have to do some of those steps manually, and then you're going to just deploy the items over the import service. So you've got deploy items, include content, include dictionary, or I believe that's a shorthand version of include content, and then language, in that they're saying DA, but you can see here where I've previously imported items using the default language, and then I've imported items in the language of DADK for my Danish items. So that covers the deployment of your app, and that's effectively what I've done in my demo I've done previously for my local Android Studio emulator with my Sitecore instance. And so that then brings us on to the layout service, the data contracts that you would use when working in disconnected mode, and the routes that you would build, which are effectively the screens in the context of React Native. So if you go to your data folder, in the routes folder, we've got the, similar to any JSS app, the other JSS frameworks use YAML often by default. The React Native version uses JSON by default, but I believe you can configure that in the other cases to use JSON as well, if that's your preference. So these items, this en.json is effectively the homepage item or the home screen in Sitecore, and then this DADK version is the Danish language version of that same item. We've then got screens of style guide, and I've created that comes as part of the scaffolded app. And then I've created a new screen and I've called it new. So if I open up the English version of that, you can see basically I've got some, I've got two components on my home item. I've got the home component and I've got the style guide field usage text component. So if I just go and look at one of those components in my source components folder, you should see if I take the home component, You can see here we've got importing React, importing a few things from React Native, and then importing some things from the Sitecore JSS React Native package as well. And they will be your fields that you'll be using for your components. So you can see here we've got, for example, a text field, and that is a text field called title. We've got another text field, and that's used a field called style guide link. We've seen those in my previous demo. We've then got a rich text field called text, and then various other things going on. You can see here that on pressing my style guide link, and that's an additional step for making a new screen and navigating to them. I've got navigate to my new screen, and that's what's facilitating me in my demo here, going to my new screen there. So hopefully you can kind of marry up with that. If I just go back a few steps and compare that with my my root, if I look again at my en.json, you can see if I bring that across, you can see in my home component, I've got the fields there. So I've got my style guide link of new, and I've got my title field, text field, and a few other fields. And that's what's populating the component data source in Sitecore. So the item itself, the home item, will be called home with a lowercase h. The display name will be home with an uppercase h, and you can see that in my Sitecore instance by up here. If I go home, you can see the item was lowercase, display name uppercase, and you can see on the presentation details, it's given me my JSS main placeholder, which you can see there, and then the components within it, I've got home, style guide, field usage, excuse me, and then they are using the data sources that have been created. So let's just go and look at those. And these were the data sources we were editing in the previous demo. I'm in Danish language, but ultimately you can see how style guide link has populated it with new. So that gives a really brief outline, as I've said, of the layout service and the data contracts that you'll populate. It also touches upon the components, but we'll go back into that in a little bit more depth in a second. So moving on to adding a new screen, and just to touch on the disconnected mode, we'll show that again in a minute. I'm going to start that running, in fact. So if I close that down, and I will cancel this, and this time I'm going to run, by default, it will run in disconnected mode. So I'm expecting that to, and just for completeness, to make sure there's no complications, I'm going to close my screen down completely and start my emulator again. And then I'm going to run my command to effectively get my app running in disconnected mode. That would be the same as if I've run colon disconnected, is the same as if I run this. So that having loaded back up, if I now kick that off, and I'll leave that to spin up while I'm talking about the other concepts. So we'll see disconnected mode in a sec. So if I need to add a new screen, there's it describes it to some extent in the documentation. I think there's depending on what you want to achieve, there may be additional steps. You can see here I've had to add a new screen in my screens folder. So if I go back to my source folder, and you'll see in screens I've added this new JS. I just copied styleguide.js, and as my document here describes, all I've done is effectively changed places where it says style guide to be the route that I'm adding, or the screen that I'm adding rather. And then you can see as we go through, We've already covered this concept of the layout service data contracts. That'll be another thing that you need to add. And then you can see here that those data contracts, but we've gone through that previously. You then need to go to app.js. And as I think was briefly mentioned in the documentation, you'll need to add, you can see home and style guide were in there by default, but the new screen that I've added was new. And as the documentation says, you need to add each of your screens into app.js. And you can see here where new is being imported from my screens new.js that we've seen previously. So while we're in the vicinity, I'm just going to touch on the concept for enabling multi-language. In root.js, we've got a function that is switch language. And you'll see if I go to my new.js, root is wrapped around, is almost a container for everything. And as part of root, I'm passing down switch language and passing that into the placeholder of JSS main to make that available for my other components. And then perhaps since I've started, it's a good time to move into the multilingual example. And you'll see if I now go into the components, there's a good example of if you want to create a component and the purpose of that component is to switch the language, you'll see an example in the multilingual component here. And you can see that hopefully my disconnected mode is working. Yeah, nice. So that is working. We'll come back and look at that in a second. But effectively, when I've gone through to my new screen, my new screen has got the multilingual component on it, and the text here and that switch language is what is on press, is what's going to facilitate me changing the language. So just to kind of prove the link there, I think, bear with me one sec. So, you can see there that it's, if I go to my new screen, as we've seen before, I can change my language and what have you. So on that basis, sorry, that's what had confused me. I couldn't understand why that said test. I've just saved the file. So just to prove that, I've obviously done a dummy run and confused myself. So you can see here, I've just added test2, save the file, and you can, that kind of shows working in disconnected mode. But in fact, this is hard-coded text in the component, which I'd hope in the real world, there's no need to do. We could effectively have a field here where we've got fields dot name of field or whatever you want. But I won't mess with that since it's the out-of-the-box component. But that's what I'd suggest if you're using your, if you're building something for yourself, which you almost have to do. Just to prove the concept, if we go to something and just show working in offline mode or disconnected mode rather, we'll go to my home route, which we've seen previously. So if I go back to data routes, you should see my layout service mock. I've got a title of working in disconnected mode, and I'm going to change that to read VDD and save that. And if I go back here, you can see it's updated. So effectively, when you're working in disconnected mode, the changing the fields in these layout service mocks is the equivalent of editing the fields in Sitecore that we've seen previously. So hopefully that kind of covers the concept of working in disconnected mode. We've seen working in connected tunnel mode previously. We've looked at the layout service and data contracts. We've looked at adding a new screen. We've looked at the multilingual example. And hopefully along the way, we've kind of seen the concept of how those fields in the layout service, when you run the import command, so you can see here my title field, when I run the import command, that will end up in there. And if you remember, that did say Virtual Developer Day. I've updated that to say BDD. So I think my time is up. So thanks very much for watching. I've got a series upcoming that I'm going to release with Sagittarius that's going to go in depth for each of these stages and have a video for each, because for me, the environment setup was quite complex as someone who's traditionally a .NET developer. And so hopefully, if you're interested in the concept, that will be of use to some people. But thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello world! In this session, I will demo how to deploy a Sitecore Helix solution in Visual Studio to Docker using MSBuild. I'll leverage the Sitecore Docker examples and discuss what's needed in order to implement a builder pattern so that solution changes are automatically incorporated when you build your Docker image. My name is Shelley Benhoff, and I'm a Sitecore Technology MVP and the author of the Sitecore Learning Path on Pluralsight. Today we'll start by talking about how we deploy our Sitecore Helix solutions to our Docker instance and why we need to use MSBuild to deploy to our other environments. Then we'll define a Docker builder pattern and take a deep dive into our options there. Next, we'll look at the Sitecore Docker examples and walk through the steps that you need to take in order to leverage MSBuild in your Docker images. And of course, I'll finish up by telling you about my upcoming Pluralsight projects for the Sitecore Learning Path, including a very special announcement. So first, I'll quickly talk about how we do deploys locally, because I think that it's a really important point in understanding why we would want to use MSBuild for deploys to our other environments. Here I have a Docker container running the Sitecore Docker example. What I want to do here is deploy my code from Visual Studio to the web root in my local Sitecore CM image. So in order to achieve this, we need to make a few modifications to the standard getting started example. First, as you can see, I've copied a few folders here for data, deploy, and Docker. It's a lot of D's. In the data CM folder, this is where we'll set up a shared volume that'll copy the Sitecore log files from your containerized Sitecore instance to your local drive. A shared volume is on the host machine, which means that if you mount a volume in the container, it'll contain the files that are on the host machine and not the other way around. This is why the Sitecore Docker images contain a PowerShell script for watching a directory and copying files into the web root. The deploy folder is where you'll publish your code from your Visual Studio solution. And in the Docker build CM folder, there's a Docker file that'll provide some instructions for when Docker builds the CM image. It defines the base image for your content management image. Then it's adding the tooling image, which will install the scripts that we need from Sitecore, which will aid us in deploying our code. So we also need to make some changes to the environment file to support some local deploys, including, I like to copy them under compose and add some space to show that it's custom. The important ones here are the build configuration. Obviously, that's usually either debug, or release, your local deploy path will map to the deploy folder where you'll publish your code. The local data path will map to the location where your container will copy the log files from Sitecore. The Sitecore tools registry is the URL that's needed to add Sitecore tools to your image, and of course the tools version. So go ahead and save that. Now all we need to do is add instructions to the Docker compose file for local deploys. We don't want to edit the existing one. We want to create an override instead, as per the Docker recommended practices. So we're going to go up here and create a file, docker compose dot override.yml. I'm just going to copy some code in here. There we go. So first we need to add the build section, which will facilitate the image build for the CM server. The context should be set to the location of the Docker file in the CM folder that we looked at earlier, which includes instructions for copying the Sitecore tools. Next, we're adding the args section, which includes the base image from Sitecore plus the tooling image. Then we're adding 2 volumes to map local folders to folders inside of our container. The local deploy path will copy the files to the C deploy folder, and the location of your Sitecore web root in your Docker container is C inetpub www root, but you won't be able to map a volume to that folder. This is because shared volumes are added last, just before the containers are instantiated, so you would overwrite the contents in the existing path in the image that the container is made from. So instead, you have to copy your deploy files to a folder inside the container and then move them to the web root inside of the container. And finally, we need to add the entry point, which is a command that's run during the first image build. This command runs the development.ps1 script that was added in the tooling image. This script includes a watch directory function that will automatically move any files in the local deploy path to the web root inside of your container. This way, you don't have to take your container down and then up again when you need to deploy code. That's pretty easy. So let's save this and bring up our containers. While that's working, let's go ahead over to Visual Studio and set up our project for deployment locally. So all we have to do here is create a publish profile or target in Visual Studio to publish your code to your local deploy folder. Let's just make sure our containers are up and healthy. Looks good. So when you publish, your code is compiled to the local deploy folder, which corresponds to the deploy folder in your container. Then your code is copied to the web root in your image. So in my case here, I'm using the XP single flavor of Sitecore. So my deploys are sent to the CM image only. And also in this example, I'm not using a solution with MSBuild. So in order to deploy this to other environments, I would have to create deploy scripts or something similar in order to get the latest code into my image. So now in order to verify the deploy, we need to look at the file system within the container, and I can do this using a command in PowerShell that you see on the screen. It's pretty easy. Then if you navigate to the C drive, let's do dir. We want to look in the tools folder first. And you can see bin entry points and scripts. These all come from the Sitecore Docker tools. And if you look in, entry points, and then IIS, you'll see the development PS1 script that we need in order to do local deploys. So then let's go back to the C drive and let's take a look at the deploy folder to make sure our files are in there. So as you can see, there's an app config, a bin and views. So that came from our deploy. Let's just look in views and make sure we've got the page content folder, which was added as a custom project in Visual Studio. So now we want to make sure that that was copied into our web root. And a dir, and let's take a look at the views folder and dir. And as you can see, the page content folder is there, so that tells us that the deploy worked. Setting this up isn't too hard, wouldn't take that much time, and it is certainly better than having devs install everything locally in order to work on a project. But we can certainly improve on this process for deploys to other environments. Deploying code to a container that is already running is okay for our local environment, but when we move to a continuous integration system, we really need something that's more headless and automated. By invoking MSBuild and restoring NuGet packages in the image build itself, this means that your containers are portable and can be deployed to any environment. Your build dependencies are completely controlled in your solution, which makes it much easier for you to manage deploys. And this method also allows you to retrieve specific build artifacts so that you can use them in any other image using from instructions in any Docker file. We need to leverage a Docker builder pattern, which means that we will get a repeatable or trackable image for each build that we run. We never have to issue a Docker run command because all of the steps are carried out at build time through run directives. A builder pattern uses two Docker images, one to perform a build with all the build tools installed, which is capable of creating production-ready application files, and another to ship the results of the first build without the penalty of the build chain and the tooling in the first image. This means that image file sizes are reduced because any unneeded artifacts are removed. And this is especially useful for CD servers where you want to have the smallest solution files possible. Sitecore deploy files in general can be very large depending on the complexity of the project. If we didn't use a builder pattern, the image for the final product would be ridiculously large. So the idea here is that first you build the image, then you run it. Every time you run the build, it'll compile the files in the project source and produce the files for deploy. Once the deploy files are on the host machine, it'll be really easy to copy them to the service image since that is done using a regular copy instruction. In the old days, in order to achieve this builder pattern, we needed to have separate Docker files for builds and the final product, which wasn't best practice. This is where multi-stage builds come in. Multi-stage builds give you all of the benefits of the builder pattern without the hassle of maintaining separate Docker files for builds and the final product. We'll take a look at an example in a moment. First, the code is built using the build image, and then the output is copied to the image for the final product. It is a recommended practice to run a NuGet restore followed by invoking a build to grab the latest code using MSBuild. This way, your image is always up to date. This approach also allows for full control over the build environment because the solution owns all build dependencies and versions. My favorite feature of this entire approach is the fact that because builds are done in their own container, devs would not need to install anything except for Docker in order to work with their solution locally. This greatly reduces the startup time that devs need to begin working on a project, and it also reduces the need for long and complicated installation instructions which may or may not work on every machine. So this is a standard example of multi-stage builds that's provided by Microsoft. The code is built with the SDK image, which is used for builds only. Then it runs a NuGet restore for the NuGet packages in the solution. Next, it runs MSBuild using the release configuration. And finally, the output is copied to the ASP.NET image, which we would use as the runtime image. Let's take a look at how this works in the Sitecore Docker examples. Here I have the custom image example from the Sitecore Docker repository. Let's take a look at how we incorporate the builder pattern and multi-stage builds for Sitecore containers. First, the base image and build image are added as args. The prep stage is used to gather only artifacts that are necessary for the NuGet restore, and they're copied into the temp folder. This is a common optimization made in .NET builds as a Docker recommended practice. The builder stage handles the code compilation and build process using the build image, which in our case is the Microsoft SDK image that we looked at previously. A build configuration arg is declared, and this is defined in the environment file. The shell instruction switches the default command shell to PowerShell. A working directory is created, and the NuGet artifacts are copied in. Then it runs a NuGet restore. The source code is generated, and transform files are copied to cout transforms. The build runs using MSBuild and the build configuration, which is usually either release or debug. A simple file system publish is used, similar to what we did earlier with a local deploy. The output from the build is then delivered to the base image. This image only delivers files and is never intended to run, which means that the image is optimized to be as lightweight as possible. You may also hear this image referred to as the artifact or asset image. And finally, the output is copied to the final runtime image. If you open this Sitecore Docker example in Visual Studio, you'll see that it is configured to do a local deploy just like we did earlier. This way, you can still continue to deploy code locally while your container is running, so you don't have to rebuild your images every time you make a code change. I just brought up this container, so let's verify the build. I'm going to run the command to get into the PowerShell for the file system. So now we're looking at the web root inside of the CM container. So let's do a dir. And for this project, we're going to be looking for, in the layouts folder, the sample inner sub layout file. So layouts. And there you see the sample inner sub layout file. So that proves that this image was built using the latest code from our Visual Studio solution. So now if you look at all of your images, you'll see an image named Docker Examples Solution that is 258 megabytes. This image is the one used for builds. You could reference this using the image ID in a from statement in any Docker file. So last, I just wanted to share with you one thing I love about VS Code is that it has a Pluralsight extension that you can use to search for any course to help you with the code that you're working on. For example, if you search for Sitecore Docker, then you will see the Sitecore learning path in the search results. I think this extension also searches the actual code files that are included in any Pluralsight course to help you find the content that'll help you with the code that you are currently working on. Or at least I've heard that and they're working on it. So now we know that while local deploys are just fine for a dev environment, we should leverage a builder pattern and multi-stage builds to containerize our builds and consolidate all build and run commands into one Docker file. Doing this will provide a repeatable image that is up to date with the latest code and enables lightweight deploys to other environments. You also have the option of using from instructions to use your build artifacts in other images, which is also incredibly useful. And of course, I can't leave you without telling you what I have coming for my Sitecore learning path on Pluralsight. All 3 of my courses are included in this learning path to help guide you through getting started to building and administering your own website And I have just updated all of these courses to include Sitecore 10 and an introduction to Sitecore Docker containers. If you're interested in trying out these courses yourself, you can message me on Sitecore Slack or Twitter and tell me that you watched this session, and I'll give you a 1-month trial, which will give you access to the entire Pluralsight platform of over 6,000 courses. I also have channels on Pluralsight listing non-Sitecore courses that will help you with getting started with Sitecore development in general to advanced development topics. You can view a list of links to my channels and courses over on hofstech.com/learn Sitecore. I am also very happy to announce for the first time that my friend and fellow Sitecorean Carlos Rodriguez has just been approved as a Pluralsight author. We're working together on many projects. Our first project will hopefully be a course on managing Sitecore Docker containers. Stay tuned, we have some great content coming very soon. Thank you very much for attending this session. Feel free to reach out to me on Sitecore Slack or Twitter at @sbenhoff, and I will try to get back to you as soon as I can. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this year's Virtual Developer Day 2021 presentation, Create Your First Sitecore Docker-based Customer Solution. My name is Hahn. I'm Sitecore freelance architect, consultant, developer, everything what the customer needs I can provide. I'm 4 years now Sitecore MVP, formerly Commerce, now Data Technology. Have overall experience with Sitecore for more than 7 years and now for more than 2 years Sitecore freelancer. So let's first talk about what this presentation is about, what you can expect from this presentation. So the target audiences for this presentation, so you should be Sitecore developer who want to start with Sitecore Docker. So Sitecore Docker is in the end quite new to the community, is quite new to Sitecore. Not really new because in former versions the community provided already custom images to work with Docker, but with version 10, with the release of version 10, Sitecore out of the box provided these images on its own. So we can now have official support of Sitecore if you work with Sitecore Docker. The goals. So we would like to see what's already out there. So there are already great solutions, repositories which have different purposes, and we will have a short look into these solutions to see what they are doing good and what they are doing bad in terms of best practices and of course what they have for a purpose. And in the end, of course, the goal should be you could start with a customer solution, not only a demonstration solution or an example solution. So you should start with a customer solution. Then what you can take with you after this presentation. Also, I think all the time it's a good idea to give you something to take with you. So first of all, insights in various Sitecore solutions, especially Docker solutions. So you should be familiar what's already out there and what you can use. And of course, you get a blueprint repository. That's the repository of me I created, where you can have a look on your own at different use cases, scenarios, infrastructure, but you will see later on. So next half an hour, what will we talk about? So first of all, of course, we will see what's already out there, with the conclusion that this is not very optimal to use in a customer solution. So we will talk about an approach to get to a customer solution, on an approach I took. Then the blueprint repository, just the repository I will provide to you. And in the end, the conclusion. So of course, what you can take with you and future improvements, branches, you will understand later on what I mean with that. So let's have a look at what's already out there. Very first thing I also started with is the getting started template provided by Sitecore, especially in terms of rendering hosts, in terms of headless development. So this getting started template is very easy to install, just a .NET Core template with, I think, 3 commands, we can install it and have an up and running instance. On the left-hand side, you see the solution and the file system. You can directly see it's a very, very small example. It just has a Sitecore page called platform, has a rendering host, and nothing more, just to really show the basic stuff. On the file system, you can see there are a lot of more files, so PowerShell scripts, helper scripts, Docker files, environment files, everything you need to really start with Sitecore Docker. So what does this example do good? So it's an easy setup. So you can just download it, bring it live, and it works. Shows an integration of rendering host, includes the custom helper script, Sitecore CLI is included. So great example, but it does not follow Helix. It has no complete solution structure. As you can see, if you compare file system to solution, it has no environment project. So I guess environment projects come hand in hand with Helix architecture, and has no config transformation. I mention it here especially because config transformation is something very essential for developer. So if you want to patch a config, nevertheless, if it's web config or app config, you need an automatic approach to do so. So at former times, I saw also a few developers who did that directly on the server, saying, hey, yeah, just a small change and we do it on the server directly, or do it in my environment, and that's fine. If you start using Sitecore Docker, it's not possible anymore. It's really a bad idea. It was at that time, and nowadays it's really a bad idea to do so. So not a best practice to do that manually. So we see how we could do that automatically. The next side is the MVP side. Maybe some of you know that Sitecore provided us a repository or made it public available of the MVP side. So this is a great example, again, with rendering host, has a platform project, also called Sitecore, but it has a lot more. It has features implemented with rendering host. It has the environment projects for identity server and Sitecore, so to deploy them properly. It has the helper scripts, the Docker files included in the solution. It's Helix based, so really everything what we missed in the former example we now have. But 2 things in the end are missing. The first, again, the config transformation, but that's just a minor thing. And this is an example of a fully implemented website. So it's great to see that, and it's great to see that in action live. But for a customer solution where we more or less start on a green field, it's not applicable, because if you would take this site as a base, you would need to cut out everything, which is far more than we need, which is, I don't know, for the MVP side and not necessarily needed for your customer projects. So this would be a big disadvantage to use that, but nevertheless, great example. The last one is a Docker example. So if you start learning Sitecore Docker, this is the one Sitecore provides you to have a look into. If you check out the solution, you will see on the file system a lot of more files for the different infrastructure. So not only XP0 or XM0, it has only examples of XM1, XP1. In addition, it has, again, of course, some helper scripts, and this time only the init script, no up script, because there are no post-deployment steps needed, so not needed an up script. But it has config transformations, it has SXA and SPE installed. So again, 2 examples we can take with us to see how things work, like module installation, like config transformations, so which is really great. And one really big advantage is the introduction of how things are done with XConnect. So XConnect is quite difficult. It's not that easy. So you have an example of how to include XConnect into the Sitecore Docker environment. But again, disadvantage, no Helix structure, no environment project, no complete solution structure. As you can see on the left-hand side, that's the whole solutions. And it's fine as an example, as a demonstration, but as a customer solution, we need the fully implemented or the full setup of a solution. So in the end, what is the resume? What's the conclusion of that? Great examples. I learned a lot from these examples, but when I asked myself, can I start now a customer solution? The answer was not really, because I did not get the best practices. I did not know what to take here and what to take there. So really, as a starting point for customer solution, I had more or less nothing. So we have to build something on our own, which is in the end fine because everyone has a different approach, slightly different approach to build a customer solution. And I will just show you how I did it. So it's a challenge to do that, of course. So you have to take everything with you, but challenge accepted, of course. So what will I show you? I will show you now the approach I have taken. So it's not necessarily your approach. You can do it differently. The point is that you just see how it could be done to find your own way. So what did I do? I started on a greenfield. I used the getting started template as a base because it's a really, really base example. Of course, with XP0 and rendering host. Then I compared this example with the MVP site to see the differences between a fully implemented site and the really basic plain example of getting started. And the comparison of that, I was able to take all the best practices with me into my blueprint solution. Of course, I had to kick out a lot of stuff because from the MVP side, features, configurations, and so on, which are not really needed and therefore kicked out. Last but not least, I had a look at the Docker examples because these Docker examples repository showed Xconnect, showed SPE, SXA installation, showed different infrastructure, config transformation. I didn't want to lose all of that. So I integrated it into my blueprints repository. And at this point, I decided to not make one big solution, but to make a repository consisting of different branches, showing different use cases, infrastructures, modules installed, and so on and so on. But you will see later on what I mean with that. So let's first have a look at some images to do so. So I really started from a green field. As you can see, I started with a blueprint solution, empty blueprint solution. I just added the Helix structure, environment, feature, project, foundation, and slowly filled all that with the existing content. And as you can see, it was slowly growing as I had the environment project, the Sitecore project, the rendering host, the platform project. I included the helper scripts, the Docker examples, and especially the Docker examples were a lot of work because as you can see here, we have a lot of services in Sitecore, possibly added to our infrastructure. Of course, depending on the infrastructure, you need all of them, you need part of them, or only 2 or 3 of them. But I like to have all of them into my checked into my repository to quickly use them if I need them. And of course, in the solution file, I also added them with a proper Docker file. Besides the Docker Compose override, the environment file. So all what is needed or everything what's needed is in the solution in a common way. So the result of all that is now that I provide you a blueprint repository. You see on the left-hand side, extraction from GitHub. Key benefits or key facts of that is it's a solution which is Helix based, so project, feature, foundation, environment under the source folder. Especially the environment projects are needed to properly deploy all that to the specific roads, to the specific services. We have modified helper scripts, init, up, and clean. So the purposes of these are quite clear. So the init script initializes our environment. It creates a host entries, it creates the certificates, it creates or fills the environment file. So all which is needed is done there. The up script is also quite easy because it just collects all the information, checks if all the information which are needed are there, and then behind the scenes calls the Docker Compose up with the right parameter to spin up your environment. But, and that's what I really like, in the end, after everything is spin up, it checks if everything is healthy, if everything is up and running, and calls some Sitecore CLI synchronization process to get the proper items, to get proper content from the solution into our instance. So we have already an up and running instance with some items, with some configurations, with all we need to bring that live to directly work with that. And the last one, the clean script, is also quite self-explaining because if you call that, everything is wiped out from this file system. So a few parts of the infrastructure, like the log files from the CM, like the SQL Server databases, like the Solr indices, are stored in a mounted folder on your file system. And this clean script wipes out all this data to really clean your system from this infrastructure, which is definitely needed if you want to switch between infrastructures. So like switching from a variant with SXA installed to a variant without SXA installed. If you would not clean your data, it would be completely inconsistent state, because it would try to install everything on top of something which is already there, which will definitely not work out. So keep in mind, you always have to clean up your workspace, clean up your environment if you really switch between environments, switch between infrastructures. Beside them, of course, we have the Docker files, Docker Compose override, the environment files, and all the single Docker files for the specific services to be in the end called and processed. Now we come to the point where I introduce the branches. So this blueprint repository has not only one single big branch and you see everything in there. I decided to make different branches per use case, per environment, per infrastructure. So on the left-hand side, you see a lot of branches like XP0 only, XP0 rendering, XC0, XConnect. So I took everything which I can take over from all the solutions I found to make them best practice ready. So like best example was take the XConnect stuff, but the XConnect stuff did not follow Helix best practices. So I made it follow Helix best practices and integrated it into the blueprints repository. But not only this, so also XC, also other branches, other use cases. On the right hand side, you see tags. I decided to use tags for branches which are, in my opinion, ready. So you can just use the tag, for example, XP0 rendering XConnect, to download a package which consists or which has an infrastructure of XP0 containing rendering host, containing everything you need to spin up or to customize XConnect. And the same is with all the other branches which have tags. You can download them and directly use them. But of course you can also use branches, but they are still ongoing. They are still in work. Maybe some parts are not fully working. Maybe I'm experimenting on that. Different reasons, but you can in the end live see what I'm doing there. So I can tell you a lot of things that they are working, that are really working, but no, let's show also that they are working. So first of all, I started, of course, with the XP0 rendering host, so I will just show you the example of that for my blueprint side. So after I checked out the branch, did everything what I need to do. So a few commands I had to enter, a few scripts I have to call to spin up the environment. I will show you later on how easy that is. And now you can see the up and running example with some demo items, the blueprint side, home, shared content, settings, everything I provided to the repository, which is then via Sitecore CLI synced into the system. So I'm just full of dev content. You definitely need some content locally on your dev system provided so that it is working. Best example is rendering host. You need an API item which tells the CM system that the rendering host is able to connect. If you do not have that API item, rendering host would not work, simply would not work. So you need to check it into the repository, and on initialization time, you have to sync that item to Sitecore. And not only that, you can do that with every kind of items you want to have in your demo example. And in the end, it's just great to spin up from nothing an environment which has already content, which has every service up and running, and you can directly work with it. That's in the end great. So next one is SXA SPE. So I just switched the branch, made my steps, and brought that instant live. So you see on the dashboard we have now Sitecore PowerShell installed. On the left hand side I was able to create an SXA tenant, to create a site with a home item, call the home item, and I see it's working. So that was for me a test. Okay, I did everything correct in SXA SPE installation, that everything is up and running, and I would be able to now start working on that. Next one, a little bit more complicated because, as mentioned, did not follow Helix best practices. So I tried to apply Helix on that, but in the end it worked out. So mostly taken from Docker examples, slightly modified for my use cases. We have now XConnect customizations. So we have, besides the real essential XConnect project, we have 2 app projects, a model builder. So all of you who already customized XConnect know that you have to play around with the models, the JSON files to deploy them properly. So this model builder helps you to generate this JSON file. And just a simple console application called demo. You can see below, it has 2 functions. It writes a contact and it reads a contact. So first of all, I write a contact with my demo facet. So I just took over the example, which was already existing, created my demo facet and applied it to my contact. And on the second run, I read the context from the XDB via XConnect and was able to retrieve my demo facet from the system again. And of course, on the right-hand side, you see that the contact is properly stored in the system. So this was a test for me that XConnect customizations are up and running. They work. So you can interact with the system with your newly introduced custom facets. So in the end, a fully working example of XConnect or XDB customizations. Then my favorite topic, of course, what else? XC. So I also spent some time in XC installation or XC Docker installation. So as you can see, I was able to spin up an XC environment within Docker. Business tools, we see the business tools with the out-of-the-box habitat and adventure work examples. We see products. And of course, I wanted to really check the system. So I used Postman, set up everything like the Postman environments, Postman calls, to create a shopping cart and added some fulfillment and payment and made an order out of it. And I was able to see the order afterwards in the system. So a fully working example. Not fully working because I just was able to use the out-of-the-box provided images. So Sitecore provides us images to spin up XC without using custom images, custom solution files. That is this example. And from that point on, I have now to do several things to make it really work. So first of all, of course, have a .NET Core Engine project for our authoring shops, ops, and minions environments to be able to customize them. That's obviously not that easy. It's quite complicated to bring that live. I had a lot of issues with that, but I'm still on that and trying to figure out what's going wrong there, because unfortunately there are a lot of manual steps needed. Download sources, put them at the right locations, arrange them properly, branch reconfiguration, everything which has to be included into the blueprint repository properly, so that we can now automatically spin up an XC environment with custom images. That's what I'm currently working on. But yeah, besides that, basically it's working, it's up and running, and I'm still on that. And last but not least, my example of custom Solar Index. So custom Solar Index is a very common use case. So at former times, you just create an index, put it into your Solar instance, and it's there. But if we talk about instances which we can spin up and destroy or wipe out completely, so also Solar data, we have to think of an approach where Solar indices can be built automatically via Docker. And it's not that easy, so just creating the Docker index, save it into the repository and have 2 or 3 minor modifications to the Solar Docker file so that it grabs the index and it stores it properly. That's not that easy, but to be complete, I showed it here. In addition to that, what's already out there as examples, I made an example round, so I just created some index. In this case, obviously a recipe index. I just created recipe items and 2 examples of an apple pie and a quick noodle soup. So in the end, after I created the data, I pulled them into the repository so that when I spin up the environment, I have already data there. That when the index is created, it grabs automatically these data and stores them into itself. So as you can see on the left-hand side, the recipe master index is filled with 2 recipes. And what I really like to work on was an example with rendering host. So on the right-hand side, you see a demo output of these 2 recipes in a recipe search implemented via rendering host. So I made this example around not only creating this Solr index, I also created some demo data which are synced, pulled and pushed via Sitecore CLI, and a part of the rendering host which grabs all these data directly from the index via custom content resolver. So a full example of, I would say, you could say content lifecycle, but development cycle. So after all that, you could ask yourself, how long did it take to make all these screenshots? Because to make these screenshots, I had to switch or to jump from environment to environment, from branch to branch. Normally, that would take a long time because spinning up a Sitecore environment is not that easy, even though if you have the PowerShell scripts for that in a normal scenario, it takes some time. In Sitecore Docker, it took me around a few minutes to jump from environment to environment, and I'll show you how easy that is. So 5 steps. First of all, we assume that you have an up and running instance. First, you take or you use the Docker compose down command to really bring down and remove all the Docker containers from the system. Second, the mentioned clean script. So if you switch between environments, infrastructures, bigger changes, use the clean command, which wipes out everything. Then, of course, switch the branch. So I switch to the rendering host xp0 branch. Then I use the init command. As mentioned, remember, init is necessary after a clean because also not only data, but also certificates are wiped out. So you have to recreate them, and that's done via init command. And in the end, you use the up command to bring the instance completely up and running. So, of course, the last command, the 5th one, takes some time, a few minutes, but overall, all these 5 steps take around 4 or 5 minutes to spin up an environment, to kill it and spin up the next environment, which is really the big advantage of using Docker at all, or Sitecore Docker. So, I showed you now the repository, I showed you now different branches. You can switch between them, you can download the tags to see fully implemented, hopefully best practice following example. A nice benefit of side effect of using different branches in a repository is that you can compare directly the branches. So everything which is done on the one hand side can be compared to another branch, like in this case, comparing XP0 with XP0 SX8 to directly see what is needed to install SX8 properly. Of course, this is just a minor example, just a small example. But if you think of scenarios like, how do I come from XP0 to XC0, you will in the future see via direct branch compare what is really needed to come from that point to this point. Or if you want to have XP0 with XP0 rendering. So if you would like to introduce rendering host to your application, what is really needed? And there, I can tell you there are a lot of changes needed in Sitecore, in rendering host, at here and there, and identity server. So you have to do a lot of small minor changes, and this branch comparison helps you to do these changes. So let's have a look at this very simple example, introduce SXA. You can also read it in the documentation, of course. Sitecore also shows an example of that, but to see it in action, first of all, go in the environment file and add SPE and SXA images, go into the Docker compose override file and refer to these images. Quite easy. Then, of course, go into the Docker files of CM, Solr, and SQL Server and do the necessary changes. And at this point, we have an advantage of how these images are assembled. So Sitecore provides us images which follow all the time the same folder structure in the end. So that under content, we have content for our CMCD server. Under Solr, we have data for the Solr server. And under SQL Server, we have data for the SQL Server. So we can more or less do all the time the same changes for all the different images. So if we install SXA or SPE, we'll see it here. It's quite similar to do that, quite similar steps to do that. And as you can see here, First of all, the CM system, then below the solar system, and next is it's a SQL Server system, first of all, of course, and on the next slide, it's a solar server, which is which does the necessary changes to install the solar indices for SXA. But at all, you see how easy it is to do so, of course, but also to see how easy it is with branch comparison to see these changes up and running. So, conclusion, let's sum up a little bit what you learned so far. You learned so far there are various demo and example solutions out there which are great to get started with everything, but you should not start with them as customer solution. Do not just clone the repository, call it whatever your customer solution is called, and start. That might be not a good idea. There are best practices. You see them all the time in different solutions, in different discussions, repositories. You see best practices. Just grab them, take them, and apply them to your solution. And the blueprint solution I offer you has hopefully all the best practices has an overview of different infrastructures, use cases. You can compare them between each others, and hopefully you can use it to get started on your own. So last but not least, what could come next? I just provided some bullets to let you understand that this is an ongoing project, an ongoing solution, because we have enormous numbers of use cases which could be covered in some kind of best practice repository. So first of all, XC0 finalization. So as mentioned earlier, it is not fully implemented. It is not fully there because custom images are missing. I would also like to extend the up script to make an automatic bootstrap, sync, initialize environment, which is needed and right now has to be done manually. And of course, when that is done, I would like to create custom environments, custom plugins to deploy them properly to the XC system. So some XC stuff. Of course, rendering host features. So I would like to play around with rendering host. It's nice to have that project layer rendering host application, but how do we start on implementing your own features? What do I have to pay attention to specific stuff? All that can be done in a different branch. XM0, XM1, XP1, of course, different infrastructures to see what do I have to do to switch between XP0 and XP1, which services come in, which services maybe have to be kicked out, what changes. Then, of course, an upgrade. Upgrade is a common use case, a common scenario. How does my solution change when it comes to the point of upgrade? I would like to cover that topic. Dev content, here and there mentioned already, that with Docker you have to get a proper strategy how dev content is arranged. Either way, just leave databases as they are, or if you really write out them completely, you need to somehow synchronize them with the repository, somehow have packages. So most likely some approach via SQL Server packages and Sitecore CLI item synchronization. And of course, other plugins like Horizon integration, which might come out of the box later on from Sitecore. So I would like to show also beside SPE and SXA to how to integrate Horizon, because it's a custom application as it is with rendering house, as it is with XC engines. So I just want to cover also that topic. And last but not least, demo website. So it's my little, hopefully personal little project to combine everything together, to see every little change, every little feature, infrastructure, possibility, what we can do, and make a demo website with, for example, XP0 rendering host, having some customizations on XConnect, having dev content synchronized, and so on and so on. So a full example of my demo website I would like to provide in the future. And yeah, that was it from my side. So thank you for your attention, and yeah, have a nice day. See ya.
Welcome to my talk on Sitecore on Azure Kubernetes services. My name is Habraken, I'm CTO at WeAreU, and I'm a true Sitecore and Azure fanatic. Actually, most of the Sitecore implementations we have running on production are running on an Azure PaaS infrastructure. And this is also me when reading the Sitecore 10 release notes. I saw that Sitecore Azure was being deprecated and I was quite a bit surprised by that. I knew containers were in the works, but I didn't expect it to be announced this soon. Although, to be a bit more specific, they are actually pivoting away from providing the app services packaging out of the box, and obviously they are not deprecating running Sitecore on Azure at all. It's just that the technology changes, which is a good development, I think. So we're entering a new world of Sitecore cloud deployments, and I want to briefly explain you what is changing and why. Sitecore is going to adopt containers as their cloud technology of choice, which means they will stop providing the ARM templates and the Sitecore web deploy packages as we know them right now. Which also means that services like Application Insights will no longer be part of that sample setup. Also, alongside this change, Sitecore has deprecated Azure Search and recommends Solr as the new search engine. Which actually means they're moving to a more cloud provider agnostic approach, which gives you as an agency or a customer the freedom of choice. There's no vendor lock-in from Sitecore on your cloud provider anymore. And for me, from an agency perspective, this actually improves the reusability because I can use my desired setup using the containers, using the scripts that I have on multiple platforms like Azure and AWS. This setup is also easier to maintain than the ARM scripts we had before. The ARM scripts do have a lot of challenges in regards to dependencies and backwards compatibility, especially when they get so complex as the Sitecore setup we had. So this is becoming easier to maintain across platforms, but also across versions. And basically, Sitecore is now focusing more on their core product. So the adjacent setup is up to us as a partner or a customer. And by adjacent setup, I mean the data sources, things like monitoring and, for example, the search implementation. Also, there's two ways to install Sitecore on containers. There's two container technologies, Docker and Kubernetes. And to set things clear, Docker is meant for development purposes, and it gives you an easier way to set up your local environments. And also, you have a way better isolation between projects. If you are running multiple Sitecore projects on your development environment, you don't have the dependency issues on shared libraries anymore that you had before when you're not running in containers. And for production, we have Kubernetes. And Kubernetes gives you a scripted deployment, easier container management, and you can utilize all the features that come with Kubernetes, like monitoring, scaling, and the extra security features. So today, we're going to focus on Kubernetes for production. And with this new, cloud space, there's entering a whole lot of new terminology and technologies into what you need to know. I don't want to give you a full the tutorial explanation or a guide on what Kubernetes is and how you can use it. I bet you can fill multiple talks with that subject alone. I just want to give you a basic understanding of what you need to know. So, what is Kubernetes? Kubernetes is an open source container management orchestration tool, and its responsibilities are the deployment and scaling of containers and the load balancing of traffic and between the containers. It allows for automated rollouts and obviously also rollbacks. And you can pick the strategy you like over there. So you can roll out new containers immediately. You can do a blue-green deployment, or you can do, for example, a canary deployment. And Kubernetes is also self-healing, so you actually don't have to worry about a lot of things within how the containers are managed. And that especially goes for AKS. But first, let's see what elements you need to know when you have your Sitecore implementation running on a Kubernetes cluster. This is a schematic overview of the most important elements of a Kubernetes cluster. And the control plane is sometimes, or in the past, also called master. So if you ever heard that term, they are referring to the control plane. Let's first zoom into that one. Within the control plane, you have a persistence store, a high available persistence store, and that actually stores all the data of your cluster. We have a scheduler that assigns nodes to pods. We have a controller manager that controls the nodes, the pod replication, your endpoints, and we have an API server, which is actually the exposing front end of the control plane that we as an operator interact with. Then you have multiple nodes, or you can have multiple nodes, and within that node you have a kubelet. A kubelet manages the containers within the pods of that node. Also, we have a kube proxy, which manages the network rules on the nodes and allows the communication between the nodes, but also outside of the cluster. So we as a user interact with that. On the pods, we have our containers, and on the containers, we have our applications. And how this is divided is completely managed by Kubernetes. We will not go into that for this talk. But there's one more thing you need to know, and that is how we control our cluster. We do that with a command that is called kube control, or kube cuddle, as some people like to say. There's some debate going on what the actual pronunciation is. So I'm sticking to kube cuddle, but that's up to you. So these are the basic elements of what a cluster is and what you need to know at least to start working with it. We are today going to use an Azure Kubernetes services. And that is a fully managed Kubernetes service. You can see it as a serverless Kubernetes because the storage and the infrastructure are actually managed for you by Azure, which creates a completely integrated experience with all of your other Azure services as well, like you used to. And the control plane is fully managed by Azure, so you don't have to roll that out or worry about that. However, you can interact with the infrastructure it creates, but we'll go into that later on. So the benefits of AKS are actually that you only pay for the worker nodes and not for the control plane, that it is fully managed, so you don't have to manage the infrastructure at all, and you have the easy scalability and the integration with the other Azure services that you're used to have, or that you are used to. Let's have a brief look at what the scaled XP topology looks like. So we're having a Sitecore Experience platform, and then we will take a look at the fully scaled topology. You have your Sitecore roles, and each Sitecore role is represented by a separate deployment, a separate container deployment. This is actually provided by Sitecore, and you don't have to worry about setting these up. You only roll them out as they come. And in front of all of those deployments, we have an ingress controller, which is kind of a reverse proxy, and that arranges the traffic coming in and routing the traffic going to the right row. On the right side, we have our Redis cache, our solid cloud, and our SQL Server instance. Now, what you need to know is that the Sitecore deployments run on a Windows node, so we need a Windows node pool for that. And the ingress controller runs on a Linux node pool. or on a Linux node, which requires a Linux node pool. But as you can see, for production purposes, the data sources on the right are not included in those pools. We see them as external data sources, and we see them as externally for a reason. So we'll dive into that later. First, to be complete, I should note, obviously, there are a lot more databases running in that SQL Server. And this external data sources part is not what you manage within the Kubernetes cluster on production. So when you roll out this, you will find yourself facing new challenges. And I want to share some of them with you. So, well, you can benefit from it. I'm sure there are more, some are easier, some are more challenging in a production environment. But let's look at the basics first. Sitecore provides you with Kubernetes spec files that are specifications that describe the deployments that you need, and they go together with the images Sitecore provides. Sitecore delivers a setup for both the XM and XP topology, which includes all the deployments, including the Ingress configuration. The Redis, Solr, and Microsoft SQL deployments are actually supplied too, but they are meant for non-production use only. So today we want to look at setting up production, and we actually cannot use those. And it's up to you how you provision those, but it's not a very good idea to do that in a container. What I bumped into, one of my challenges was that most tutorials and demos use a non-production setup just for easiness, or to be a little bit more clear or simpler to follow. But it's lacking guidance for me to have a proper reusable solution for production. So that's what I want to look into. What do we need? Well, as said, we need those 3 services, but I want to throw in 2 more. I want to throw in an Azure Container Registry, because we want to host our custom images of the application that we're going to deploy. And I want to have a key vault, because I want to have secure key management. Also, I want an easy transitioning from, as I said, my Azure PaaS setup, my Azure Web Apps, and I want to target a platform that is using PaaS as much as possible. It should be easy to set up, and I want it fully scripted, so infrastructure as code. Because I'm focusing on Azure, I'm going to replace those 3 with Azure services. The Redis cache, the SQL Server, but also the Solid Cloud, which is, in my case, because of me of wanting to be cost efficient, running on a VM. And that has led to a new template for us that we're using to deploy, kind of an Azure PaaS infrastructure around our AKS deployment. And we've built it using ARM from scratch and some additional PowerShell. And it's looking like this. So it contains all the elements we need. And it's also designed in such a way that we can roll out this, that we can provision this very easily and fully scripted. So we're using Azure DevOps, and we've designed a pipeline to incorporate all the stages of our provisioning. But before we are going to actually provision it, we need to fix some things. First, a very simple one, but I found out that the specification file for the content delivery role includes a hard-coded reference to the Redis cache. And if you are running external data sources, then you can't do that. You can't have that. You want to configure it. And you can change it in the YAML file, but that's not the proper way. I want to do it so I can reuse my setup. So what you want to do is you want to change it into a variable called Sitecore Redis connection string. And you'll actually create a new secret. Then you reference your variable instead of including the hard-coded value into your YAML. There's one more thing, because alongside the spec files, you have your secrets. You may have already seen them when you looked into the specification files. And with the secret comes a customization YAML, which is actually kind of an index of all these secrets. And you need to add your new file as well in there, but also don't forget to add the secret to your folder as a text file. This mechanism works for adding custom secrets, and we've done that a few times already in our setup, because I think it's a good way to keep your specification files as generic as possible and only put your variables outside of your image. Also, because we are running external data sources, we need to set up the network configuration, because when you're running your EDS outside of your AKS cluster, your cluster is actually not able to communicate with the additional services that we've created in Azure. So when you create a cluster, Azure generates another resource group, an additional resource group that actually contains the underlying infrastructure of your cluster. I made a schematical drawing of what we have right here. So on the left side, we have the resource group that we have created with a VNet in it that includes our Solar Cloud, which is a VM running on Linux. And on the right side, we have a cluster that has an underlying infrastructure that contains a Kubernetes load balancer, or it's actually just a load balancer, but it's named Kubernetes. And to be able for Solar to communicate with AKS or our cluster, we need to allow the inbound IP address from that load balancer into the VNet that encompasses the Solar Cloud. Of course, this depends on your choice of EDS, but at least you have to know that you have to configure this. Also, for SQL Server, we need to do some things. The AKS cluster, the underlying infrastructure, also contains a VNet, and that contains a subnet that is called AKS subnet. What we need to do is we need to add a service endpoint for that subnet to our SQL Server, or to Microsoft SQL in general, which is the endpoint, and vice versa. We need to add a VNet rule from our SQL Server firewall and virtual network settings to the AKS subnet, and this allows for communication between our external Azure PaaS database and our AKS subnet when we're not running the example setup by Sitecore that includes the container in the includes the database in a container in the cluster. Of course, I'm showing you this within the Azure portal, but eventually we have scripted this, and that's obviously far better, but this is easier to demonstrate. And then we want to do one more thing before we start deploying, and that is we want to improve our security. As I said, the Kubernetes spec files use secrets to keep your credentials externally of your container images. But in my opinion, that's still not very safe, because you're storing plain text passwords and other credentials inside your repository. And I want to lift that to an Azure Key Vault instance. By the way, make sure that you do not enter a new line character within these secrets, because especially for setting up a database and having a database user name over there, it will not work. So take that in mind. So we want to move them over to Azure Key Vault, and this sounds complex, but it's actually quite easy. We're going to move our secrets to AKV in 4 easy steps. First, we're going to replace the secret value within the Kubernetes secret file by a reference token, like this. Then we are going to create a similarly named Key Vault secret, put the value in there, and Within our DevOps pipeline, we can retrieve all of the Azure Key Vault secrets with the Azure Key Vault step. By the way, this also works for variables in your variable group. And then use the replace tokens task to inject those values at deploy time in your secret files. So now we don't have to store the actual values within the repository anymore, and we have managed them from within our Azure Key Vault instance. Obviously, this is going to take a lot of time because there's 40 secrets and you have to do all the secret creation in the Key Vault and stuff. So I've created a script that reads all the secrets from the customization file dynamically, and then creates an Azure Key Vault secret for each of those Kubernetes secrets. And depending on if the value is already populated within the Kubernetes secret, it will just lift it over to AKV, or it generates, if it's still empty, it generates random value. So you don't have to use a password generator and do that yourself when creating the Azure Key Vault secret. It also updates the secret files to store the reference token in it. And it adds my solid credentials, which I need for my separate solid cloud instance. So this script actually does all the hard work for you and makes your implementation a little bit more secure, but also more generic, because this is now also automated. So now that we do have all the ingredients for our deployment, for our provisioning process, I discovered that it's, well, quite a lot of steps that you need to take, and they are also depending on each other. So it's not very clear what you need to do in what order. And for that reason, I've divided the provisioning in different stages with the solely with the goal to automate as much as possible. And I want to take you to all of those steps briefly. First, you need to prepare your environment. Obviously, you have to have an Azure account, a DevOps project, and a service connection so you can control your Azure subscription from DevOps. You need to download the Kubernetes specification files from the Sitecore website or the repository, as they recently open sourced this. And we need to fix the Redis connection string, as I've shown you. By the way, I've sent in a change request, so I hope in future versions this information will be outdated. Then we need to do some manual configuration. We've created our service principal ID, and when we provision the Key Vault, we want in our script to automatically grant rights to our service principal. So we need to have that in our ARM script. Obviously, the provisioning of the Key Vault is something we have scripted out. And when the Key Vault is provisioned, we know what the Key Vault reference ID is, and we can configure our other parameter files of our ARM scripts for the Azure PaaS services. So we can run Solr and SQL. You can read all of the details and the scripts on my blog posts, but I won't go over them in this talk. Then we're getting to the PowerShell scripts. And this is actually fully automated, but it's quite a lot of steps and we need to do them in a certain order. First, we're going to add the cycle license and the identity and TLS certificates to the secret files. Those scripts are provided by Sitecore. I went over them and I expanded them a little bit, but they are already provided. You can also, by the way, see them on my repository. Then you will need to go over your Kubernetes secrets manually, because you need to check for each of the secrets if you have a desired value, for example, for a username for your database, or if you want to automatically generate a token for it. When you have done that and all of your secrets are actually populated or filled in, you can populate the Key Vault with it. And that's what I have shown you as a script. My script goes over all of the Kubernetes secrets and populates the Key Vault. And finally, you can deploy your AKS cluster. Again, I used an example script here. It's provided by Bart Plasmeijer, and it's in his repos. He demoed it before. And you can also find a revised version of that in my repository. It just deploys the cluster, but not yet deploys all the pods for Sitecore. That's coming in our next step. And then we're getting to the point where we can deploy our implementation. First, we need our external data sources like SQL and Solr and the container registry. And we have created ARM templates of that, so we need to deploy them. Then we need to update the network configuration, as I've shown you, and put the Redis cache reference also in our key vault. But these are things that we can actually quite easily script. And then we move on to applying those secrets, deploying our ingress controller. And if you already looked at the Sitecore install guide for Kubernetes, you'll see that the tasks 20 to 24 are actually explained in the manual, and it's all kubectl commands that you can run. So this is actually as per Sitecore manual, but what we did is all of these steps from 17 to 24 can easily fit into a YAML pipeline, a DevOps pipeline that we've scripted using YAML, so you can reuse it between your projects. When you have done that, you can move over to the post-provisioning steps, linking our Azure Kubernetes services cluster to ACR, the container registry. This is also a script, but it's not included in the pipeline because you can't run it over the service connection. So you need to do it with elevated user rights and use your CLI for that. So that's why it's included in the post-provisioning steps. And then the last part is to actually populate the schema and rebuild your indexes via the Sitecore client as also instructed in the Sitecore install guide. And that's all there is to set up a vanilla Sitecore deployment within Kubernetes AKS services with production-ready external data sources. And then we're getting to deploying your custom Sitecore implementation. But that subject is a subject for one of my next talks. So having all this, I thought, why not start a community initiative? We used to have our Azure ARM templates. Why not create a boilerplate for AKS and Azure PaaS for a production-ready setup? So that's exactly what I've done. I've shared all of the scripts written and built by me and my colleague Erik Jeroense. Your PowerShell scripts, Bash scripts, the ARM templates, and the YAML pipeline for provisioning. It's still work in progress. We're expanding it and doing some R&D on it to improve it even further. But I wanted to share this in an early stage because I also want to trigger feedback on it. As I said, it includes all of the templates for the EDS for both Sitecore 10 and the Update 1, including the required PowerShell scripts and the YAML pipeline. And it also includes some setup and instructions, and all the scripts are actually documented quite well. And I would like to ask you to join in. I would like it to become a matured, proven, and well-tested Azure example. So please share your opinion, your experiences. Do some pull requests. I already got one on it to improve my PowerShell scripts. So if you'd like to join in, please visit my Path to AKS repository on my GitHub account. And then there's some more topics to cover, obviously, but I will do that in one of my next talks. So I'm currently working on doing blue-green deployments with Sitecore on AKS. I want to do some more in-depth sharing and research of monitoring your Sitecore on AKS implementation. And I want to look into scaling your Sitecore Kubernetes setup. So that's what you can expect from me later this year. For now, read on. There's a lot of useful resources out there. I have my blog series on habraken.nl. You can visit my repository, but you also should check out the documentation of Sitecore, the installation guide, the videos by Rob Elam, and actually the specific container Sitecore deployment documentation you can find on doc.sitecore.com. Have fun doing so and let me know what you think. I love to learn and share some more on this topic.
In today's world of Internet of Things, everyone loves integration. Hi everyone, today we will talk about Sitecore Marketing Automation integration with Azure to save contacts data through custom action. My aim will be to cover all the steps required to create a new action in marketing automation and give you guys a starting point to create one as per your project requirement. First, a little about me. I'm Raman Gupta, working as a technical lead engineer at Aspire Info Labs in India. I am a Sitecore and Azure certified developer. In my role, I work closely with our clients and our global marketing stakeholders to gather the business requirements, architect the solution, convert those requirements into technical delivery. I have been involved in more than 10 Sitecore implementation for clients. Implementation of Sitecore marketing application is one of my favorite area. Apart from my professional work, I like to spend time writing some technical blogs and helping Sitecore community members on various platforms like Slack and Stack Exchange. You can find my work on GitHub and follow me on LinkedIn. A brief overview of today's discussion. We will start talking about why Sitecore Marketing Automation, Sitecore out-of-the-box components and activity types, why extension for marketing automation is required, and what will be the architecture of this extension with Azure. Then, step-by-step development of custom action in marketing automation. In the end, we will have a quick real-time demo of custom action in Sitecore Marketing Automation. Clients and management look for return on investment always. Instead of using Sitecore as just a CMS, we can get access to many more features in Sitecore within same investment. One of them is Sitecore Marketing Automation. It provides you with new approaches and ways to create automated online campaigns using its intuitive drag and drop interface. We can drive automation, segmentation, personalization, and analytics from a single source of data. So, by adopting Sitecore Marketing Automation, you can say goodbye to single channel automation and siloed system you have had to work with in the past. Sitecore Marketing Automation allows marketers to add action from these 4 categories to the campaigns. We can drag and drop elements from the toolbox pane onto your canvas where we can design the campaign. Each of these elements are having some activities or actions. Activity types in Sitecore are the building blocks of marketing automation plans. They act on or take action based on the XDB contact enrolled in the plan. We have some marketing actions like send email, subscribe or unsubscribe contacts from the list. Listeners or decision points can be evaluated so that contacts are filtered along appropriate path and to relevant elements. Also, we can apply delay, remove contacts from running campaign, etc. But Now question is, if we have these many out-of-the-box component, then why are we talking about extension? Well, answer to this is, every project is unique and marketers can have custom engagement criterias and automation scenarios. For instance, Sitecore provide send email action out of the box. But let's say marketers wants to engage with customer through SMS as well. In that case, we will need to customize marketing automation. Thanks to opened, developer-friendly Sitecore architecture, developers can create and deploy new conditions and actions with reasonable efforts. So, we can use custom facets and utilize custom rules to process contacts. Also, we can create custom actions, and that's what we are going to do next. We will create a custom action that will connect Sitecore with Azure. Means context data from Sitecore can be processed and passed to Azure storage, and then using Azure's function or web job, we can perform multiple actions like send SMS or send WhatsApp message, etc. In this architecture diagram, you see we can utilize Sitecore out-of-the-box section like send email to build a campaign. In the first snapshot here, notice that we have just created an EXM automated type email and attached this email to send email action in marketing automation. Now, to extend marketing automation, we will create a new action which is send message to Azure queue. This action will accept message parameter. We can use tokens like first name, last name, or any other to personalize this message. As you can see in the second snapshot, we drag and drop this custom action from toolbox to canvas. Then define message parameter with tokens. Next, in this architecture diagram, you can see once token will be resolved in the automation engine, message will be saved in Azure queue. After that, we can use Azure functions or web job to process this message and perform further actions like send SMS. One good thing about this architecture of saving data in Azure is we are not overloading Sitecore with actions that can be performed outside of Sitecore. We are just sending context data from Sitecore to Azure storage. And then using Azure function, we can create any action utilizing that data. This way, Sitecore performance will not be hampered. Before starting development of custom action, let's first understand few terminology used for an action in marketing automation. All the actions have activity types editor, which is having action name and a brief description about this action. Then we have a parameter box where we can enter some values which needs to be processed like message. Contacts are evaluated before moving them through a too prolonged yes or no path or a default path. The path taken depends on how contact meet specified condition within specified time frame. Now, when you are aware about terminology, let's start building custom action to send message to Azure. Mainly, 3 steps are involved in creating a custom action. First, to create a backend logic using C#. Second, to create a Sitecore UI items and editors using Angular and TypeScript. Third, to deploy the activity to Sitecore UI and automation engine. First, we will see how to develop backend logic for custom action. For the backend logic, we created a new activity class called Send Message to Azure Activity, where we will define logic for send message to Azure. This is written in C# language referencing Sitecore DLLs. We will start by inheriting from iActivity interface that resides in sitecore.xdb.marketingautomation.core.dll. Next, we need to implement invoke method that has iContact processing context object as a parameter. This object is very helpful to get contact and interaction data from activity context. That is, contact being evaluated by activity and interaction that resulted to activity or a plan enrollment. We will need value of message parameter in order to save this on Azure after resolving token values. After that, create the custom service, iAzure service in our case, which should handle the actual backend logic. In our case, it is responsible for making connection with Azure storage account and send the message to Azure queue. This service is injected via constructor, as you can see here. We will need to register custom service in marketing automation configuration that we will see later. In the end, activity results where we used default path by returning success move action result, which means enrollment should transition to the next activity. You can see all the action results in this table, which we can use in activity class, such as success move, which we have used in our case. Success stay if we want our enrollment should remain in the same activity. It can be used to customize delay functionality. Success exit plan if we want enrollment should exit the current campaign. This can be used to customize remove from campaign or move to another campaign. Failure. This indicates activity invocation is failed. This can be used to move contact to no path. Success restart plan. This can be used to restart the campaign. Here in this snapshot, you can see the Azure service which we injected in activity class, having logic to make connection with Azure and saving data in the queue. For this, you will need to first set up Azure storage account in any of the resource group under one subscription on Azure portal. Then create a queue which will be used to store message values from marketing automation. Note down all the storage account name and key values. Also take note of your queue name. Now we will reference Microsoft.windowsazure.storage NuGet package in Azure service class. After creating connection with Azure storage account, get reference to Azure queue that we have created. Then send message value to this queue. Now the next step is to create activity item in Sitecore and editor using Angular and TypeScript. We can create activity definition item in Sitecore using activity type template, which is placed under Sitecore system settings, marketing automation, activity types. In that activity definition item, give the activity a meaningful name. In our case, send message to Azure queue. Provide a description if you want. Don't forget to set the activity icon. Otherwise, you will get error while running activity. It took me some time to figure out the error was because of this missing icon. We can set implementation type field to refer to our C# activity class that we built previously. We will also need to classify our activity as marketing action so that it appears in the corresponding category of marketing automation plan editor toolbox. Right-click on parameter sub-item and insert a parameter item named message. Message parameter will accept values from marketing automation UI, and this will be passed to activity class that we have created previously. Right-click on other sub-item called path and insert a new default path. Note that we have only one default path, which means there is only one exit possible from the activity. That's why we define success move activity result in our activity class. If we want to create an activity which is having two paths, yes and no, then we will need to insert two paths item here. When you have created an activity type in Sitecore, you must add it to the marketing automation user interface for the content author to be able to use it. You do this with the help of TypeScript class contained in an NPM package, combined with an Angular based activity editor to form an MA plugin. I have used VS Code to develop this Angular plugin. This is the complete folder structure, which is an end product of the steps we will follow next. You can see an overview of what kinds of file you will have at the end. We start by creating a NPM project and a package JSON where we define project metadata and all the dependencies. An important dependency is Sitecore MAcore. Sitecore provides a package to use as a base and build our UI. We need to give the MAcore a path which is inside marketing automation folder. Next, we will create the send message Azure queue activity TypeScript file. The activity type is where you define your custom business logic. Because our action has one default outgoing path, we create our activity by extending single item activity class. Then create send message Azure queue editor.component. This is a graphical user interface for our content author to use when they are defining campaign activity type. Editor component has an input field to set our parameter. Remember that we defined parameter named as message in the code. Here it must start with lowercase message. You will also need to create the send message Azure queue module class. This will be responsible to wrap code into a portable module. This will become a plugin. The MA plugin is where the activity type and activity editor are combined. You must add these both to activity definition property of the MA plugin. To compile TypeScript code, you must configure the Angular ahead of time AOT compiler. You must configure the Webpack module bundler to combine the plugin artifacts together into a single output file. Now we can run npm script to build and bundle our plugin. Run the command npm run dev. Once successfully finished, you will find send message Azure queue.plugin.js in the dist folder. We will need to deploy this plugin on Sitecore CM role. We will discuss about this on the next slide. Next step is configuration and deployment. First, register the activity that we created in the first tab in the configuration in Marketing Automation Engine. We can create an XML patch file under the Marketing Automation config folder. Name this XML as sc.marketingautomation.activitytypes.xml. Make sure you set ID to the Sitecore item ID of action type definition. Our activity relies on one external service, that is Azure service. This service must be registered in Automation Engine. To do that, create a new XML file that extends sc.marketingautomation.activityservice.xml and register your custom service. Deploy the activity service DLL to Marketing Automation Engine root and CM role. Next, we need to deploy and register our Angular UI bundle with Marketing Automation UI. First, upload send message Azure queue.plugin.js to Sitecore Shell Client Marketing Automation Plugins folder. Now we need the following patch file to register plugin within Sitecore. If all good, you will see a custom action added to the toolbox. You can drag and drop this action to the canvas and provide the message parameter value. Once you will run this campaign, message values will be saved in Azure queue. Now, how to debug? After developing a custom action using C# and Angular TypeScript, it's time to debug the code and find the issues in case it is not functioning as expected. While installing the Sitecore in local machine, developers might have noticed 3 Windows services get installed by default. One of them is Marketing Automation Engine service. Make sure all these 3 services are up and running. If your Sitecore instance is hosted on Azure, then you can find Automation Engine web job on MAOps app service. It should be running as well. Second, if you navigate to App Data Jobs Continuous Automation Engine folder, there is an exe called maengine.exe. You can run that instead. Your code deployment will involve copying DLLs from your solution into the same folder. To debug, in Visual Studio, select Add Existing Project, then select maengine.exe on the disk. Right-click Debug and start New Instance. When the plan runs, your activity is triggered. You should see the breakpoints kick in. How we can extend further? Now, as we have context data in Azure queues, we can create Azure functions or web job to utilize this data to perform any other action as per our requirement. For instance, if we want to send SMS, we can create a queue trigger Azure function. Then using Twilio SMS service, we can trigger the SMS. Just make sure in this case, you will need to fetch context mobile number in activity class and send this to Azure queue along with the message parameter. Having all this learned, it's a demo time of our custom action. To create a new marketing automation campaign, we will log in to Sitecore CMS and on the Sitecore Launchpad, click Marketing Automation. On the Marketing Automation dashboard, click Create, and in the Create Campaign dialog, select Blank Automation Campaign. A draft automation campaign with the start and end element on the canvas opens. To build your automation campaign, drag and drop the relevant element from the toolbox pane onto the canvas. When you drag an element on the canvas, the green circles on the paths indicate where in the campaign you can drop the element. For example, you can only add a decision point after the listener or another decision point. For this demo, we don't need these. Let's use our custom action, that is send message to Azure queue. Drag and drop this action on the canvas. To specify the detail for an element, click the element on the canvas. The toolbox pane changes and enables you to enter the detail for the selected element. Now enter the message you want to save in Azure queue for any enrollment in this campaign. Let's enter a personalized message using tokens. That is, hi, $first name $. This is a test message from Sitecore VDD. When you have made changes to the detail for an element, click Apply. Now click the Start element where you can specify the condition for when you want contacts to be enrolled in the automation campaign. In our case, we want to trigger this campaign when a contact is enrolled in a predefined contact list named SC_VDD. It's a contact list we have created to enroll contacts. Once a new contact will be enrolled in that list, our campaign will be triggered. Click Apply after that. To save this campaign, click Save, and in the Campaign Details dialog, specify the name and description for your campaign. Start date for the campaign. If the campaign is activated, it start to process the contact after this time. End date for the campaign. The campaign automatically deactivate after this time. Maximum enrollment. Control how many times the same contact can enroll in the campaign. Click Save. To activate your campaign, click here. This campaign is activated now, and we will not be able to edit any action now, as you can see here. Now we will enter a new contact in the list. Go to List Manager and open SC_VDD list. Click on Create and add new contact. Give the first name, last name and email ID and save the contact. Now, when save the contact, Sitecore will process this contact and marketing automation campaign will be triggered. After this contact interact with custom action, it will save the message in the Azure storage queue. We can check data in Azure queue real time. This is it. After this data is been stored in Azure queue, you can create your Azure action as per your requirement, and you can utilize this data to do whatever you want, like send SMS or send WhatsApp message as we have discussed earlier. This was it from my side. Thank you for listening me. I hope this will be useful for you. You can find all the source code that we have used to build this custom action on my GitHub account. You can reach out to me if you have any questions or suggestions related to this. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, welcome to Sitecore Virtual Developer Day. Today we are going to talk about 10 must-know tips and tricks of Sitecore Forms. I'm Madhu Anbargan. I'm a solution architect working for PK, a two-time Sitecore MVP in technology. Let's get started. When developing Sitecore Forms, most of us face some challenges. Here are the 10 tips and tricks to make development faster. Create a folder structure to organize forms for better usability. Reindex forms if it's missing from the designer view. Style forms using Bootstrap. Adding multi-step forms is easy to implement. Publishing. The order of submit actions are important. Sequence of conditional logic matters. Customize forms either by custom submit actions, controls, or validations. Migrate WFFM forms using conversion tool. Sitecore Forms extensions. Let's dive into details. Organize for better usability. Organizing forms in folder structure for better usability in Content Editor. It helps in publishing. You can find the forms easily and it's well organized. Here is an example of forms folders. You can right-click on the forms, create a folder, and drag and move the existing form inside the folder. It really helps tremendously when you have hundreds of forms on the website. Also, note, the folders are only visible in the content editor view. It doesn't affect the forms designer view. Forms reindex. Index plays a crucial role in forms designer. After saving forms, if you cannot find the forms, don't worry about it. Rebuild forms index will fix it. You don't need to fully reindex the master DB. There is a trick to reindex only forms. All you need to do is just select the forms folder or the particular form and click on the reindex tree in the developer tab. This will be quick since we are only reindexing the forms. Note, the developer tab needs to be enabled from the menu ribbon. Just need to right click on the ribbon and check the developer tab to enable it. Style forms using Bootstrap. You can add styling to your forms and it supports Bootstrap styles by default. There is a styling section in Forms Elements. It has CSS class and CSS class for label elements. Here is the styling section and you can either add the Bootstrap styles or add the custom styles created from the project. For adding the custom styles, make sure to add the custom script or the style file to the respective field in the form. The file load sequence is important for the dependency. Ensure not to remove any Sitecore scripts. Adding multi-step forms. If you wanted to create a long form with multiple sections, you can use the page element to break the form up into a multiple step to make it more user-friendly. Ultimately, this could lead a higher success rate of your form. The navigation step needs to set to next instead of submit to move to the next step of the form. Adding it to a web page. When adding the forms to a web page, make sure you add the scripts to the MVC layout or MVC layout files head section. Conditional logic is rendered in body section, so the loading sequence matters. Form submit will redirect to forms builder, raw page, if the scripts are not loaded. Publishing. Preview mode of the form will not render styles and scripts, and it will not function as expected. It's always recommended to publish the form and test it in live mode. Order of submit action. The submit button click can trigger one or multiple actions. The order of submit actions are important as it executes in a sequential way. Save data submit action stores the data in Experience Forms database. In this example, the redirect to a page is a last submit action. It's ideally used for thank you page or confirmation page. conditional logic, sequence matters. It's a great feature introduced in Sitecore 9.1 and mostly used to show or hide fields and sections based on the user input. All conditions are evaluated in sequence. It's different from programmatical if-else condition. In this example, if the condition matches, then apply the selected section, or it applies the inverse of the selected action. Customization. Form customization can be done in 3 ways: custom submit actions, custom controls, custom validations. Custom submit actions. It should be created under System, Settings, Forms, Submit Actions. This is where you can find all the submit actions out of the box. The use case scenario would be Salesforce lead call or any API call can be combined with XDB contact creation or merge and an interaction logging for tracking purpose. Let's see a demo. Custom submit action. It can be created in 3 simple steps. The first step is to create the submit button under the System, Settings, Forms, Submit action. Let's create the item by right-clicking on the submit action. Choose the submit action template. I'm just going to give it a name. It's like Sitecore BDD submit action. So now our submit action is created. You can see that our 3 fields, the model type, the error message, the editor. So the model type is the one needs to be filled out with the code behind class that we have to create in the project. The error message, you can just say if it errors out, you can just say submit action failed or any custom error message you wanted to put in. And also you can assign an icon according to your project. Let's go to the code behind and create a code behind class for the model type. Here is the solution. I just created a project example. Typically, this would be a Helix project, and in your real-time scenario, this might go into a feature form or somewhere where you put in the custom submit action inside the feature form section. And here, since this is an example, I just put it over here inside the class. You can see that I'm inheriting from a submit action base, which actually overrides the execute action. So inside the execute action, basically you write what you want to call for your submit action. So the first step is to prep your model from the form submit context. So for prepping the model, you need to get the items from the form submit context. You need to use some reflection to get the value. So make sure you have written the reflection class to get the values from the form. And once your model is ready, here I'm doing a Salesforce API call, but this could be any call, any API call. It could be a feed to Twitter. It could be anything according to your project. And then I'm just making another call to XDB, a creation and a merge, and also an interaction logging for the tracking purpose. Once this is done, I'm just returning the status of the web service calls. And this is what it returns when the custom submit action is successful or not. So once this is done, build your project, take the namespace and the class name and fill out the field. So I just saved my custom submit action. Now going back to the forms. So it could be any form. It could be an existing form or a new form. To use the custom submit action, I'm just taking a hello world or a simple form and going into the submit action, and you can see that my custom submit action is already there. So you can bind this and as well as more submit actions if you need. Apply it, save it. Once everything is saved, come back to the content editor. Make sure you have published your custom submit action and the form. So, and then once everything is published, you can bind it to a web page where you can test out your custom submit action. Custom controls. It should be created under the same path, but it's a system settings forms field types. Form elements needs to be created in a code DB using spec. So you need a little bit of spec knowledge to create the custom control. The typical use case scenario would be an international phone number or some unique requirement from your project. Let's see a small demo. Creating a custom control requires some spec knowledge because you need to create the form element in the core DB. So let's go into core DB. Going inside the system, client, applications, forms, components, layout, property grid form, page settings, property editor settings. So as you can see here, all the controls have been listed. All the forms control have been listed over here. And here is where you need to create your custom control. I have actually created a custom control called group drop-down list, where I have the requirement to group the states inside the countries, inside the drop-down list. So I just created a control that the fields I needed so that you can fill out the fields and the forms when you drag and drop the control. So once you have created the control and the properties, you are all set to save it. Let's switch to master. So now basically you have created the form element inside the core DB. Now we need to create the actual custom control inside the system settings, forms, the field types, and then map it to the core DB control so that it knows which control to refer. So let's go to the list, and mine is a list control. So I'm going inside the list control. I'm just going to create a new custom control based out of the template called field type template. So I'm just going to say a group drop-down list. Once it's created, you can see the view part of the control, the model type, the code behind class, and then the validation. If you wanted to validate, some of the existing validations are already here. And here is the property editor where you can see the core DB selections. So this brings down the drop down of all the existing ones. So as you can see, our newly created group drop down list, the form element, pick the one and see what now go back to the Visual Studio. And I have here a state drop-down class file where I'm inheriting from the drop-down list view model. And I have created the properties and I'm reading the values from the front end, and I'm setting the fields out there in the CSHTML file. So once your code behind and the view is ready, come back to Sitecore, fill out the view part, which is going to be the state dropdown, the model type, where your class name and the namespace needs to be filled. That's it. So the view path and the model name and the property editor are filled. Now you can actually assign an icon to look good. So Sitecore icon search is very handy. So just going to say that a drop-down list or a pop-up menu. So I'm just going to pick this one out. And as you can see, it's already applied. You just need to save it. Isn't it so easy to use the Sitecore icon search? I highly recommend it. So once you have everything saved now, go to forms. You can go to any existing forms, or you can create a new form. And in the form elements, you can see a group drop-down list is listing down there. You can just drag and drop and fill out the fields, and it's all ready set to go. Custom validators. It should be created under System Settings Forms Validations. The regular expression is the main part of custom validation. The use case scenario I came across was to create a zip code validator, which validates a zip code across US and Canada. Let's see a demo. Custom validation. This is a straightforward one because you can do pretty much all the requirements in the regular expression itself, and you don't need a separate code file or or a view file unless you have a specific requirements for it. So I'm just going to create a custom validation inside the same location, the system settings forms validations. So here, just going to create a new one based on the validation template. So going to call it as a zip code validator. Once it's created, you can see the type, the message, and the parameters. So the type is going to be the experience forms, the regular expression, validation class file. So I'm just going to copy the existing one and the message. When it's invalid, what is the message you need to show? So I'm just going to show that it's an invalid number when the validation fails. And then the parameter is the most important one where you're going to fill out the regular expression. So I have this regular expression for validating the zip codes for US and Canada. So I have already tested out. So I'm going to save this and your custom validator is ready to go. So you can go to any field type. You can choose this custom validation where you want it to apply. So I'm going to go to a number control and I can pick my zip code validator and save it. And now you're all set to go. When you go to the forms, you can see that it's already listed in the number field. So I'm just going to go to the existing form, and if I drag and drop the number field, you can see that on the validation panel, the zip code validator is listed out. So you can just check it, apply, save it. It's all ready to go. WFFM conversion tool. If your website has WFFM forms, there is a support package available for Sitecore 9, and there is no support from Sitecore 9.1 onwards. For migration, there is a WFFM conversion tool in the marketplace, and it drastically reduced the time to convert to Sitecore Forms. Sitecore Forms extensions. It has many custom controls built and readily available. Before developing a custom control, you can check out to see if it's already existing. Hope this helps. Thank you for your time.
Hello, welcome to my session Data Double Magic with Sitecore and Salesforce, and thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying your virtual developer day so far. I know 2020 has been a rough year for most of us. Just so much has changed since then. If I must pick one thing that went well in 2020, it is this very opportunity that came my way to combine two powerful platforms out there, Sitecore and Salesforce. A deeper connection between these platforms is inevitable to understand your customer story and can empower you to take your business to next level. In this session, I'll go over how we could achieve symphony between these two systems. I'm super excited to share my story and learning with you all. A little bit about myself before we jump deep. My name is Deepti Katta and I currently work as Senior Technical Architect at Verndale. Day in and out, I lead cross-functional teams in order to deliver a quality product that we can all be proud of. I've been doing what I'm doing for quite some time now, almost 12 years in software development, and a good chunk of it in Sitecore world. I've been privileged to be part of Sitecore MVP community for last 4 years and enjoy sharing back as much as I can on my blog and other social media platforms. I live in Los Angeles, California. You can check my blog out at unravelsitecore.com or catch me on Twitter. That's enough about me. Let's jump right in. Here is a quick overview of our agenda. Let's start by how Sitecore and Salesforce work together in building a 360-degree view on your customer. Then we focus on importance of data. Know your options to synchronize data between the systems, followed by quick gotchas and how we can go beyond. At the end, we will do a quick demo on how it all ties in together. Let's roll. Sitecore and Salesforce, when used together to understand your customer, will help connect the dots in your customer journey, making a 360-degree view possible. Knowing your customer well will put you and your marketing team in a sweet spot. Happy customer would mean happy everyone, right? You can use these platforms together so you can achieve the below to begin with. Capture those micro moments that matter and act on them. It is super important to have a strategy here, to understand exactly what those valuable actions and moments are that would give insights into your customer behavior. The capture of important information will give you an edge so you can say the right thing to your customer and as you got it at the right time. If both are out of sync, what you would say will not make any sense. Always try and promote the right thing. Again, knowing your customers' likes and dislikes from their interactions is key in doing this. Customers and end users will have no option but to like your organization. Who would not like an organization or a company that is customer centric, right? Huge companies right now follow this mantra to reach new heights. Relationships built on customer satisfaction would go a long way and live longer for sure. You can do all of this and beyond. Possibilities are just endless. Imagine what you can do if you can follow through what happened before a contact profile is created on Sitecore to a process lead on Salesforce, and what happens when he or she visits the website again. There is so much you can do based on these interactions and information that you captured to assure that customer that you care and you are listening. To make the magic we talked about happen, it all comes down to data. Data is everything, like literally everything. Can't even move a muscle without understanding, defining, and stowing away the oh so important data. Some guidelines would be understand what actions and what data is important in knowing your customer better. Capture only what is needed and nothing extra. Useless information is not worth the memory. Data definition is the first step, always. If we take an example of contact profile on Sitecore, know exactly what it should be made of. What would be the properties and what would be their types. Customer identification, meaning when do you want to make an anonymous end user on your website or application to an identified contact? This answer highly varies on your implementation. Is there a login on your Sitecore website? Are there any forms you gather more information from your end user? Both of these are very good starting points, but there could be more milestones that could determine when you can identify your contact. Last but not the least, know your options to transfer data between the systems. So you define the data, know what you want exactly, and you're ready to ship your data between Sitecore and Salesforce. Now let's talk about the options. There are multiple options based on what product you are eyeing in Salesforce world. As you may already know, Salesforce has a stack full of products and each product has its own purpose. In this session, we target two such products, Salesforce CRM and Salesforce Marketing Cloud. Sitecore provides two connectors for this very purpose. Let's learn more about each of them. The first connector we are going to cover in this session that helps synchronize data between Sitecore and Salesforce CRM is Sitecore Connect for Salesforce CRM. Let's learn more about this connector and its abilities. Let's start with a quick overview. And let's start with the most important one, which is the purpose. Like I mentioned, this connector will help synchronize your contact data on Sitecore and Salesforce CRM. It is important to note that the data you can synchronize is limited to certain objects out of the box. You can choose, however, to extend the connector to map different objects if your requirements demand the same. It is important to note that the data flow with this connector is two-way. What this means is that your contact object will remain in sync when set correctly between the two systems, meaning your Sitecore contact in XDB and your Salesforce contact, for example, on Salesforce, will remain in sync both ways and will change accordingly when changed in one system. As I mentioned earlier, there is specific types of data that will travel between the systems, and it depends on direction of the data flow. For example, let's consider what happens when the flow is from Sitecore to Salesforce. We are looking at two main objects in this case, contacts and interactions. Contacts in this context is XDB contacts, and information on them will be pushed to contact objects in Salesforce. This is the default mapping, and the picture on the right depicts default mapping on such specific object called contact. Now coming to interactions, they are nothing but XDB interactions such as events or goals triggered, for instance. And this can be moved from Sitecore to Salesforce as tasks. Now let's look at the reverse flow, which is from Salesforce to Sitecore. What you can move here are campaigns. Campaigns on Salesforce can be moved from Salesforce onto Sitecore and can be chosen to personalize upon if needed. Do note that these campaigns will not be available to view anywhere on Marketing Control panel in Sitecore. If you're curious, you can try to personalize and it would then show the entries available. Coming to contacts and tasks, we just covered it, but this way it is just the reverse, meaning the contact will now be synced from Salesforce to Sitecore, and tasks, which are Salesforce tasks, can be moved from Salesforce onto Sitecore as interactions. Now let's talk about standard versus custom mappings. What are these? The ones you see on the right picture are the standard mappings as an example on contact object, meaning they come as mappings when you install and set up the connector. Rest of any additional information you would like to capture and pass between the systems would be called as a custom mapping. To create a custom mapping, you would need to extend your contact object in Sitecore, create accessors and readers on the same, and add the value mappings as needed. We'll see more examples of such custom mappings soon. Next up is configure and conquer. Documentation by Sitecore is very detailed on how to set the connector up. I did note few important things to remember while following the steps. Dependency packages needed to make the connector work are available right on the downloads page in dev.sitecore.net. Look no further. It's also important to create a sandbox instance on Salesforce to connect your lower environments to ensure that the data on production instance is not cluttered. Create and configure the tenant, ensure endpoints are working, and pipelines point to configured endpoints. You can see on the left a quick snapshot of how the tenant looks like when you create one. We will look more closely on this in our demo. A quick word on enabling p-indexing. It is super important, as the installation document suggests, that this is turned on. Only when you turn this on, the API behind the scenes can access core information on the contact, such as first name, email, etc. Now let's look at some gotchas and things to remember after initial setup is complete. We are typically so used to getting the latest and greatest connector out there or a piece of software. That is not the way to go for this specific purpose. The version of connector highly depends on your Sitecore version. So do check the compatibility matrix and ensure you download and configure the right version of the connector. So while setting up the connector, you would need a user on Salesforce to use on your connection string back in Sitecore. You must remember to set the profile of this user to not expire. If you do not do this, your connector will stop working after default number of days that the password is set for expiration in Salesforce. Then you have to reset the password, get the new security key, so on and so forth to make the connector work back again. This could be avoided and would, if not, will become a real pain point on your production instances. The last one, but not the less important one here, is the Sitecore, to get everything about Sitecore XConnect right. If you have any outstanding issues on your Sitecore instance in regards to experience profile, index worker, or services related to these, connector will not work. At least in the version that I was using on my end, connector would gracefully work only if anonymous contact indexing has been turned off. Not sure if this is the case on later versions, but if there is no real requirement to visualize anonymous users on experience profile, it would be a best practice to turn this setting off to keep the indexes clean. It is important to clean the data and remove any special characters before the attempt is made to push to Salesforce. I have noted that these special characters can throw off the connector. To clean the data, I used pre-processors on value mapping of concern. I'll show you a quick sample of how I did it in the demo. If the data between the systems is not in sync per acceptable latency, it would be hard to do all the cool things we said on building that 360-degree view. So it's important to ensure we configure the scheduler to run the pipelines as frequently as needed. Now that we got the basic setup and configuration nailed, let's see how we can make this connector go beyond to work on our important data. Extend the data with additional information. As we covered earlier, out-of-the-box mapping will not suffice most of the implementations as that is really basic. So you would need additional information captured on the contact. So it's important to extend the contact object with all the properties that are important for building that 360-degree view. Showcasing the new information on experience profile. Though not mandatory, showing this new set of information on experience profile comes in really handy for someone to quickly view the custom data right in Sitecore. Custom collection model. On the right, you can see an example of custom collection model for Salesforce. All the properties under Salesforce account are custom data that we captured on Sitecore contact. New value accessors and readers on both Sitecore and Salesforce. This is needed because you have to tell the connector how to extract the new set of additional information from either of the systems. And the last bits you need to do is to define the custom mappings for the new set of information. New value mappings should be added to ensure that this new data can be passed between the systems. And that's it. Doing all these steps will make your contact a valuable object with all the information that you would need to process it and to bank on it. Now let's move on with our second connector. This one is called Sitecore Connect for Salesforce Marketing Cloud and helps move data from Sitecore and to Salesforce Marketing Cloud, as the name suggests. Let's see what this connector has for us. Again, let's start with the purpose. The core purpose of this connector is to allow you to push certain objects from Sitecore to Salesforce Marketing Cloud. So you can leverage that information while building email communications or journeys using tools such as Email Studio or Journey Builder provided by Sitecore Marketing Cloud. It is important to note that this connector is one way, unlike the other connector that we just reviewed, meaning the data only flows from Sitecore to Salesforce Marketing Cloud and not the other way around. The connector comes in three paths. Let's briefly discuss about each one. Content exchange. This part of the connector is responsible for synchronizing contact, especially assets between Sitecore and Salesforce Marketing Cloud. Behavioral data exchange. This part is responsible for synchronizing behavioral data such as contacts and lists from XDB Sitecore to Salesforce Marketing Cloud. And the last one is activity for marketing automation. This part allows you to set up synchronizations that are triggered by marketing automation events. In this session, we will focus mainly on content exchange and behavioral data exchange parts of the connector. The last piece was launched actually as part of later releases of the connector than what we used. So we'll skip that bit. Again, we are back to configuring and conquering our connector. So the documentation even on this one on how to set up the connector is pretty detailed. I noted few important things to remember, and as we stressed earlier, dependency packages are right there on the downloads page, so look no further. And the second step is also pretty similar, which is create and configure tenant. Ensure both your endpoints, I think in SFMC it's 2 endpoints, are working and they're configured properly. You can see on the left a quick snapshot of how the tenant looks like when it comes to SFMC. Pretty similar, but again different because this is a different connector. Another important one to remember here is to run the special pipeline that is provided out of the box called setup SFMC account infrastructure before you do anything or run any other pipelines. What this does is it creates all the objects needed on either systems as a precondition for the connector and the other pipelines to work well. So it's super important to run that first. The last one is configure content exchange media location to keep assets in sync between Sitecore and Salesforce. So what this basically means is, as we discussed, content exchange is a part of the connector, and it is responsible to exchange the assets from Sitecore to Salesforce, which can then be used in other tools that SFMC provides. So it is important to ensure that you have an area in the media library and only keep those assets in sync rather than keeping the whole media library in sync. So let's get to the gotchas and things to remember on this connector. Most of the points here are very similar to what we talked about for the other connectors, so we'll skip all of those. The only special one here is date time fields on your contact. So when you do have some date time fields on your contact that they would like to capture, they have to be defined in code as nullable types. If you define them as pure date time types, like for example in C#, the connector would not work for those mappings and your date related data will not flow into SFMC. So it's important to keep that in mind. Now let's see going beyond on this second connector for SFMC. Most of this is also very similar to the other connector, but the process is subtly different. You can choose to use same custom collection model across both connectors or have different ones configured according to the requirements. In our case, we use the same custom collection model across both the connectors. So what you need to do is to extend the data extension here with all the additional set of information. Next up, you would add the new source value and target value accessors and then create mapping between them. On the right, you can actually see how the data extension and the XDB area has additional information right on it. To wrap up, the last step would be to actually add this new fields and additional fields and information on SFMC data extension as well. It's time for a quick demo to tie in all the concepts we talked about. We implemented everything we went over for our special client called Not Impossible Labs. A quick word on Not Impossible Labs. Not Impossible Labs is one-of-a-kind technology incubator and content studio dedicated to changing the world and making the impossible possible for individuals faced with range of problems, as Nil team calls them, absurdities. Sitecore awarded Verndale and Not Impossible with Best Innovation with Emerging Technologies in 2020. And one of the main features that bagged us this award is the connection between Sitecore and Salesforce that we were just talking about. All right, let's start the demo. We'll start with review of endpoints, pipelines available, couple cool checks that we can do to ensure all is well, custom collection models on both SFMC and CRM connector. We will then review a contact on experience profile in Sitecore and see how it went through all the hoops to reach the end destination. We will then end the demo with SFMC data extensions, content builder view, and how the migrated list looks like. Let's go right in. All right, so first we are seeing the data exchange area and the two tenants, one for Salesforce tenant with CRM and the other one is for Marketing Cloud. And then we will uncollapse it to get a quick view of what the things are as the connector is installed and configured. First up is the endpoints. You can see there we have endpoints for Salesforce client endpoint that you can see there. Let's click right on it. You can see the connection string configured. That's the connection string that has the Salesforce user in it. You can choose to run the troubleshooter, make sure everything is good with the connector. And then next up is the XConnect endpoint. So we have two of them in the CRM side. We have XConnect client endpoint, which is the more important one. So let's look at that one. So you can see it is pointing to a custom collection model, and you can choose to see all the deployed models of the custom data and the custom models that have been extended for Salesforce and Sitecore data. And yeah, that the highlighted one is our custom collection model there. And then the second one is for a different purpose, but again, it's the same concept of extending the core contact of Sitecore. And rest everything that we are highlighting right now is for the default ones that come out of the box. And same here, we have the troubleshooter that you can run to make sure it's looking good. Now let's have a look at the custom collection model and how it looks on Sitecore. So you can see there we have facets, and inside facets we have Salesforce account that basically has all our extended properties. A quick one would be additional details, for instance, and pretty much everything else is custom. So now let's look at the pipeline batches for CRM. So we have 4 pipeline batches. The first one is the campaigns, so which basically pushes the campaigns from Salesforce back onto XConnect, which is Sitecore. And we have the second one, which is Salesforce contacts to XConnect sync, which basically ports over contacts onto XConnect. And then we are looking at Salesforce tasks to XConnect sync, which basically ports over all the Salesforce tasks onto Sitecore as interactions. And the last one down below is XConnect contact to Salesforce sync. So let's look at that one. So what this pipeline is responsible for is to port over contacts from XConnect, which is Sitecore, onto Salesforce world. So now let's look at the pipelines more in detail, especially the XConnect one contacts to the Salesforce sync. So let's uncollapse that. As you can see, we created custom pipelines, like on the top, custom read contacts from XConnect pipeline. So we created it based off of default ones and extended it according to our needs and requirements. And let's look at the value mapping set here. So the contact model to Salesforce contact, this is all our value mappings. So additional details, for instance, that we were following as an example is a good one. So when you select that, you will see the source accessor here. That is what is used to read the value from the source. And then down below is the target one, target accessor, and then that is what you use to basically configure where it maps to from on Salesforce side. And down below is our source value transformer. This is what I was talking about, how we can clean up the special characters before we try to push the data out to Salesforce. And we have a lot of other properties that we could toggle and play with. And that sums up our not impossible Salesforce tenant for CRM. Now let's look at the SFMC tenant. Again, we have data access and endpoints, pipeline batches, pipelines, tenant settings, and value mapping sets. So let's look at data access. And we have a lot of apply mapping and value accessors and all of those up in there. And we have endpoints here. So we have SFMC endpoint, and we have XConnect endpoint. So if you look at SFMC, you see the connection string here. This is again a different connection string. You can choose to run the troubleshooter here. And let's look at XConnect client endpoint. As you can see, we are using the same endpoint as I mentioned, the same collection model as I mentioned. And we do have the same, show deployed models to look at the custom models. And we have different pipeline batches here. The first one, the most important one, is the setup SFMC account infrastructure. That's the first one that we need to run before we run any other pipelines on SFMC side. It sets up all those basic stuff that's needed. Then we have push XConnect contacts, which basically does what it says, which is pushing the contacts from Sitecore onto Salesforce. And we have push marketing lists, which basically pushes all the marketing lists that are created on Sitecore onto Salesforce. And you can choose to push both at the same time using the fourth pipeline batch that's available, which pushes both XConnect contacts and marketing lists. Now let's look at the pipelines a little bit more. So we have push XConnect contacts there, and then these are the individual steps that go through behind the scenes to actually push those XConnect contacts onto Salesforce. So let's look at the read XConnect contacts there, and then the value mapping sets. So this is the value XConnect contact to flat object, and these are again following the additional details as our example. That's a custom field that we added, and you can see how we have a source accessor and the target accessor, and a lot of other things that you can toggle around play around on the value mapping itself. Now let's move on and see how the contact goes through the hoops and reaches the final destination, starting with experience profile. So we are looking at an experience profile view of a new contact that we created by submitting a form called ABS prod test 1013, and that contact has been created on XDB, and you can see it on experience profile. You can see overview, you can see activity of that particular contact, what all they did, and a couple goals that were triggered in the process. Because they submitted a form, we trigger a goal. Like as you can see, they submitted a form called get involved absurdity. And we see the basic information here. We see the details, first name, last name, email address, and some mailing information and job title. And this is the new tab we added to capture all the additional information. And you can see, we have a bunch of additional information here that the user enters through the form. There is some that could be empty, obviously, and some are filled in. And these are all our custom fields in this additional tab section that you see. And we have some basic information here as well for reference. Now let's see how this looks like. The same contact looks like on CRM. So this is the contact I pulled, the same contact in CRM. You can see the name and everything else is matching to what we saw on experience profile. And the glue here is the Sitecore ID. So the Sitecore ID here, you see the same ID if you actually look at it. back on experience profile, you have the same ID there back as well. So that's the glue that associates the two systems together. And you see a lot of custom information here, like what forms were submitted, what is the donation campaigns, and all the amount, mailing address, lead sources, etc., etc. Now let's look at Marketing Cloud dashboard and see how this contact looks like on Marketing Cloud. This is a totally different login, as you can see. This is SFMC, and let's go into Contact Builder really quick. This is where you can see the data extensions and all the properties in that little circle there, like that says Sitecore. If you click on that one, sorry, I forgot to not show the prompt. And here it goes. This is actually the object where you need to add additional fields, as I mentioned, as a last step to wrap our mapping between all the systems. And if you go to data extensions here, and here you can see the data extensions. We have Sitecore and XDB contact. And when you click on that one, you can go to the records, and let's pull up the same contact that we were looking at, like by the contact ID. So, all right, so here's the same record, and you can see, if you check out, it has all the data that we saw on Sitecore Experience Profile. You can see all the organization, everything, like additional details as our example, website. Now let's go into our audience builder, content builder. And then we'll take a look at the assets that migrated from Sitecore to Salesforce. So this is the folder, the media folder back in Sitecore that we wanted to keep in sync in Salesforce for use in email campaigns that were going. For example, there was a big campaign around Megan, and we wanted to ensure all the imagery we were using on Sitecore is present on SFMC for any of the email blasts that we're going to send out. Now let's look at the data extensions again, but then a different view of it. Like we will look at how the lists look like, the email marketing lists look like on SFMC. So if you look at the audience definition and look at the records here, so you'll see all the records, which these are basically lists created on Sitecore. If you go to Sitecore into List Manager, and then these are the lists that you see back up on the contact builder as well. Yeah, so that sums up our quick demo on all the whole 9 yards. Same view on emails as well, just to kind of sum up the same lists you can see on Email Studio as well, and can be used on the same. Yeah, so that sums up our demo, and that sums up our session. Thank you again for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the session and my story. Also hoping you would try the connectors and see how far you can go with it. Just remember, data is everything. Have fun and double your data with these platforms. Until next time, this is Deepti signing off. Have a great rest of Virtual Developer Day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Simplify Sitecore Security. Untangle your user rights management with simple guidelines. My name is Rick Cabral. I am the Technical Director at Team 2 at Verndale. Online, I'm known as Sergeant Sitecore. You may have seen a poster. I founded the Boston Sitecore User Group, and I am the architect behind the Constellation series of developer libraries. 11 years ago, when I earned my first MVP, I had brown hair. Whether the gray hair comes from raising kids or fixing bad Sitecore installs is up for debate. I've been working with teams of Sitecore developers for more than 15 years, and when it comes to Sitecore projects, security is often an afterthought. It's even more neglected than workflow. Because security is configured in system and it can be adjusted in real time, it's generally thought of as like a customer management component. But it should be something, that takes architecture and planning. The sad result is that, in a surprising number of Sitecore installations, security is either eliminated, just give everybody admin grade rights access and call it a day. Or, it's a hastily constructed set of roles, usually based around the customer's business units or some perceived responsibilities for some out-of-band stuff. And, they don't often align to the functionality of Sitecore itself or to the content tree, which causes a couple of problems. You either get a really large number of roles or roles with really unusual cryptic names or worse user-specific security settings scattered randomly throughout the content tree. I want developers to be comfortable with the power and flexibility of Sitecore security. I'm going to show that, a few simple rules can provide you with a powerful, flexible security architecture that will keep your role count low and your content tree clear of exceptions. So, what is security? For the purposes of today's presentation, security refers to content authors, right? We're going to deal with content author access to the system. So we're not going to get into extranet stuff or e-com or any crazy stuff like that. This is just, can they log into Sitecore? What Sitecore features do they have access to? Can they use the experience editor? Can they publish content? Can they modify templates or renderings? And what items are they allowed to access? What do they read, write, create, delete? Rename admin rights to the item. And then there's always, can a content author access an item in workflow? What are the workflow commands they can execute? These are the kinds of questions you'll be able to answer quickly using the guidelines I'm going to show you. But before we can design Sitecore security, we need to understand the implicit borders. And I say implicit because it's not documented per se. You have to discover them. But there are implicit borders present in the Sitecore system, specifically around security. Understanding their existence can greatly simplify your Sitecore strategy. So let's talk about real-time security resolution. Sitecore keeps security in all different places. And basically, when a user goes to do something in the editor, that's when Sitecore evaluates their security and decides what to do, right? So it's an aggregation of a number of different problems. Can they use it? Can they delete it? Whatever. Is it even visible? So we've got 5 different aspects of Sitecore that are evaluated in real time, as you see here in this diagram. Sitecore functionality, can they log in? Can they do the content editor? Can they use experience editor? Can they publish? And then there's content tree access. Can you see the item in the tree? Can you perform CRUD operations on it? It's content type access. Is there security on, say, form fields? For an item? This particular field can only be edited by a certain kind of person. And then there's language access. All right, you've got 20 languages in the system. Can this user read US English to translate it in, French? Can they write English as well as French? It depends, but it's a security setting you can set. And then, of course, there's workflow. And I don't want to unpack workflow too far. That's like a separate presentation, right? But the idea is you're going to have workflow in your system on some level, and therefore your items are participating in workflow, which means you do have to manage the security for workflow states. Can you edit the item while it's in that workflow state? Can you execute a workflow command on that item? Which commands do you have access to? And I mentioned before that these aspects of security don't really have a name. They're kind of implicit in the system's design. So for the purposes of today, we're going to call them security swim lanes. And that's a mouthful. It sounded good on paper, but when I speak it out loud, it's a little bit of a mouthful, but it's the best word I could come up with. These are swim lanes. And what we're going to do is we're going to see how Sitecore infers the existence of each of these swim lanes in the next couple slides. So the functionality swim lane, this is the easy one, right? Because this is fully documented. There's stuff on docs.sitecore.net about this. It's the easiest swim lane to discover, easiest to wrap your head around. These are roles that are prefixed with Sitecore client, and they control users' access to functionality within this content management interface. So they represent security settings on content items in the core database, which is where Sitecore keeps the data that allows it to draw its own interface. So, the Sitecore Client Advanced Publishing has security rules on items that control the buttons that are displayed in the ribbon for publication, and so on and so forth. Again, the documentation is here. Also, something to note: these roles stack. Sitecore Client Users, Sitecore Client Publishing is a member of Sitecore Client Users. Sitecore Client Advanced Publishing is a member of Sitecore Client Publishing, which is a member of Sitecore Client Users. They're stacking. We're going to talk about stacking later, but for now, this first swim lane we're going to talk, is Sitecore functionality. Let's take a look at the next one. Next one is content tree. This is an obvious swim lane. The rights here apply to literally everything inside your master database. Every item can be secured with these permissions: read, write, rename, create, delete, administer, and inheritance. Because of that, we need to put some barriers around it. When I talk about the content tree swim lane, I'm talking about securing the content items that are typically managed by authors. Obviously, we really don't have to secure the system folder or the templates folder or the layouts folder, because we don't want content authors in there, right? And then Sitecore's got client rules that let people in and out of those. You got Sitecore Client Developing, Sitecore Client Configuring, etc., right? So we don't want to worry about those. What we want to worry about is anything underneath Sitecore Content or Sitecore Media Library. So those are content tree access. That's the content tree access swim lane, and that's what we're going to consider when we talk about accessing the content tree. Now let's talk about content type access. This is an inferred one. Why is it inferred? Well, because there's a specialty security option. If you look at the field definition item type, you'll see that there's an additional 2 security permissions you can set: field read and field write. It's because it's only here, it's a good, it's an indicator that this is a swim lane. It's a special case. So notice also that those field read and field write rules, even though they're globally available on screen, they only actually have settable values if you're on the right kind of item. It's unique to template items. The other thing about content type security is, like, field security is sort of the core of it, but I want to explain there's another opportunity here, and that is the item standard values. If you specify security on a template standard values, it allows you to provide global security options for a given content type, regardless of where it's located in the content tree. So in that case, the security is related to the type of item rather than where the item is. And it's powerful. It's not used very often, but is a powerful tool to use. But it's its own swim lane. We're going to understand why I'm calling these things swim lanes in a minute. Language access. Again, fairly straightforward. If you're an American developer and you don't do a ton of multi-language, you probably don't use this very often. If you're working for a global company and you've got a lot of languages in your system and you're not using this, you really do need to start doing it. Language items in Sitecore, like field definitions, have their own unique security rights. You've got language read and language write. And if you set those permissions for a particular role and you assign that user to a role, those permissions apply globally, right? It doesn't matter where the item is in the content tree. If the item is in EN in this case, and the user has language write access, then according to the language write role, they have the ability to write it. Now, there's obviously, we're calculating this, so there's the content tree rule, there's the workflow rule. All that stuff's got to be evaluated as well. But with languages, you can just tick this flag off and immediately give someone access to a lot of content that they didn't have access to. The case for using this has to do with when you have multiple languages in the tree, a lot of languages, and where you have authors that either don't need to see or are not allowed to maintain more than one language. So let's take a look at our French versus English author, right? So say it's a global company, but their standard is, let's call it UK English. Let's be responsible here. So there's UK English is the corporate standard, and only the corporate office in the UK is allowed to produce content in that language. But there's a French regional site. The French regional site is basically the same content, but in French. So in that case, the regional people who can log into Sitecore are allowed to write content in French. They know French and English, and they translate the content manually for this purpose, from UK English into Parisian French. They should be able to read and write in French, but they also need the ability to read the English content so that they can translate it. So in that case, they would belong to two separate roles, one for English reading and one for French writing. Actually, two roles, because, well, we'll see. We'll talk about role stacking later, but it's either 2 or 3 roles depending on how you think about it. And the last, but certainly not the least, swim lane has to do with workflow. Workflow is a lot like languages in that you can change the way Sitecore behaves drastically just by adding someone to a workflow role. And it's underutilized. The big difference is because Sitecore uses workflow to determine what's publishable and what's not, you almost certainly are going to need to do workflow roles. Whereas with language, if you're only doing one language or they're only doing a few and everybody can access everything, you might not use language security. Workflow security you're always going to have to use. And the thing is, it's its own swim lane. You should treat it as its own thing and not try to mix it up with some of the other roles. And that gets me into, the approach of holistic security architecture. When you're designing your security architecture, make sure you plan your roles from each of the swim lanes. The Sitecore functionality swim lanes are obviously provided to you. You don't need to worry about that. You may not need a content type swim lane. You may not need the language access swim lane, but all the other swim lanes are mandatory. Let's talk about making roles. The first rule for making roles is stay in your swim lane. It's the prime directive. A role should specify security in exactly one swim lane. It's a cardinal rule and makes your architecture easy to implement and as flexible as possible. Don't cross the streams. I'll say it again. One role, one swim lane. That's it. Do not have workflow security and content item security and Sitecore client access all in the same role. There's a recipe for disaster. If you keep them separate, you can easily change the user's Sitecore features, their workflow rank, their language access, or even their site access independently of each of those concepts. And you don't have to make exceptions on content items by making an exception for this user because, they need English access, but not for this site except for this one item. It's just, if you do this way and you stay in your swim lane, it's going to work really, really good. It's going to prevent you from creating cross-cutting concerns. Let's talk about role naming, which is honestly, it's just as important. Because security is kind of an abstract thing, it can be really difficult to come up with names. So I've got a ready-made name solution for you. All right, have a consistent compound naming strategy for your roles. This is what I use, and I strongly recommend it. You start with the role scope, then you add the swim lane, followed by the access level. So that's how you end up with things like corporate site reader, corporate workflow approval, ENUS language editor. These are these names. As soon as you read them, you go, oh, I know exactly what they're for. The other thing is, when you're looking at a role pile inside Sitecore and you're trying to assign it to users, or you're trying to figure out if roles stack, it's really handy to be able to search for roles by swim lane or by access level. So you can get all your readers together, you can get all your workflows together, you can get all your site roles together. It just makes your administration so much easier. And because the name covers all of the aspects of why you created the role, it also makes it very easy to discover why the role was created in the beginning. The other thing I want to mention here is we're introducing a new concept of role scope here. So you've got the corporate. You could also imagine that you've got the EMEA website and maybe the Asia APAC website as alternate role scopes for site readers and writers and whatever. Maybe even there's a separate workflow for those sites. Don't cross scope either. So now I'm saying don't cross swim lanes, but also don't cross role scope. The reason you don't want to do that is because now you have to come up with a name for a role kit that incorporates, say, both corporate and EMEA. What's that? All sites or all sites but APAC plus site plus reader? You're going to get into trouble. It's so much easier to just assign the user the rights to each individual site as they need them, because then you can remove them and you don't have to remove them and give them no access. You can just remove what they need or add what they need, and you don't have to worry about figuring out what to replace something with, because that's where you start to get into a lot of trouble with Sitecore security. Yeah, let's see. Let's start with a bad example. Okay, and thank you, Sitecore, for giving me a bad example. This is the stock Sitecore authoring role. It's provided as a default example of how to do roles in Sitecore, and it will always get you into trouble. What does this role do? The name author provides you with 0 guidance. It's also very similar to Sitecore client authoring. When you see those two in the tree, in this list next to each other, you really got to do a double take. I mean, I've been doing it 15 years. And, every time I look at it, I go, is this a functionality role or an access role? Who knows? So let's take a minute and try to figure it out. So what does the role stack imply? So this is Sitecore authoring, and I've opened it up to see what it's a member of, and it's a member of Sitecore Analytics Testing, Sitecore Analytics Personalization, and Sitecore Client Authoring. Okay, well, that sure smells like it's in the Sitecore functionality swim lane. And if you agree with me, you're right, but you're also very wrong, because if you dig around in the content tree, you will find that author has explicit access to read and write in all languages. That's a swim lane violation. Author has explicit access to certain workflow states and commands. That's a swim lane, a violation. Finally, author also has read access to everything below Sitecore content and most CRUD operations in those areas. I won't even talk about the media library. In short, that one little word, author, hides all kinds of options. It's a bad idea. It's such a bad idea. As a matter of fact, I recommend you delete this role as soon as you find it in the system, because it's Sitecore and the word author next to each other. And the only thing separating it from Sitecore client authoring is the word client. And people will do a head fake and they'll be confused and they'll assume that because it's so short that it came with Sitecore, it must be the right idea. And the fact is, it's not. So that's our bad example. Let's talk about role stacking. I love role stacking. I mean, I really do. Role stacking it's an art form. And it's self-documenting when it's done right, and it makes your life a lot easier. There are other systems that I wish had role stacking, and they don't, and it's annoying. It drastically cuts down on the number of security checkboxes you have to tick, which is a godsend if you're setting up like the whole site security for protecting folders and things like that. You really only have to tick one kind of box from one swim lane at a time, and you can just gang up on the permissions if your roles are nested correctly. So Sitecore stacks roles, it must be okay. Yes, it's definitely okay as long as you don't cross the swim lanes. Don't cross the swim lanes with stacking. I'll say it again. Do not cross the swim lanes with stacking. Don't think that because this group of authors always has the following swim lanes for Sitecore client access, for content tree access, for language access, that you can make one role that does all that stuff and just assign it to that user and be done with it. Don't do it. It's defeating the whole purpose of this particular framework to do that. And the other thing to do is keep the nomenclature consistent, right? So, I'm looking at owner, editor, reader, approver, editor. Make sure that your role stacks line up in that, let's take the corporate site. So you've got a corporate site and you want to set up a bunch of content tree roles for the corporate site. So you're probably going to have a corporate site reader, a corporate site editor, a corporate site owner, and they stack. And the cool thing about that is when you go in the role thing, you can either type corporate and get all the roles, or you can type owner and get all the owners, or you can type site and get all the site roles. So it's really convenient to see them as a group, because when you see them as a group, you go, oh, these guys must stack because they're all the same except for the last word. Be consistent. Oh, wait, one more thing I got to talk about, and that's workflow. Workflow is probably the one area where I don't recommend stacking, and that's because workflow commands live underneath workflow states. It can occasionally be difficult to get the right inheritance chain to be able to have two different workflow roles have access to do two completely different sets of commands underneath a given workflow state. It's easier to just have the two completely separate. And since usually you only touch the workflow security once, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. So that's the exception. Those are the only ones I don't like to stack. But if you can figure out how to stack them and you're clever, be my guest. So while I was talking about that, we're looking here at a full complement of security objectives. So this is archetypical considerations for setting up security on your site, right? So we've got our Sitecore functionality, separate the editing roles from the publishing from the analytics. Designated administrators without reserving the admin flag. Who can add users? Who can change placeholder settings? That kind of stuff. Put that in the Sitecore functionality swim lane if you can. And really, all you have to do there is you have to say, you just have to add people to the right Sitecore client role to get that. Let's look at workflow participation. Separate users based on the workflow actions they can access. Really, it usually comes down to approvers and editors, because really what you want to do is you want to say, if this item's in workflow, this person has the ability to participate and edit that item while it's in workflow. And then usually there's one set of roles of people that can move the item through workflow and finalize it. Usually that's the way it is. Content tree access. I like to separate system metadata from page content. I like to use the Helix metaphors for tenants and sites. So when I build my content tree roles, I tend to organize them by site. I might organize them by tenant, but I don't see tenant too often. But it's definitely a gradation in that regard. For content type access, this one is if you've got maybe global content, or if you've got a content type that you find on multiple sites, but it happens to be managed by a single group of users. You don't see this too often, but the places where I've seen it have to do with either corporate bios or like press releases, where press releases are centrally managed by the corporate hub, but the press release is actually native to the site where it needs to appear. So like regional sites have press releases, but you need somebody to administer the press release at the regional level, but from the corporate headquarters. And so being able to set content type access to allow them to reach in and edit just that press release, but not any of the other regional content, can come in handy. And then language access, which I've talked about. You use it if you need to use it. A lot of times I don't see it in use, but it can do some wonderful things for you. One thing I want to mention is that the role order here does not match the resolution order. So before we talked about it, it went Sitecore functionality, content tree access, content type access, language access, and workflow participation. That's because if you look at the way the security is resolved in real time, it has to flow through those gates in that order. But when you're thinking about it and you're talking to your client and you're listening requirements on what security needs to do, the things that are going to come up immediately is what can I do in Sitecore versus what am I not allowed to do in Sitecore? And the next thing is can I approve content or not? Those are the two big questions that are going to get answered. And so that's why they're 1 and 2 here. The content tree access, some content governance is going to apply to that, whether all sites are managed by all people or some sites are managed by some people, that kind of thing. But the reality is content tree access, content type access, those two are usually controlled by your information architecture inside Sitecore. And so they're more part of your general IA for your solution and less about, the roles of content authors in the system. And then finally, language access, that one just sort of writes itself. You have like a 5-minute conversation with the marketing people, and then you know whether or not you need to do something with language access or not. That's why they're in this order here. And, so these are the scenarios. Let's go take a look at what that looks like if we actually name all the roles. Same sort of thing. We're just actually, giving some role names here. And you can see it's very standard, right? Corporate site reader, site editor, site owner. What are the differences? Say you've got multiple sites on the install, and you want to be able to reference content on another site. Well, the site reader role lets you do that. It lets the content authors see the other sites, but not modify them. They can reference them. Corporate site editor, same thing. They can edit pages, but they can't rename them. Maybe they can't delete them. Maybe there's an SEO thing that says that URLs have to be approved before they can be modified. So you want to remove the item rename, right? And then the corporate site owner is sort of like stacks everything. They can see it, they can edit it, but they can also rename and delete pages, and they can adjust the site navigation, which is meta. So this is a very, very archetypical way to approach roles, and this is a pretty good list of what you'd expect to see. I see the only thing that you're not seeing here is if this were real, you'd see 4 language access here, because you wouldn't create the US language reader and writer unless, or editor, without there being another one. So if we want to go back to our French example here, there would also be a French language reader, French language editor. But that's all that's really missing here. And I'm assuming that these PowerPoints are going to be available for you to download. So you can these are definitely designed to be take home, so you can take a look at them and sort of see how your system lines up to them. Finally, let's talk about assigning roles to users. So we did a lot of engineering. We figured out how to name our roles. We figured out how to stack our roles. We figured out how to organize our roles. Now, here's what we're going to do. As an example, this user on screen right now, I created in my local Sitecore installation. For the full scenario, they are a super user. They are responsible for maintaining the Zodiac manual site. They can publish content. They can approve content that is attached to the only workflow in the system. They can only read and edit content in US English. That's it. And I can figure all that out just by looking at the roles that are assigned here. Always assign individual swim lane roles to users. Don't collapse. More smaller roles is better. It gives you more control. When you think about it, even if you had to enter 100 content authors into your system, doing this step by step for each author is something you do once per author as a rule. So why not take the time to make it as legible as possible? And that's really what the objective is here. Don't create an aggregate role to join swim lanes so you only have to add one role to the user. It defeats the purpose. It makes the system less legible. You want a user security schema to be legible just by seeing what the roles are that are assigned to them. Now, if you follow this strategy in this presentation, you're going to have a powerful, easy to maintain security scheme for your Sitecore install. These simple rules are a result of 15 years of experimentation with Sitecore security, and I have made many mistakes, so you don't have to. Security swim lanes works. It's very flexible. It'll cut down on the amount of security configuration your installation needs before launch, and it'll cut down on the amount of security, rework you're going to have to do over time. I also want to point out, because security is uniquely runtime, you don't have to do this on your next new installation. You can absolutely retrofit this scheme on your existing Sitecore install, and you probably should. The cool thing is you could actually develop all these roles and set all the security for these roles on your existing installation before you retire your existing role strategy. And that's how I've done it to desnarl a lot of security with my clients. So I really hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned something. Thanks for listening.
Hello, and welcome to Sitecore Virtual Developer Day. My name is Yassin Alayan. I'm a software architect at Exentium, and today I'm going to present a session to discuss some best development practices when it comes to Sitecore Commerce. So a little bit about my background. Like I said, I'm a software architect at Exentium, a Platinum Sitecore partner. I was awarded a Sitecore MVP 2021 in the technology category. I have overall 14 years of development and architecture experience, mostly in the .NET framework and Microsoft stack. 5 years on Sitecore, 4 years on Sitecore Commerce. And I do live in Ottawa, Canada. For today's session, we will start with a quick overview on the commerce architecture and engine plugins, and then we'll start discussion some of the best development practices when you're working on commerce projects. So here we can see the Sitecore Commerce architecture overview. So on the top here we have the website visitors or the shoppers. So they usually go through this SXA storefront. SXA is optional but highly recommended by Sitecore. If you want to accelerate your development and go to market faster, it comes with a set of pre-built components for things like product listing page, product details page, shopping cart, checkout, registration, and so on. So we can use these components, extend them, and go faster to market. But you still have the option if those components are not fit for your needs or requirements, you can go with a regular storefront without SXA and go directly to Commerce Engine Connect. So the storefront to communicate with the Commerce Engine, like I said, you would go through Commerce Engine Connect. You also have that Commerce Connect that allows you to talk to external commerce systems. We have Sitecore Identity for authentication, business tools, commonly known as BizFX, used by merchandisers to set up the catalogs, inventories, pricing, promotions. And here we have also the Commerce Engine, which is the heart of the Sitecore Commerce. And we can add, when you need to add third-party integration, like for things like payments, tax, shippings, you would also have them integrated with Commerce Engine. And then on this side, you can see that we have also the Xconnect for experience analytics, Xprofile, and these kind of things that relies on XDB. And we have, of course, Sitecore CMS, also part of this solution. For this session, I will be focusing more on the Commerce Engine part because of the limited time we have. Of course, it will take a long time to cover all these pieces. So I'm going to be focusing on the heart of Sitecore Commerce, which is the Commerce Engine. So when you say Commerce Engine, what it is exactly? It's a .NET Core application that comes with a set of plugins. In here, what we see are the out-of-the-box plugins that are installed with Commerce. So you would recognize like the catalog, cards, orders, promotions, coupons, and all of these. You see also the dependencies, relationships between these plugins. And next, we will take a quick look at what we have inside the plugin. So we have controllers, commands, entities, components, policies, arguments, minions, and pipelines. Controllers, obviously, everyone knows what a controller is. So we have all the actions. That's the entry point of the plugin. So you have the call coming from the controller. Controller would call a command. The command has some overhead, which is like the command activities for some login, some tracking purposes, and then it usually runs inside a transaction. So it will open a transaction and then make the calls necessary, like to the pipelines. Pipelines are a little bit similar to the pipelines in Sitecore, except the design from the inside is a little bit different. So instead of processors, we have blocks, and those blocks are chained in a way that the input of a block is the output of the previous block. So for example, here, let's say this pipeline has an input and an output. That input will start with block A. Block A will have an output that would need to be the input for block B, and block B's output will go as an input for block C, and providing at the end the expected output of the pipeline. This is how this chaining works. And you can use, there's a config file called node configuration to see all the details of each pipeline. What are the blocks that are in what order, what are the inputs, outputs of each one of them. You can also use Postman. There's an API called get registered pipelines that can allow you to see all the pipelines and how they're structured. Like I said, the commands, it's pretty clear what it is. The entities are, so in Sitecore, we said that everything is an item. In commerce, pretty much everything is an entity. Like a sellable item is an entity, a customer is an entity, an order is an entity. So that's what the entities are, and that's what are used by the several blocks. Those entities are usually composed with components. So each entity can have one or multiple components, properties, and things like that. And components are actually the way we extend entities for our custom needs or requirements. For example, you can take a sellable item and you need to inject some data in it. So you would create a component and add it to that sellable item and persist. That way you extended it with your custom components. The policies are for configuration type of data. So for example, if you're using a tax third party like Avalara, for example, then you would need a policy that has all the settings and credentials to connect to Avalara, and those would be policies. Arguments are the inputs, outputs of the pipelines that are used, that are also used in the blocks, and minions are background tasks that are used generally for the heavy operations that takes lots of processing time and resources. So they would run in as a background tasks, and they are scheduled using policies where you can say, for example, the minion can run every second, every 500 milliseconds, and they will be watching some lists that are actually in the database. So whenever they find those watch lists, they will take them and do whatever they need to do, and yeah, and then go to sleep. Next. Now let's start with our first best development practice. So when you create custom plugins, it is very easy to get lost when you don't have a strategy how I create those plugins, what pattern do I use, how do I name them, and especially if you have new developers coming in afterwards, they get lost because they don't know exactly where is how is how are the features organized. One of the things I would recommend is using this pattern that is out of the box. So for example, if you want to create something customize something that is related to carts, you would create one plugin for the carts. If there's already a plugin for the carts, you just add your pipeline in there, or you override whatever block you need to do or something like that. So if you stick to this pattern, it'll be easier for you when you comes the time to upgrade. It'll be easier to integrate new developers in your project, and it would be easier also to respect the same type of dependencies that you can see here. I'll show you a quick example here. So created this quick solution, small solution, just for purpose of this session. Let's say you have you're extending the cart with some time zone component where you store the time zone of the person, because you have a global solution and you want to know what time zone that person is placing the order from. So you extended it with a time zone. Let's say you also added a wish list, product ratings to catalog. So if you go with this type of naming, even if it's a clear what it does, but you can end up having lots and lots of plugins, and it would be harder to maintain. My suggestion is that, for example, this time zone and wish list, they would go into carts simply, and would have both features. This product rating would go to catalog, so that if there's other extensions coming in for the catalog, then you would go into the same umbrella. So the suggested practice is really to follow something like this, which is exactly the same as the out of the box. This way you make it easy for everyone. So like I said, a new feature doesn't necessarily translate into a new plugin. You follow the out of the box plugin pattern for your custom plugins, and a structured set of plugins makes your solution easier to maintain and to upgrade. Now let's talk about the flow when you make an engine API call. So usually the call would come from the controller action, goes through a command. The command, like I said, would create some overhead for the command activity, and it would create a transaction, and then inside would make a call to a pipeline. Pipeline called the block. One of the things I saw is frequently is the block calling commands. So each time the block would call a command, it would again add additional overhead over and over again. So the recommendation here is that the blocks always call the pipelines, because a block would necessarily be inside the command already. So we already inside the transaction, we already have that overhead. So there's no need to call another command when you're in a block. So by going with the pipeline, you will keep your flow clean and no additional overhead that is necessary. So we go to the next slide. Extending versus overriding. When you customize the Sitecore Commerce, there's always two ways. It's either overriding by when you replace blocks, or when you extend is when you add additional blocks to an existing pipelines. I want to take this example to illustrate this very easy. So this is the sellable item details view. So when you go to BizFX, when you click on a product or sellable item, it would show all these components. And let's say that here we wanted to extend this this view and the sellable item at the same time with this parent categories child view. We want to display all the parent categories of a given product. I will show an example here of the two possible ways to do that. If I go to catalog here, so one way is to replace the out of the box get sellable items detail view block. So there's this block out of the box that has all this code that loads all that view. So one option is to take that code and add this additional function, which is add sellable item parent categories. This is the only piece that is really custom. So you recopy all the out of the box code, and then you would inject this this piece of code so that you add that child view as well. As you see, it's complicated because you need to copy all the code, and you would be replacing that in here. You would be replacing the original get sellables item details view, which comes from Sitecore Commerce plugin catalog, with the custom one that comes from your project. This is, for this example specifically, it's a bad practice because this block here, when you upgrade, there's a chance that it will change and it will have additional functionality, additional components. So when you go with it this way, it means that every time you need to upgrade, you would have to go again, check if this block changed, copy all the new code, and do the same thing over and over again. So the best practice is that you don't do that. That instead you create a new component, a new block that will be injected right after that get sellable items detail view block, and that will only add your child view. So you see that we have much less code in here. It's targeted and it's clean. And also, so in that case, what you have to do is, instead of doing this, you will add your get sellable item parents categories view block after, after the get sellable item details view block. So when the upgrade happens, if that block changes out of the box, it doesn't matter for you because you will be as just extending and adding something to it instead of replacing it. And your code will work most likely without having to change anything. That was the idea here, beside extending and overriding. And of course, there are situations where you don't have any other choice other than overriding. For example, if there's a validation that validation block that has multiple validations, and there's one of those validations that you don't need, you don't want to get rid of it. So in that case, yes, overriding would make sense. For example, let's say the validate party is validating the country in the state. Well, because for US, the state is mandatory, and in your situations, you're working with countries where state is optional. So you want to get rid of this validation. That would be a situation where you need to go with the replace instead of extending. So this just to show how the extending works versus the overriding. So we have block A, block B, and a block C. So you would inject one in here, and of course you have to respect the rule that block B here, block B's output would be block D's input, same type, and then block D's output would be the same type as the block C's input. So you always have to keep that in mind when you inject new blocks to the chain, that you don't break the chain. That's very important. And here, when you replace a pipeline block, so we just skip the B, then go directly to the D. That's exactly what we did with when we replaced the get sellable items view block. Another best practice is limiting the read-write operations. I saw in some solutions where the same object is, or entity is, updated across multiple blocks, and sometimes each block would do the find entity pipeline and then persist it, and the other one also does the same. So the suggestion here is to leverage the context. For example, if you know that in this pipeline, for example, you will be updating that same entity over and over. So the suggestion is just you call the find entity pipeline only in the first block. You do whatever updates you need. You store it in the context, and in the following blocks, you get the entity from context. And then if you don't find it, then you can call the find entity pipeline. But first start with the context, because the previous block might have put it in the context for you so that you can use it later. You make whatever updates you do again, and then you will update the entity in the context. You replace it with the updated one, and same thing over again. So there's a piece missing here I didn't put. So when you get entity from context, of course, if the result is null, then you need to call the iFind entity pipelines, because it means that no block did put it for you. So like this is just for performance and scalability to avoid making unnecessary calls to the database when not needed. Okay, so next best practice, limiting engine API calls during checkout. During checkout, many calls are made to the API, shipping, payment, order submission. It is a common practice to store additional information in the cart so that it will be synced with the CRM or other external applications. So the idea here is, if possible, to group these engine API calls instead of having multiple calls during that process to avoid performance issues and scalability issues. I have a quick example for this. Let's assume that you have a custom profile ID that you want to store in the cart, and that you also want to store the time zone of the person who is placing the order. So, for example, instead of creating different endpoints for these two things and making two calls, you can group them in something, and I'll just name it like set additional info pipeline, and I would call those take care of these two things at the same time. So this is a very probably too simple example, but in some situations you can have like really multiple calls during that process that can make it very heavy and hurt your performance. So the idea is, if you're able to group these calls, and then here you can break them into multiple blocks so that that logic is still respecting the single responsibility. So you can have this controller, for example, that says set additional info. It will call the command. The command would call inside the transaction the pipeline, and then this pipeline, as you can see, has these two blocks, and then we add in these three out-of-the-box blocks that are responsible for the persisting the entity and saving it to the database. Sitecore Commerce Commander. So Commerce Commander is a class that actually allows you to access any pipeline or command. So when you inject a Commerce Commander, you don't need to inject any other command or pipelines, and it simplifies your code and accelerates your developments. Quick example again here. So in this project here, I created this Commerce Commander example. So we'll do it together quickly. So here I'm using two pipelines, find entity pipeline and persist entity pipeline. So usually you would inject both in the constructor. You would create the properties or variables for both, and whenever you need them, you would call these pipelines in your block. If you wanted to use Commerce Commander, we can do it quickly. It's Commerce Commander. I would remove these. I don't need them anymore. I will only inject the Commerce Commander. And I don't need some more. So in here, how you would access this is you can do Commerce Commander, and you can see that you can access any pipeline from here. You can access the commands. And like I said, from a block, I don't suggest you use a command. So in here, I would use the pipeline. The pipeline I wanted to use here is iFind entity pipeline. And that's it. Same here. This is the persist entity pipeline. I'll just replace it with. So in here, I have only two pipelines, but in sometimes here you can make 4, 5, 6 different pipeline calls. So it can be very helpful to use this Commerce Commander to make it called cleaner and easier to read. That would be my recommendation. Configuration, policies versus BizFX and extension. So policies are usually used for technical type of configuration. Like I said, if you're using email, SMTP, you're sending some emails, you need some SMTP settings. Avalara, you need your credentials and some settings also that you can use there. You use policies for things that doesn't change often. Like I said, again, Avalara credentials or SMTP settings is a good example. Whenever you change those policies, values, you will need a bootstrap. A bootstrap, actually, what it does, it takes all the JSON environment files that are actually hosting these policies, and it would upload them to the global database. And actually, those policies that are in the global database are what's being used during runtime. And here's this example, like I said, Avalara settings, or if you have any SMTP settings, something like that. In some situation, you would need to think about putting those kind of configurations in BizFX, because especially when there's something that changes more frequently. So those will be handled by the merchandiser. So if you want to give them access to change some settings, and I'm not talking about Avalara or SMTP here. So we're talking about different type of settings. Like, let's say you want to have the ability to exempt some specific products in some specific categories from tax. So that would be the type of configuration that will be better suited for BizFX or business tools, because that way the merchandiser can decide that for the next month it will be I don't know, the category of books or some other category that will be exempted from tax, and then the other month it's another type of products, another category. So that can be changing more frequently. So in that case, you don't want to put this in policies, because every time they will want to change it, ideally, usually policies are part of the solution that is deployed. So you would need probably deployment, and even if you want to do it directly in production, it will still require bootstrap. So avoiding these type of things that happen frequently, ideally you can put it in BizFX. The only thing you need to be careful about is that usually those are cached. There's some cache because the storefront goes through shops, and the shop's environment is usually cached for performance reasons. So you might not see them immediately unless you clear the cache. So there are some endpoints in Postman that allow you to clear cache, but be aware that it might hurt performance. So not recommended to do them during high traffic periods. And that concludes my my session for today. I'll probably post some other blog posts or some other presentations for other areas. Today I focused on the commerce engine, so I will probably follow up with some other recommendations in other areas like the storefront and the engine connect and those kind of SXA pipelines. So thank you very much. I hope those tips will help you in your commerce projects, and see you soon.